up clean in a GL whip. Kenny Red Flash with a turbo kick. Lil Laredo, yeah, the name's on fire. Burning up the road, taking dreams higher. 0 to 100, no time to stall. Every frame, every post, yeah, he does it all. From the streets to the screen, he's got that glow. Welcome to the ride, it's Lil Laredo. Red line dreams, we don't slow down. Engine roar when we hit your town. Next they start so sharp like a midnight show. All gas, no brakes, little no. Gas, no brakes, little no. Drift through life with a fearless tone. Every move custom, every vibe is on. Not just a car, it's a way of life. Precision, passion, cutting like a knife. Headlights blaze through the doubt and fear. He's the one they watch, the one they cheer. So buckle up tight, let the legend grow. You're in the fast lane with Lil Laredo. Dreams, we don't slow down. Engine roar when we hit your town. Style so sharp like a midnight show. All gas, no brakes, little Rio.
A little GR, yeah. Lil GR, yeah. Lil Word rolling in the GR86. Red paint popping like a flame in the mix. Tie spin up when the beat kicks in. Channel so bold it could shake your screen. True crown queen with the turbo heart. Story telling fire like a work of art. Hit that live button, watch the sparks ignite when Lyra shows up. It's a whole new night. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Word, baby, and she's running full speed. Yeah, and she's running full speed. Yeah. From room 313 to the courtroom floor, she breaks down mysteries you can't ignore. Both thumbnails, neon glow. When Lil Doe goes live, everybody wants more. Pedal to the metal with the truth she brings. Justice in her voice when the live stream sings. GR86 with the custom shine. Lil Jer's channel, one of a kind. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Word, baby, and she's running full speed. Buckle up, turn the volume up, and don't blink, cause Lil is about to take you for a ride. Lil GR86, she's the queen of the scene. True crime stories with the supernatural sheen. Hit subscribe, hit the bell, come ride with me. Lil GR86, where the mystery meets speed.
Glad I did. I'll just say glad I did. So yesterday afternoon, I made this appointment to get this little, they called it a little injection in the knee, right? So I decided to go ahead and go. I was just going to cancel it. No, I'm just going to go ahead and go. Give it a shot because Lord will done everything else. So I get in there. And thank you all for staying. I appreciate it so much. Our feed did work. So I know I can just leave and do whatever I got to do. We just leave the feed running, and I can shut it off with my phone and talk to you on the phone, which is wonderful. I love that. That's a nice feature. But anyway, making sure y'all can hear okay and all that. But I'm sitting there, and the doctor says, now, he says, just talk to me, just whatever you're doing before you left the house, just keep doing that, whatever, you know. And I said, okay. So I told him, I said, well, I'm just running my YouTube channel for watching the trial. It's pretty important. He started asking about the trial. Then he told me, I think the husband did it. I was like, whoa, what? Yeah, his dad, they discussed it. He thinks the husband did it. Oh my. I was like, okay. All right then. Did Lindsay ever have a job? Yes, Lindsay did work in the labor and delivery, and she went back to work after Dawson. In fact, when Dawson was asleep one night, he was a few months old, and she's watching this on. This is something's very wrong with her. She's at work, and you know, passing home with the kids, and everybody's in the house is asleep. She looks at the baby monitors, but she's watching this all night long while she's working, and the baby's crying a little bit. Because he does not get up fast enough and go get that baby, she calls for a well check, and the police show up out there at her house. Now that's not crazy, that bitch is. That's crazy, to be honest with you. A well check because your husband does not get up fast enough and pick a crying baby up? Does that seem normal to you? Okay, make sure everybody can hear okay. I kind of moved some things around on my desk this morning because I wanted to be able to write better, because remember, we're still keeping it up. And I know you're on witness number 58. Her name is Julie Paul. What I'm not sure is she a doctor, a nurse, or just somebody that works at this clinic? That's the part I never understood yesterday. So, anyway, there we go. Okay. So anyway, I'm sitting there, I'm talking to him, and we start talking about this, and the staff starts coming in there because we're all talking about the YouTube channel, and we're talking about the case, and you know what? He sprayed this really cold stuff on my leg, and I never felt a thing. I never felt it. I was so freaking happy. You had a bad storm last night? Yeah. Oh no, Pam, I hate to hear that. I know if you're like me, the first thing that happens is the damn internet goes out, and then the electricity goes out. And the reason why that happens is because I don't know how much I've ever talked about this, but like my house sits on a hill. We're at the top of this hill. And so we're the tallest thing there is on the hill. Our house is taller than the trees. Well, the problem is we're on solid rock because we're sitting on it's called the Balcones fault line. So we're on solid rock. So our lightning rod that goes down from your house, it's connected to your house, and it goes down to the ground. It's supposed to help ground you so it doesn't happen. It's not down far enough. There have been other houses in our neighborhood that's burned to the ground, even though the fire department is literally right around the corner. I mean, literally right across from the elementary school. When my child was in elementary, we would get on the golf cart and we would drive to elementary, and we get, I'd pick him up in the afternoon and we'd drive home. That's how close it is. So that is the first thing that happens out here is the lightning starts, and then we lose our internet, and the electricity goes out. So even though we live like we're north of Austin, Texas, a major city, right? But yeah, we still have that little bit of a problem, and there's not much anything they can do about it unless I guess we could hire somebody to come out here and replace that. But as they explained it, there's no way for it to get into the ground. There's no dirt. It's all rock right there. And I'm like, okay, well, there you go. They did the best they could, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, so yes, the husband did it according to my doctor's office, and it did not hurt. And I will say my knee does feel better this morning. So let's go ahead and share our screen and be ready to go with Lindsay Clancy, day 11. And they say it's your birthday, but it's not a good one, is it? Right. Yeah, bitch. Sitting in a wheelchair on the 11th day of your trial, for killing your children. So it's 11-11, I guess. Anyway, I wanted to get up earlier because I wanted to put on my makeup and all that, and just show my face to you guys today. But I overslept. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I overslept. Yesterday, I could not fall asleep. I wasn't falling asleep really easy last night, and I didn't want to take any more medicine because I did not want to really oversleep. So, anyway, that's what's going on today. How are you all doing today? Good? Everybody do anything interesting yesterday? Everybody Got, let's see, everybody got their day ready to go, and they're just waiting on trial with me, huh? Let me see if I can fix this over here. I'm gonna play this in the background a little. Hang on. It's hard, but I don't want it to be loud or anything. Yeah, that'll work. I can kind of hear it. All right, great. And I don't know. No, I did tell you. Okay, I did a live the other day, and it was about the Innocence Project being fooled. You need to, if you haven't checked it out, please go check it out because it is a good live, and it talks about how foolish the Innocence Project looks. Well, it got a copyright, it got a strike against it. So I wrote a long letter and I disputed my strike. Now the strike was placed on me by, I'm sorry, a dispute or strike. Wait a minute. It was placed on me by Warner Brothers. Yes, this is a Warner Brothers film. Yesterday I won my suit, so it is now free to be watched. There are no restrictions. It's back online. So please, everybody, if you get a chance, go and check out our Innocence Project show. It is a good show. Talks a lot about a man who was completely guilty of what he did. His name was Edward Graff. He absolutely killed those babies. They were burned alive, basically burned alive in a shed. And he did it for the insurance money because he was basically embezzling from the bank that he worked at. You're in the bushes. Come on out. Come on in and join us. We don't bite over here. We want to hear everybody's opinions on everything we talk about. You're a safe space. We do not allow people to be trolls. We do not allow people to talk about other chatters. We do not allow people to make derogatory statements about other creators either. This is your safe space right here on Little Red. We're just here to watch the trials, keep up with the appeals, keep up with the people being executed in the United States of America. That's what we talk about over here. And every once in a while, we'll do a little feel-good story. That's it. That's all. Anyway, so if you're on Kick or whatever, come on in because another thing that happens on Kick is it kind of like runs. I don't see all the messages. They don't really populate over here onto YouTube or onto my StreamYard the way that you think they would. If I do it on my phone, I can see them on my phone, but I cannot see them over here all the time, which to me is crazy. I don't understand why it doesn't jive like that. So I have to run my phone at the same time. Anyway, so. Oh boy. Let's see. That's about it today. Let's see. Go on my lives. Let's see if I can see the other one. Let's see if the other one has got, yeah. I want to change and make sure everybody's over there not being heard because I want to make sure I talk to everybody. You know, I don't want to leave anybody out. That's just rude. It is now 8:05. They should be starting any moment, but that means it's 9:05 in Massachusetts. But we know they run low. They run slow. Here we go. Why does this thing do this? Look what it does. It goes all the way. Okay, they're in. They're getting ready. All right, we are getting ready to start. There you go. Oops, let me get that little red line. Yes, I take this nasty pill that you have to let just melt under your tongue. It's not for a heart problem. It's it's something else. It tastes terrible. They custom compound these things, and it's like this little square thing, and they put peppermint in it. But I'm telling you, that peppermint does not cover that nasty, horrible taste. I mean, insurance won't even cover it because it's compounded. But it does work, so I am taking it. So that's my morning ritual right there. All right, come on, let's go to trial. We're all ready. Now, if anybody can tell me exactly what Julie Paul's role was yesterday afternoon, because I listened. Well, I listened to it, but I just could not catch if she was a doctor, if she was a nurse, if she was a nurse practitioner, if she was the only thing I understood was that she ended up running this place. That she was the director of this place that was suggested. Now, if you remember in the law, listen to this. Remember in the lawsuit, we talked about this the other day, and one of the reasons why they filed, one of the reasons in the suit against one of these places was they disclosed information without a HIPAA form. And I think that has something to do with Patrick's mother and Julie Paul over at this place. Because she had never signed a HIPAA form to be talked to about her problems by Julie Paul. I think that's part of this lawsuit that was filed. But we will take a good look at this again in a little bit because I'm going to follow that as well. Tomorrow is going to be tough. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it. There is an execution in 3 different states. I'm going to make sure we cover every single execution and announce the time of death. Make sure that they did not all of a sudden get a stay. None of the three that I have looked up is what I consider a nursing home death. Thank God, because that's the worst kind. I'm not, see, and that's the thing. People are like, well, wait a minute, are you for it or are you against it? Well, I am for the death penalty, but I am against waiting so long that the person has dementia and does not even know where they're at before you're taking them to murder them. Before they're in a wheelchair and you're taking them to the gurney, and it takes the guards there to put them up on the gurney. They don't even know why they're there. That is what I'm against. And that is what the change needs to happen in the United States of America about that. There needs to be a competency hearing. Yes, and I know it costs money, but there needs to be a competency hearing held for every single person within the 30 days of their death warrant before you execute them. Let's make sure that the person you're executing is the person knows exactly what they did, why they're there, and why they're being executed. Because as you sat on death row for 35, 45, 50 years, you're not the same person you were when you went in there at the age of 35 or 40. You're an old person with dementia, can't hear and can't see. In fact, most of them that are that age, the 80-year-old man and the 74-year-old men, they had to have help daily by the guards to even get a bath, to even get a shower, to be clean. People were helping them every single day live their life. They had dementia. They had eye problems. They had ear problems. They couldn't walk. Is that what we came to in America? Is there a reason for waiting so long? I can tell you the reason for the 74-year-old man is because he refused to let the blood sample be tested, because he knew if he waited and waited and waited, then that would just string it out. He kept telling his attorney and the system that he needed the procedures, or he needed the, how did he put this? We need to have better understanding of the way DNA works, right? There needs to be he needs to make sure that when they retest this, that they can make sure they find the right person. Because he wanted them, I know I've talked about this before, but he wanted them to go out to one of these 23andMe or whatever and run a test against their system to find somebody that was in a family connected to this death from his blood, saying that, or whatever the DNA was, because he says it's not his, but it absolutely was his. It was always his. He knew that they would never spend the kind of money and time it took for them to run that through a system like that, because that adds months onto the testing, months. So it was just his ploy. It was his play. He was just playing with everybody because he didn't want to get the death penalty. You know what? If you don't want to get the death penalty, don't kill people. What else can we say? People think, okay, when you're dealing with sociopaths who kill other people, see, they think they're smarter than the rest of the world. They think they're going to be able to get away with it. And I can tell you the only one so far that's been smart enough to do that is Ed Graff, because he fooled the Innocence Project, which is exactly why I did that live show about the Innocence Project looking like a fool and being fooled. It is so bad that the Innocence Project does not even list his case on their website. That's how embarrassed they are about the fact that he was able to fool them into getting a new trial. And then, here's the law. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we'll talk about it for just a second. For those who don't know, who are out in the bushes, don't want to come in and talk to us, let me tell you how the law works over here. You can get a retrial, and you can get a plea agreement all the way up until the day that your attorney, as the defense attorney, says, we rest our case. As soon as they rest that case and they send it to the jury, you can no longer plea on anything. You get whatever the jury gives you. But see, he and his attorney knew that they could do this. They went through that whole second trial, and they're calling their witnesses, etc. And right before the defense was supposed to rest his case, they had a sidebar and they did a plea agreement under the mandatory release law in the state of Texas that is no longer on the books. After that debacle, it's gone. And it should have been gone a long time ago. That should have never been allowed. So now Ed Graff is over here living his life in Kerr County, Texas, after killing 2 innocent children. How does that sound? Somebody actually found him and they wanted to do an interview with him, and he told him, get the hell out of his life. He has nothing to say. Not even, he never apologized to his wife for killing the 2 children that belonged to her that he adopted. Yeah. He was a well-respected man in town. He really thought he would never be found guilty. Never. But he was. But anyway, and the law did work. It was just that the Innocence Project was so stupid to take his case that's how the law was undone. So things are not always as they appear. Just remember that, folks. Just remember that. All right, let's see if they're going. It's already 8:12. We know that takes them about. Whoop, here we go. They're fixing to start. All right. They're fixing to pull in the jury. Doing their sidebar. Here we go. Mm-hmm. All right. Make sure it's turned up loud enough so that we can hear it. Because they have the worst audio system in that damn courtroom. All right, here we go. I keep moving that little red line because it keeps bouncing back a little bit and it doesn't really start right. So I know you can't see it, but because when I pull it back like this, you can see they came in and then they did a sidebar. See, I think it's like right. Hang on a minute. Right there. See, they're there, but they're waiting to bring in the jury, and I think they have a sidebar. See, right there. And then they go to the sidebar. So, okay, we're ready to start. Okay. Come on, let's go. Mama wants to watch trial this morning. I'm ready. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. I wonder if they're going to acknowledge her birthday today in court. I hope they don't. Because what about the babies' birthdays that she took the life out of by choking them with a damn exercise belt? And the last thing they see, because they're staring at her, is their mother telling them, go to God, baby, go to God. Can you imagine the baby? Can you imagine? Cora was old enough to understand that her mother was doing something wrong. Cora knew it. Cora was 5 years old. Cora was ready to go to, going to go to kindergarten. My God. Well, she was in a little preschool program already, but it just makes me sick. Just makes me sick. How can somebody do that to their damn baby with it staring right at them? I don't want to make myself cry this morning because I had a rough night last night, but anyway. Okay, they're talking. Let's turn off the music because I heard some talking. All right. I just didn't want us to be sitting in silence. Here we go. All right. All right. Come on. Let's go. All right. I'm just going to keep hitting the red button until it starts, catching up with itself. Oh, wait a minute. Do this over here. Here we go. It's my little. All right. It's on. All right. Okay. Well, as soon as they come on back up here, we can start listening to our trial. So, sidebar stomping. You got that right. Thank you, Sprinkle Donut. He's such an asshole. And yesterday, I did a little short video. I took out part of the trial yesterday and did a little video. It was whenever he was drilling. He was over there getting all over Dr. Tuss, trying to trip her up. And, I don't think he ever tripped her up, really. I think she did a pretty good job. I think she held her own against him because he was trying everywhere in the world to attack her and make it look like Lindsay Clancy has no responsibility for anything she did. It was all everybody else's fault. Makes you kind of wonder, is her attorney a sociopath as well? I don't know, because remember how it goes. A sociopath, everything is everybody else. They're the smartest person in the world. They've never done anything wrong. All of you are wrong. Not them. It's all of you. period. And they never say they're sorry for anything they've ever done, ever. They look at it like, a sociopath looks at it like, well, had you not been so stupid, I wouldn't have been able to do that to you, so it's your fault. I mean, think about that. Yeah, that's how they think. All right, let's get going. All quiet this morning. My baby dogs are sleeping. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. All right. Oh, come on. How long does this sidebar have to be? I guess they're going to discuss what time they're going to cut out of there today. I've learned that they pretty much leave at about 3:30, 3:45 at the latest. They don't really stay till 4 o'clock. They don't stay till 5 o'clock. I wonder if it has something to do with the traffic in that area. I'm pretty sure it's heavily congested, a lot of traffic. I've never been there myself, but I plan on going there. This trial has to be over with by September the 9th. He's asking the court to sing the Lindsay. It might be. Should we take on the job of singing happy birthday to Lindsay Clancy? Oh, yeah. That bitch. And did y'all notice yesterday she never looked at Dr. Tufts at all? She just looked down or looked forward. I could see her eyes were just that's why I put my camera on her. That's why I just held that camera on her whenever they were going to go to lunch or whatever, because she was just sitting there and doing that blinky thing. I'm like, what is that blinky thing? Is that part of is that her medicine make her do that? I mean, what is it? Because she was just doing this little blinky thing. Here we go.
Has been issued on this case. And for some of the media and the individuals who've been here for the last couple of weeks, I'm sure are familiar with it. But I know there's a constant people coming in and out. So I just want to remind everyone that there is a specific media order that's been issued on this case, and everybody is presumed to have reviewed it and agree to it. So if there are any violations or problems with that, we'll have to deal with it. But I just kind of wanted to remind everybody, especially people who may have just come into the courtroom recently. So if you have any questions about what that order is, you can speak to any of the court officers. They have a copy of it. We can get a copy of it to everybody who needs to see it and review it. All right. And with that, what we'll do is we're going to go, the defendant, had filed a motion for addition to the witness list, to add to the witness list regarding Ms. Thorndike. So what I'm going to do first, I'll hear from the defendant, then I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, basically, as the motion speaks for itself, there is a woman, her name is Emily Thorndike, who's a LACSW here in Massachusetts. She owns and is an independent operator of her own clinical social work establishment called Wise Mind Therapy. Your Honor has her resume. She graduated from Dover Urban High School, received a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Hartwick College, master's degree from BC, 2019, is licensed in Massachusetts. And interestingly enough, she did work at the McLean Hospital in the very short-term unit that the doctor was testifying that Lindsay was in for 5 days in January of 22 into 23. She worked for 5 years as a mental health specialist from May of 2014 to May of 2019. She was a clinical social worker manager of that unit from 2019, 2021. So she's basically got about 7 years and 7 months of experience working in that unit for a majority of that period of time, full-time employee, and then for 1 year as a supervisor. She left, as the court is aware from the motion. I vetted her out. I obviously would be concerned if there's any so-called axe to grind, if you will, any lawsuits pending. Were you fired? Did you have any difficulties? Any claims for harassment, hostile workplace? Absolutely nothing. She has friends that are still employees that still work at McLean. And I do not know this woman. I have literally never met her. Her involvement in this case came about after one of the prosecutors, I don't recall which, made it out on direct examination that McLean is some kind of a five-star institution where the doctors, the psychiatrists, the psychotherapists, the counselors were all banging into each other in the hallway trying to interview Ms. Clancy, who was just blithely refusing care and treatment, which is not the case. Patrick testified as to his observations. The court is aware that Patrick's testimony clearly, in all fours, landed on the fact that it was clear to him that there was no staff that was available other than kids behind plexiglass on their cell phones. She colored. She took walks. There was no therapy. She didn't speak to any therapists or counselors. So now the jury is left with that image that McLean is purportedly some kind of a five-star hospital because they're affiliated, quote unquote, with Harvard, which you, from your practice, I'm sure, as I know from my practice, is as far from the truth as can be possible, in my opinion. But it doesn't matter what my opinion is. I could cross-examine somebody till the cows come home. It doesn't matter. This woman posted a video on TikTok, which, much like yourself, I'm sure, I hardly know what TikTok is, but I received an email from one of the very, very active people in the community of TikTok saying, look, you got to check this video out. So I did. This is about a week ago, maybe longer now. When I saw her video saying that she could not stand for, quote, the lies and the misrepresentations from that witness stand about McLean Hospital, I then said to my private investigator, Bob Jones, I said, Bob, I can't find this woman because she had a pseudonym name or whatever. He went, we wrote, he called her, left messages. She never got back to us for like 3 days. He went to her house. He sat out in front of her driveway. She came home from work. They interacted. He waved, didn't want to scare her. And she said, I thought, and oh, by the way, I believe that my wife had written her a letter as well because she's a nurse and was trying to reach out to her to have her get in touch with me, to no response. She then tells Bob, I thought you guys were all AI. I didn't know that you were real. I thought it was spam. He then gave me her number. I spoke to her. She told me exactly what I put in the affidavit or in the motion. And she is available, ready, willing, and able to testify to an employee's observations over 7 years, including as a supervisor, as to what woeful environment McLean Hospital offers, especially on holidays, such as major holidays like New Year's, which is fine. We all enjoy New Year's. But nevertheless, New Year's, the day after, that weekend, Monday, nobody was there. And I think it's important to rebut the inference that was created through the examination by the DA.
All right, Mr. Brake, let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask the Commonwealth kind of the same thing. What's the relevance? What's the argument for the relevance of what McLean's was, at least because she wasn't there for about a year, if I looked at the motion. Is that correct? No, that's all right.
Yeah, that's true. She left. She has her own business now, and she left, but just a year.
Yeah.
There's no change in the circumstances from Lindsay going into that hospital on New Year's of 2022 to 23, and this woman's work experience where she left a year before. And I agree with you. This would have been a non-issue were it not for the flavor of the government's repeated argument that she was a person who was spurning health care, didn't want health care, had the opportunity, and she walked away from the opportunity, which, as I say, is as far from the truth as possible. So I think it is now, because of their questioning, squarely before the jury, to leave that impression. And the woman that was the doctor from McLean was just a pleasure. She was just a lovely, lovely woman and testified as best she could in the case. but they're left with the impression that McLean is
Oh,
this
hell.
wonderful place that she just did not have any interest in utilizing what was available to her. That was not available to her. And she's testifying to custom, practice, and her observations over 7.5 years.
Is there another alternative to get there? Someone who actually works there or worked there during this time period? That it's the time period that
A year?
one of the things that, well, yeah, but things can change in a year, you know?
I don't think so at McLean.
I don't know so. I guess that's the question. I don't know so. That would be that's one of the things I may have to wrestle with, but that's kind of what I was asking, whether or not there is, or I understand the argument.
Okay.
And I understand the argument regarding relevance. But if we're talking about staffing or the availability of programs and how that work, this witness is a gap there. I guess that's all. I'm wondering if there's another way to get there.
So, the realities of malpractice, if you're the government, you send summonses, you have people come to your office, you're interviewing witnesses. If you're the defense, they run for the hills. For example, one motion I'm bringing with you is merely looking for pediatric records that I have had to have Bob Jones go and try to get them, HIPAA forms, everything, and they're avoiding us horribly. And I'm going to have a contempt hearing request very shortly. But the point I'm getting at is, if they want to reach out to McLean, I'm sure that McLean administration would bend over backwards to give them every record that they would need as to how many employees they had, what their work records were, their doctors, their counselors, all available. I know I can't get it. So I'm suggesting to Your Honor that this is an opportunity for a person who worked there for all those years, who does not have any dog in the fight, to testify to what her observations were clearly within her time frame. She left a year before Lindsay went in there on New Year's. So I certainly agree with that. Cross-examination, they could get records if they wish, but I think it is relevant. I think it's material, and I think it has to be used to rebut the inference that was raised.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would object to the witness, the late disclosed witness. In addition to the obvious Rule 14 issues, the fact that we didn't have notice of this individual, there's been no discovery other than what's contained in the affidavit and what we could identify from this woman's TikTok video. There's no report from the investigator who admittedly by counsel has spoken to this witness, this individual. Aside from that, we have a number of other issues with this witness. One is this isn't somebody that's proposed to be an expert, so they're not relieved, they wouldn't be relieved of a sequestration order. But this woman's TikTok, admittedly, she's been following the trial. She goes on for several minutes in a very long TikTok video where she identifies what she thinks are lies based on her observations of Patrick Clancy's testimony. We have no idea what her thoughts are or what her comments are on the rest of the trial that we assume she's watched based on her comments in this particular video. That she outlines in this video her experiences at McLean and her observations and how they are different from what was portrayed in that particular witness's testimony. But in the course of this trial, we not only have that particular witness's testimony, we have records from McLean, and the records speak for themselves about what she was offered, what she did, what she declined, what the contact was with each and every person who wrote a note in that record. But this witness admittedly wasn't there, had no contact, has no knowledge of the case in of itself. And in this case, Your Honor, we deal with facts. We're presenting facts to the jury. We're not presenting somebody's opinion about what kind of care the defendant got during her stay at McLean. That's not what this trial is about. That's not what it should be about. And if it wants to play out in the court of public opinion, that's fine, but not inside the walls of these courtroom. So this person who said that she cares about Lindsay in this video, whether other people do or don't, this person who said that the prosecution of this case is an abomination, this person who said that the health profession needs to be held responsible for their care of the defendant, that's not a witness that presents facts to this jury. And I would also agree that there is a problem with what relevant testimony that she could give. There is no indication that what her experiences were in those 7 years up until December of 2021 are exactly the same as they would have been when the defendant was at that short-term unit at McLean. And the defense had the opportunity to ask that of Dr. Goodhart, and he didn't. So there is...
Wait a minute. I think she said, I don't know what the staffing was. Didn't she say, I don't know how many people were on? I don't know if it was a skeleton crew?
She said on that particular weekend, she didn't know what the staffing was.
Well,
but she wasn't asked
That's the only weekend we're talking about.
Right, but now he wants to make this an issue about the practices and the common practice of the hospital, but that was not a question that was asked of her, nor would Your Honor necessarily have permitted it, where he was trying to tailor the testimony to the exchanges with the defendant. So to then have the witness available to answer those questions that was at the facility during that time period, and then not take that opportunity and offer this subsequent witness and call it a rebuttal witness, it's not a fair line of examination. It's not a fair line of rebuttal where she wasn't there during the time period. So we would object for all of those reasons.
I mean, just so everybody knows where I'm going, I can't imagine that that witness would be allowed to give her, in a sense, review of McLean's. If it's 5-star and she may say it's 2-star, this is not TripAdvisor. I wouldn't allow that.
And no one...
But the question seems to be, for me, a closer call about what the standard staffing and programs may be available on a holiday weekend. Because the Commonwealth's witness said, I don't know that. And that seems to be something that maybe the parties could come to an agreement about establishing. Either, there's got to be somebody who's still working there that says the weekend, 2 weeks, the weekend after this wasn't a holiday, we have X amount of people there. We have X amount of programs that are available. On the holiday weekend, we do or we don't. To me, that's where the battle on this motion is. I do understand the Commonwealth's objections regarding allowing people who watch the trial to then say, I disagree with it, and I want to testify about what I disagree with. That's troubling, but I'm talking about the facts on this thing. And that's if it was anything other than those kind of facts and this witness had not worked there, I'm not sure we'd even be having this hearing.
And I would suggest that counsel indicated that in trial practice that people are reluctant to give information to the defense. But there are avenues, procedural avenues that he could pursue to get that information involving the court or involving subpoenas, in which there's been no indication that he's actually tried to do. And again, I would suggest to the court that we have the McLean records from that time period in evidence, and they are the best evidence of the contact that people there, staff that were there that day, had, or those 4 days, had with the defendant on that day. So from the perspective of if there's missing information, there are avenues he could pursue if he wants to rebut it. I would suggest that this person's testimony is not relevant because they weren't there. And I would agree that the better option if defense wants to present this as a rebuttal would be from somebody that is there, but he doesn't have that. And so for those reasons, this motion should be denied.
And you don't have to commit to this at all, but it seems to me that it would be a very simple solution to get the staffing records or somebody at McLean's who can testify to this. What was the program availability on mid-December weekend, if you went in there, as opposed to the weekend of New Year's? And it may be no different whatsoever, and that kind of eliminates the argument. So I think probably the best way to deal with this is to maybe have a voir dire of this witness as to what. So then the record's clear too, but it also allows the parties to consider while we're setting this up, maybe there's another way to do it, a lesser alternative, so to speak, that would reduce the prejudice to both parties So
And I don't know how a voir dire of this particular witness, who clearly wasn't there and didn't have contact with the facility during the time period, would answer Your Honor's questions. But I do agree.
Maybe we can find out. I can ask the questions, and we could. I understand the problem that I kind of had as the case was going. The individual that was probably, you would anticipate, could talk about the staffing, the difference of a holiday weekend and a non-holiday weekend, said she wasn't aware of that. So,
well, I don't know that she said she wasn't aware of the difference. She said she wasn't aware of who was there on that weekend because she wasn't working that weekend. So I think there's a slight distinction in that. But again, the witness was available. Counsel could have crossed her on that, subject to any sort of objection, and we could have addressed it at that time when the witness was on the stand. But again, that witness is under summons, and if counsel wants to recall her, he can. There are avenues that he could pursue if he wants to pursue this line of rebuttal that's short of calling this particular witness that's been proposed, is the point that the Commonwealth wishes to express.
So I'm going to take this under advisement. I want to review it. But I'm inclined, just so everybody can kind of maybe make some idea where we may go with this.
Maybe she wasn't offered at other points, but what she had while she was there. So I ask that you just review.
All right. I'll review that. I'll review my notes regarding the doctor who testified from McLean's. And then we can deal with this. This would be a witness that would be called later in the trial anyway. So it'll give me a chance to do that, review that, get a decision to the three of you, and then we can, depending what happens, either schedule a voir dire or go from there. All right. But all right, thank you for everybody for kind of agreeing to argue this a little bit earlier, so it gives me a chance to review the records and the arguments. All right. With that now, we ready for the jury? Yes. Come on.
All right, let's go to trial. Thank you. You think so, Sprinkle? I think he's trying to be fair because he does not want to have this trial. Good morning, Leslie, keeping it real. There we are. Okay, look, I'm a happy person. All of my mods are in the channel today. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Makes my day when that happens. So good to see you. I think that he's afraid of a retrial, and he's doing everything he can to be impartial and fair and give every opportunity for the defense to present their case, because when you're deciding if somebody was sane or insane, that's a tough place to be, you know, because that's really all this trial is about. She admits what she did, but she's just trying to claim that she was not capable of understanding it was wrong at the time that she did that, because she had taken a handful of benzos, I guess. I don't know, but I think she was completely sane the day she did this, because when she went and took the pills, that's premeditation, in my opinion. Of course, my doctor's office yesterday is like, the husband did it. I was like, whoa, that came out of left field. Why would she be on trial if the husband did it? Is it because he threw her out the window and she didn't remember? I don't know. That's an interesting question, isn't it, though? Maybe we should look into how could that be possible. I do know there is video out there of him not wearing the same shoes and the same clothes that he was seen in one store and another store. Is that fake or not? Because we also know in the Nolan Wells case, somebody took a video and they doctored it and made it look like or sound like somebody was saying something they weren't saying. Okay, so it looks like we're ready for the jury. Let's get on. Just a little information. My friends, thank you for coming in. I can't sing.
All right, George entering.
Well, come on, you know you want to stand up, woman. She never looks at the witnesses, though. I find that strange. How come she doesn't have a tablet or something? Remember Stephen Stearns had a little laptop or something in his hand? Hey, are y'all keeping up with all the tea over there on YouTube? Between some of these creators where...
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Supreme Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, so there's a big discussion.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for your patience. I told you we got a little late start, but I appreciate you waiting for us. And so what I'm going to do is going to go through those questions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about the schedule, and then we'll get right back into the trial. So first question, as you all know by this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Second question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, I'll probably be wrong again, but the best aspect, I think it'll probably be similar to yesterday, okay? So we'll go, return to the case, we'll take a break, hopefully around 11, take a break from 1 to 2, and then we'll go into the afternoon, depending on how the case testimony goes. And then at the end of the day, I'll try to remember, bring counsel over here. We'll talk about kind of where we are on the timeline of the case, where we are kind of scheduled for the week and going forward. So I'll try and give you that, hopefully, this afternoon before I send you home. All right. So with that, we're going to return. There was a witness. Ms. Paul was on the stand. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination, and we're about to begin cross-examination of that witness. So I would ask the witness if the witness could retake the stand, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Ms. Paul.
Good morning.
And if I understand, you now live. And in the course of your treatment of Lindsay, actually, you went so far as to give you a cell phone, if I'm correct. Is that right?
She did have my cell phone because I called her on my day off. Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you very much for your care.
All right.
What?
Counsel, anything further?
No.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
That was quick and easy. Okay, we're gonna move on to number 59. Wow.
The Commonwealth would call Rebecca Gelada as its next witness.
Oh, this should be really good testimony. Rebecca Gelada. Okay. The nurse practitioner. So that lady had to come all the way over there to be answered 2 questions, right? Does that seem, they could have done that yet?
To get my master's actually in counseling psychology in 2013 from William James College in Newton. I worked in the mental health field as a clinician in various positions for a time. Then I went back to school. I've been an RN in Massachusetts since 2010. So I had a panel of patients, but I was under the supervision of a licensed provider. It was up towards getting my licensure.
And where do you currently work?
South Shore Health.
And how long have you worked for South Shore Health?
Since 2021.
And how did you come to work at South Shore Health? What was the role that you started?
I had been working sort of in general practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, but I was interested in working in women's mental health specifically. And at that point, I was getting training.
And as far as the clinic itself, what is the clinic's, what's the patient base, or who does the clinic service?
So we specialize in working with women who are pregnant and postpartum up to 2 years after the birth of their most recent baby. We offer medication management. We have a clinician on staff to do counseling. We have a few nurses that work in our program.
To offer additional referrals or services to patients if they need it?
We do.
And how about when somebody appears before you and you believe they need a higher level of care than what you can offer? Do you have relationships with hospitalization programs, or are you able to make referrals to for people for those services?
Yes.
Is that pretty common practice?
Yes.
And you mentioned that one of the services or one of the things offered to patients at the clinic is medication management.
Yes.
Is that a big part of what you do as a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
It is.
And what kind of training do you receive in order to be a prescriber?
So in order to be a prescriber, it's part of my master's in nursing. So you take courses like in advanced pharmacology, advanced health assessment, pathophysiology. It's part of the coursework of my degree. And then you actually have to take a certification exam, and you have to pass the exam. You have to go on and get a DEA license, a Massachusetts controlled substance license. You have to go on and get your advanced practice registered nursing license. So it's education and certification and licensure.
And so you've done the education, you did the certification, and do you have all the licensures that you just described here in Massachusetts?
I do.
And you also mentioned part of the services of working with social workers in the clinic. And what do the social workers do?
They provide short-term counseling to patients, again, because we specialize in up to 2 years postpartum. They could be available to provide counseling during that phase.
And traditionally, postpartum period is a year after birth, right?
Correct.
So why does the clinic offer support for women up to 2 years?
We do acknowledge that while the highest risk period is the first 3 months postpartum, some women can struggle later on in the first year. They may have symptoms that emerge 9-10 months in, so we want to really be able to cover them and treat them if that happens and get them stable.
And does it sometimes take some time to get a person stable?
Absolutely.
And would that be why the program or your program goes up to 2 years?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to a particular patient, Lindsay Clancy. You're familiar with that patient?
I am.
And how did you become involved with the care of Lindsay Clancy?
I became involved. She had initially seen Julie, and Julie was going to be leaving the clinic in December, and she wanted somebody to take care of Lindsay, again, longer term, since she would be leaving.
And at that time in 2022, when Julie was leaving, how many psychiatric nurse practitioners were at the clinic?
3.
And that includes Julie?
Yes.
And so who was the other nurse practitioner?
Andrea Warden.
And fair to say you had a conversation with Julie about transferring care of this particular patient?
Yes.
And did you have more experience than the other nurse practitioner in the field, if you know?
Not necessarily.
But as far as taking Lindsay on as a patient, you were agreeable to taking over for Julie?
Yeah, in all likelihood, Andrea Warden only works 2 days at our clinic, so it could have been that I was working 5 days at that time, so I would have been more available.
So do you recall when the first contact you had with Lindsay Clancy, what date it was?
It was November 29th, 2022.
And so that was prior to Julie actually leaving, right?
Correct.
And fair to say, on that November 29th date, you had an actual follow-up with Lindsay.
I did.
Do you recall if it was virtual or was it in person?
I recall that it was virtual.
Okay. And in the practice of the clinic, is there an option for patients to do in-person or face-to-face
Yes.
in-person visits? And how does it come about that a person is either in person or virtual?
Our model is that we do initial assessments in person because new motherhood is very busy. There's a lot going on. We would rather see you than not. And so sometimes it is just easier to log on to a screen. Sometimes if we feel like someone would benefit from that face-to-face assessment, we'll say, please book your next appointment in person. And I know I did see Lindsay in person on at least one occasion, but my first was virtual.
And as far as kind of that choice about whether a patient appears virtual or in person, is part of the calculus the patient's choice, what they want to have happen.
Yeah.
And if there were circumstances where you believed or insisted that an in-person visit was required, would you articulate that to the patient?
Yes.
And then have them scheduled for an in-person?
Correct.
And as far as your first contact with Lindsay Clancy, were you aware that Julie Paul had done that initial intake with her in person?
I was.
And you had the chance to speak with Julie and to also review the records prior to meeting with her?
Correct.
And so were you aware that the day before, on November 28th, that Julie had some contact with Lindsay Clancy?
I was.
And that there was some phone interaction and there had been some messages sent to the clinic prior to you scheduling the meeting with her?
Correct, yes.
So would you agree that there was an issue that needed to be discussed and that led you to have this appointment with her prior to Julie actually leaving the program?
Yes.
When you met with Ms. Clancy, did you go through kind of a history of her presentation or present illness and kind of things that had occurred in the past?
I did.
And did you do kind of a nuts and bolts start to finish, or did you rely on some of the previous information she had disclosed?
I relied on some of the previous information she had disclosed, things like where she grew up, where she went to school, past clinical history, medication trials, but otherwise I would add my own clinical assessment.
Okay. And you were aware that in the history she presented to the clinic that she had previously been on some medications from another provider?
Correct, yes.
And that she started with Zoloft and Ativan and Benadryl?
Yes.
And that at some point she had visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room?
I believe it was November 16th.
And as a clinic that's associated with the South Shore Health System, do you have access to those records to review when you're dealing with a patient?
I do, yeah.
And so you're aware that when she went to the ER on November 16th that they prescribed her trazodone?
I am.
And that she was reporting significant sleep issues at that time?
I was aware.
And then as far as the course of treatment at the clinic, were you able to review her course of treatment with Julie?
I was.
And fair to say that had been very recent, correct?
Very recent, yes.
Her first contact with the clinic was actually November 20th, correct?
Correct.
So you were aware that Julie had originally prescribed Prozac and had already changed the medication plan?
Yes, I was aware.
So in this meeting on November 29th, what was Lindsay reporting to you as the issues?
Would I be able to refer to my note, Your Honor?
Sure.
I know most of it by memory, but just. So she had been taking mirtazapine Remeron at that point for 4 nights. So I believe she started it on November 25th. I was then seeing her on November 29th. She wasn't yet appreciating much difference from mood, anxiety, or insomnia. She would say, you know, I'm able to fall asleep for 2 hours, then I'm up for 3 hours in the middle of the night. And finding herself like in those 3 hours needing to take an Ativan to help her fall back asleep.
Now, when she said not appreciating much difference after taking it for 4 nights, in your training experience, is that something that you would normally see with that type of medication?
Yes, I wasn't surprised by that.
And for something like mirtazapine, or what's referred to as Remeron, right?
Remeron, yeah.
What class of drug is that?
It is a noradrenergic specific serotonin antidepressant. So it's slightly different than an SSRI. It does work on serotonin. It also works on the noradrenergic part is alpha receptors, which is what our body, those are the receptors that our body responds to adrenaline. So it should help kind of calm you down. And it also works on histamine receptors, which is why it can make people sleepy.
So for Remeron, the fact that it has a calming effect on somebody with anxiety, it's sometimes a good fit, right?
Correct, yeah.
And for somebody who might be complaining of sleep issues, it also has that secondary component that could help.
Yeah, it is a good choice for somebody who's having depression with prominent anxiety, insomnia, decreased appetite, because it can also increase appetite, which sometimes we want to happen.
And based on your review of her course of treatment with the clinic, those were issues that had arisen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had noticed she had lost weight when she had gone to her PCP on October 20th. I believe she weighed like 130 pounds. On the 16th, when she went to the ED, she weighed 124 pounds, and they had done a pretty good medical workup on her with labs and everything. And she had reported like decreased appetite. So that was part of the clinical picture. And of course, not sleeping and very anxious.
Okay, and so with a medication like Remeron or mirtazapine, does it take time to work or to see results?
Yes.
And typically, what's the time frame for that drug?
I usually tell patients 4 to 6 weeks at a given dose is really going to give us a good idea of what that dose is going to do. You may start to see improvements in the first 2 weeks, but full clinical benefit can take a month, sometimes 8 weeks even.
And you were aware prior to her coming to this follow-up appointment with you that she had been reporting after taking the Remeron feeling disoriented, forgetful, not feeling connected to the body, and anxious about whether she would actually sleep.
Correct.
And so were you aware that on November 28th that one of the nurses actually advised her to increase the Remeron?
I was.
And in addition to the medication, there was also the recommendation that she add some cognitive behavioral therapy to her treatment plan.
Yes.
And at that point on November 29th, by November 29th, were you aware of whether she had met with the social worker at the clinic?
She had not.
So did you have any indication that she had been engaging in some sort of cognitive behavioral or psychotherapy?
No.
Now, in relation to the medication piece of this follow-up, did you have any conversations with her about the concerns with the Remeron and what to do about that?
Yes, I did. I explained to her that it takes time to work, that it has only been 4 days. So I did encourage her to give it some more time. I also made additional recommendations as well.
Okay, and so what were the recommendations for?
I had known that Julie had tried like 5 milligrams of Ambien. So I had suggested maybe we could try 10, maybe we could try Ambien controlled release formulation, because she was having these wake ups in the middle of the night. The controlled release, kind of like the outer layer gives you 60% of the dose, helps you sleep. Then throughout the night, the inner layer gives you 40% of the dose, keeps you asleep. I said that might be a good option while we're waiting for the Remeron to work. Because because I was sort of thinking that maybe the underlying depression, anxiety was causing the poor sleep. So while we're treating that, let's try these alternatives.
Okay. And so was she receptive to the Ambien?
No.
And did she say why?
No, I don't recall.
Did she express to you that she had some other concerns about taking certain types of medications for sleep, like benzodiazepines?
She did.
What did she say about that?
Was concerned about taking benzos. She had mentioned something called rebound anxiety. And what that is once the dose sort of wears off, your anxiety goes like above your baseline once the dose of a benzodiazepine wears off. It usually typically has to do with half-life of a medication. So for Ativan, that's usually between 8 and 24 hours. So if she's taking it in the middle of the night, the next morning she would feel more anxious. She was concerned about that. She also feels she was concerned about getting physically dependent on it because she had needed to take it for a number of nights.
And when she used the term rebound anxiety, was that her terminology?
Yes, it was.
And is that a terminology that you generally use in psychiatric care to describe that, what you just told us about?
Yeah, it's a clinical term.
And was that something that she mentioned first, or did you mention?
I put it in quotes in my notes, so that's usually when a patient mentions it, I put it in quotes.
Okay. And so as far as the plan to address the sleep and to help her with this complaint, with Ambien not a choice, what was your next recommendation?
I discussed hydroxyzine because it's an as-needed medication for anxiety, but it's not a benzodiazepine, doesn't really carry that risk of rebound anxiety or tolerance or dependence, and it could help her sleep. So I offered that as an alternative as well.
Were you aware that she was offered hydroxyzine before?
I was not aware of that.
Was she willing to try the hydroxyzine?
No.
And so what was her preference?
Her preference was to continue with the mirtazapine, the Remeron 15 milligrams, and with the as-needed lorazepam.
And just so we kind of stay with the same terminology, when you're talking lorazepam.
Sorry, Ativan? Yeah.
Okay. And that was something that she expressed to you?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with a patient, and obviously this is your first interaction with her, right? Mm-hmm. Do you take into account your contact and communication with them in assessing whether they have the ability to make these choices or make informed decisions?
Absolutely.
And so your conversation with her about her medication treatment that she had received and what you were proposing as a plan, was she able to engage with you in that conversation?
Yep.
And so when
it was collaborative.
And so when she declined the options that you first offered, mm-hmm. did you then present her with alternatives?
I did.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, whose choice is it as to what medication regimen person would be on?
The patient.
And why is that?
Because they have autonomy in their decisions. I'm only making recommendations based on my education, experience, training, what I'm seeing in terms of symptoms. The patient has the autonomy.
Are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you have concerns that they shouldn't have autonomy? Or that, maybe if I rephrase that question, are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you're concerned that they don't have the ability to make the right choice for themselves?
There would be, yeah.
And what options do you have in those instances?
In those instances, I mean, that sort of comes down to like competency, capacity to make decisions. Sometimes we might get our legal or ethics team involved to make a determination about whether this patient needs like a healthcare proxy to make their decisions, things like that.
And what about if a person presents with a very serious risk to their own physical health or the health of others? What are your options then?
I guess it would depend, if they had capacity to make their decisions.
In your interaction with her on November 29th, did you also go through with her and perform a mental screening test or a mental status screening?
I did.
And why do you do that?
it gives me some like objective data of how the patient presents, like how is their speech, how's their appearance, what is their thought process, what's their thought content, things of that nature.
And in this meeting on November 29th of 2022, did you observe anything in which she displayed manic symptoms?
No.
And what traditionally are manic symptoms that you look for?
So there's a new mnemonic called DIGFAST. Try to do this quick. D is distractibility. Patient is highly distracted to lots of extraneous stimuli. There is pressured speech, grandiosity. So like suddenly someone's like, I'm going to run for office. I'm going to be the president. And you're like, okay, you've never had an interest in that before. Sleep is really poor. So somebody might get like 2 hours of sleep, but be like, go, 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 go. Increased goal-directed activity. So somebody might be like painting the exterior of their house, painting the interior of their house. They might be, doing a bunch of different projects with no like decompression time or feeling tired. Those are the general symptoms of mania. Sometimes there can be psychosis associated with it as well.
Okay. And so when you say mania and psychosis, are those two different things?
Yes.
And so are you also looking in these screenings to identify signs of psychosis?
Absolutely.
And what would be signs of psychosis usually?
Signs of psychosis, they can be sort of subtle. It might look like somebody's like responding to, stimuli in their head, like based on the way that their eyes are kind of tracking and they're not really paying attention. They may be quite guarded. They may have a delusional thought process. Like, for example, they might think that like somebody's out to get them, when there's really no like basis.
When you say responding to internal stimuli, is that generally when a person hears things, auditory hallucinations, yes, or sees things that aren't there, visual hallucinations? Mm-hmm. And in addition to kind of watching for these things in your interaction, do you flat out ask somebody if they're experiencing those symptoms?
I do.
And in this first interaction that you had with Lindsay Clancy on 11/29, did she display any psychotic symptoms?
No.
What about assessing for suicidality? Do you do that as well? Mm-hmm. And what do you do for that?
I generally ask, are you having any thoughts of wanting to hurt yourself or anybody else? And if the answer is yes, it sort of becomes a more in-depth assessment.
Do you go back and ask them about past thoughts?
Yes.
Whether they've articulated that? Mm-hmm. And in this case with Ms. Clancy, did she ever indicate whether she had a history of having suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation?
She did not.
And how about homicidal ideation? Do you ask about that?
I do.
And in this instance, did she indicate whether she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts of harming other people?
No.
And as far as your observations of her presentation, like her mood and physically how she presented, did anything stand out to you as far as any of that?
She seemed anxious.
Okay.
So I remember.
Okay, so as far as mood.
So I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, if you can finish your answer.
Sure. You done with that?
I'm done.
Okay. All
right. So as far as mood, you noted her to be anxious, right?
Yes.
And you also look at a person's affect. Mm-hmm. And
you're going to have to answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry.
You observed her affect to be consistent with her mood, which you identified as anxious, right? Mm-hmm. And you examined somebody for their...
Sorry.
That's okay. Thought process, right?
Right.
And what did you observe her thought process to be?
I observed her thought process to be linear, meaning you could follow it, her train of thought easily, and goal directed. She understood that she was there to be assessed for treatment. It seemed to be her goal.
And do you also perform other screenings like the generalized anxiety depression scale and the Edinburgh scale?
I do.
And did you do that for Lindsay Clancy on November 29th?
I did.
And what were the results of those screens?
Her Edinburgh, so the Edinburgh scale is out of 30. She was 17.
What does that mean?
Moderate to severe symptoms, postpartum depression.
Now, with that particular screening tool that you can use, is it fair to say that with postpartum women, it often fluctuates?
It can. It's asked. The patient is asked about the previous 7 days.
And as far as the generalized anxiety depression scale, what were the results of that screen?
May I look? 14 out of a total of 21.
And so what does that mean?
That would mean moderately severe anxiety.
And do you recall about how much or how long your interaction with her was on this telehealth visit?
It would have been 30 minutes.
And as a result of your interaction with her, did you come up with a plan moving forward as to what to do to address her issues or her concerns?
Yes.
What was the plan?
Continue Remeron 15 milligrams nightly, Ativan as needed. Those medications had been prescribed to her already. I did not write her any prescriptions at that visit.
And again, you indicated that you kind of encouraged her to stick with the Remeron and give it a chance to work.
Yes.
Was she receptive to doing that?
Yes.
And as far as, again, the sleep issue, based on your conversation with her and her request to continue with the Ativan, that's what you recommended?
Yes.
Did you also recommend other types of treatment that were not pharmacological?
Yes.
And what were those?
I recommended therapy, mindfulness, physical activity, meditation.
And you're aware that in the past she had reported physical activity was something that had been helpful to her?
Yes, I believe with her postpartum period with Dawson, her middle child, she had some anxiety, but it seemed to resolve with exercise in particular.
And fair to say, as it pertains to that experience, her postpartum with Dawson, she had reported at some point to the clinic that she had sought medication after having Dawson and that she didn't end up taking that medication, right?
Correct.
Now, after this particular follow-up, what's your practice when you're dealing with a patient to have them have an intervention if they need to get in touch with you or they have concerns before your next scheduled meeting?
I generally advise for non-emergencies, you can message me on the Epic portal.
Is that generally referred to as My Chart?
My Chart, yeah.
And so My Chart, you could kind of go back and forth with messages, right?
Yes.
Did you encourage Lindsay to utilize My Chart if she felt the need to reach out to you before your next scheduled appointment?
Yes.
And at the end of that meeting, what was the plan for the next scheduled appointment? What was the track that you would ask her to be on as far as regular visits?
1 week.
And is that typical, 1 week?
1 to 2 weeks would be typical for a new patient.
And based on her report of symptoms or potential symptoms, was it important to you to identify if there were any changes?
Absolutely.
Now, were you aware by the time that meeting was completed that she did have an appointment scheduled with the social worker at your clinic, Letitia Dukes, for December 2nd?
I was aware of that, yes.
Now, after this meeting, so this was approximately 10:30 in the morning on 11/29, right?
Yes.
Did you have communication or contact with Lindsay Clancy on November 30th?
I did.
How did you have contact with her on that day?
She messaged me on the My Chart portal.
And you're aware that on that particular morning, Julie had informed her that she was leaving?
Yes.
Or were you aware, I should say?
Yes.
Now, when Lindsay messaged you, that was at 11 a.m. That was the first message, correct?
I would have to look at the note for the time.
Okay. Do you have those?
I do have the messages. I believe that'll be accurate. It was 11 a.m. Yep.
And did she ask you something specific in that message?
She did.
What did she ask you?
She asked me if it would be safe to stop taking Remeron after 5 nights.
So you had just met with her on November 29th.
Correct.
And talked about stopping Remeron, or talked about the concerns with Remeron.
We talked about continuing it on the 29th, yes.
But as far as the starting of that meeting, or where you were talking with her about the medication, she had already reported concerns with that medication, right?
Yes.
And so you encouraged her to stick with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, she's asking to stop again.
Yes.
Do you recall that in that message, she indicated that in the course of that night, that the depression, she felt like the depression was much, much worse and not helping her sleep, and that she only got 2 hours?
Yes.
And she asked for a phone call from you, right?
Yes.
And did you call her back, or did you message her back?
I messaged her back, but I also believe I had my nurse call her back because I was in between patients.
Okay. And so when you messaged her back, what did you ask her about to address that concern about stopping the Remeron after 5 nights?
I asked her what symptoms of depression did she notice was worsening.
And why did you do that?
Because she had mentioned that she felt that she was more depressed. She was attributing it to the medication.
But in her original message, did she give you any detail about what was worse?
Yeah, no, she did not. Sorry.
Is it important to you to know what symptoms are worse so that you know how to advise the patient?
Absolutely.
And did you again express to her a concern with stopping that particular medication after the short period of time she had been on it?
Yes, I shared with her that from what I understood, there had been really short medication trials since October, a short course of the Zoloft, a short course of Trazodone, and now what would be a short course of the Remeron. And I reiterated that sometimes it can take 4 to 6 weeks before these treatments start to work.
And you also knew from Julie Paul that she had only taken Prozac for approximately 4 days.
Correct.
So even though you gave her that information and encouraged her to stay with it, did you suggest an alternative?
I did.
And why did you suggest an alternative?
At this point, I'm trying to establish a therapeutic relationship with her as a patient. So I had met with her on the 29th. She's concerned about the mirtazapine. I'm kind of asking her to hang with me on it and give it a chance. But then the next day she's asking me again that she really doesn't like it. So at this point, I'm trying to kind of give her an alternative to establish a collaborative therapeutic relationship.
And at the end of the day, if you prescribe a medication and the patient doesn't want to take it,
Right.
You don't know if they're going to take it, right?
Exactly.
So what was the alternative you suggested?
I had suggested Prozac again, just because I had known that she had taken it in like 2012 whenever she was in nursing school, and she was able to take it for a year and she tolerated it okay. So I was kind of thinking maybe we could try to get you to retrial it and it would be helpful.
And in making that recommendation to potentially restart it, had you reviewed the notes from Julie Paul in which the defendant, or Lindsay Clancy, indicated that when she took the Prozac, she felt disconnected, and that she was concerned about that, and that Julie had told her to stop it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you still felt that it was worth giving it another try?
Mm-hmm.
And did you suggest anything else to pair with the Prozac to help sleep?
I did.
What did you suggest?
I recommended Seroquel, 25 milligrams.
And now, Seroquel, is that a drug that you're familiar with?
I am.
And in your practice, especially dealing with women's health, perinatal issues, what would a low dose of Seroquel accomplish for a woman postpartum?
To get them to sleep.
And you are aware that Seroquel at higher doses could be used to treat other types of mental illnesses?
Yes.
But in this circumstance and with this recommendation, what was the purpose of the Seroquel?
So at this stage, my awareness was that she had tried a first-line option, which would be the benzodiazepine. The second-line options are usually what we call the sedating antidepressants like trazodone, Remeron. So this would be more like a third-line option to try.
And is that because trazodone, she reported, didn't help her?
Didn't help.
And she didn't like the feeling on Remeron?
Right.
And so ultimately in that message, you kind of reiterated what your overall recommendations were, right?
Yes.
And it was to continue with the Remeron for another 10 days, and that the alternative would be to restart Prozac and add the 25 milligrams of Seroquel nightly for anxiety and insomnia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so were you recommending that she be on all of those at the same time? That she do the Remeron, the Seroquel, the Prozac?
Yes.
And in your experience in psychiatric care and prescribing medication, is it a common practice to pair low doses or doses of particular types of medications together to effectively manage a person's symptoms?
At this clinical juncture, my thought was the combination of Remeron with the Prozac to treat the depression with prominent anxiety, the Seroquel to help alleviate the sleep.
And you're also addressing the concern of benzodiazepine dependency, right?
Correct.
Did you encourage her to do something to help you to kind of manage her treatment track going forward?
Yes.
What did you encourage her to do?
I had noticed that Lindsay was attributing a lot of her symptoms to her medication. And so I attached to the MyChart message 2 different mood charts. And what those one was daily, one is weekly. What it is it asks the patient each day to rate their mood from like 0 to 3. Good mood, bad mood, normal mood. It asks about like, did you take your medications? What doses? What were they? Check the box. How many hours a night did you sleep? What's your anxiety level? What's irritability? And what I wanted from that was, because it had all those parameters about mood and then also the medication, did you take it? We'd be able to track over time what the progression was. Was it getting worse since we started the medication? Was it actually getting better? I just wanted more data.
And were you aware that she was actually tracking those things herself?
No.
Now, you continued to have some back and forth messages with her throughout the course of the day on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So we have, she reached out to you at 11. You responded to her at 11:52.
Yes.
There's another message from her at 12:15, right?
Yes.
And just going back for a second, when you were asking her about worsening symptoms, did you ask specifically about suicidal symptoms?
I did.
And why those, if she was expressing some depression and sleep issues?
Suicidal thoughts can be a symptom of depression. And I just wanted to make sure I assessed that one because of its severity.
And is that something that's important to do before you make a recommendation to change a medication?
Yes.
Now, when she responded at 12:15, did she tell you anything about the suicidal thoughts, or if she was having any?
She said she's not at the point of being suicidal.
Okay. she also indicated, but I'm really feeling as if I can't go on like this, right?
Right.
And she asked you to call in the Seroquel.
She did ask me to call in the Seroquel, yes.
So based on her response, did you feel that she was taking the alternative that you were offering?
Yes.
And then at 12:29 p.m., you get another message from her where she asks for a phone call, right?
Yes.
And again, at that point, did you have a phone call with her? Or did you continue to interact with her on the MyChart portal?
I interacted with her on the MyChart between patients, and I had my nurse give her a call.
And again, you said in between patients. So did you have the opportunity to pick up the phone and call?
I did not.
Okay. And is that one of the benefits of the messaging portal, that you can get back to somebody quicker?
Yes.
So when, before you were able to respond, did she send you some additional messages on MyChart, if you remember? Or if you could look at your notes.
Okay. I see that the symptoms of depression that she reported.
Yep. So just drawing your attention to 12:58 p.m.
Yes.
You get another message from her where she says, the symptoms of depression that are much worse are just feeling completely hopeless and unmotivated to do anything at all. And that she says, I printed the daily mood chart and we'll start it. Now, you said that you did ask your nurse to give her a phone call at some point, and so you're aware that a nurse did call her on November 30th at approximately 3:10 p.m.
Yes.
And during that phone call that Lindsay agreed to the plan and that she was going to pick up the Seroquel.
Yes.
Now, at that point, you had another meeting scheduled with her for a week out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yes.
Prior to that, did you also continue to communicate with her via MyChart?
Yes.
So moving into December 1st, again, were you able to send her a message?
She sent me a message on December 1st, and I did reply to it.
Okay, so December 1st at 12:20 p.m., we have a message from Lindsay Clancy. Hi, Rebecca. I really don't like the way I feel on the Remeron, and I know that I can't stick with it, or I can't stick with taking it. I started having very intrusive thoughts that I never had before. I didn't take it last night. I would really like to go back to Julie's original plan of Prozac in the morning and using Ativan and Benadryl at night as a Band-Aid until I get to a therapeutic level of Prozac. Please let me know if you agree with this plan. I know that I need to give it a good couple of weeks to work. Is that the message that you first received on December 1st?
It was.
And were you aware that that same day that Lindsay had reached out to her primary care physician asking for an immediate appointment with her nurse practitioner?
I was.
And that she was looking to discuss medications?
Yes.
Do you know if she actually got an appointment or went to the appointment there?
They had reached out to her, and she did not respond to their voicemails or MyChart messages, so she did not see them that day, to my knowledge.
So you're able to review the notes from the network of South Shore Health, right?
Correct, yes.
So you were able to review that she asked for an emergency appointment. They were able to find her an emergency appointment, but she didn't get the back in enough time to actually get there.
Correct.
And so in the meantime, you're having a back and forth with her during the course of that day, December 1st.
Yes.
When she indicated to you in this message on December 1st about having intrusive thoughts and not liking the Remeron and not taking it, what was your response?
I sent her a detailed message of signs and symptoms of postpartum depression and anxiety, including factors like onset, risk factors, predictors, common symptoms, and it highlighted how intrusive thoughts are quite common in postpartum depression and anxiety. And I asked her, I'm wondering if that's what's going on here. I then asked her if she was able to take the Seroquel that night and if she noticed any improvement in terms of sleep or anxiety with the Seroquel.
Now, by giving her this information about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, was that consistent with a diagnosis that either you or Julie had given her in coming into the clinic?
Yes. We were thinking this could be some postpartum anxiety. And I wanted to familiarize her with the symptoms so that she had them written down and she could report them to me and understand that they are part of these disorders.
Okay. And you also gave her some information about obsessions and compulsions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you asked her about the Seroquel and asked about sleep, right?
Yes.
And did you also reiterate that you were still encouraging to keep up with the Remeron for a period of time?
Yes.
And you further indicated to her that you wanted to kind of see if there was a correlation between the symptoms and the medication and that you just didn't have enough data.
Right.
In response to that message, she actually responded at 2:36 on December 1st, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated, thank you for the information. It was helpful. That she says, I panicked last night and just took Ativan and Benadryl, but tonight I'll stick with the plan and try the 15 of Remeron and the 25 of Seroquel. Do you recall if you had ever had a conversation with her about kind of using Ativan and Benadryl as a backup, or if she just felt like she wasn't getting any relief?
I recall having a conversation about using the Ativan as a backup. I believe it was, yes, in my initial, I said continue the Remeron and the Ativan as needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the Benadryl?
The Benadryl I don't recall discussing.
But you were aware that she had reported the combination of Ativan and Benadryl had worked for her before.
Right.
And in that message, she also says, I'm sorry for all the messages. It's just a scary, very scary, stressful time for me. And starting new meds with side effects is very scary to me. I'll check in the morning and let you know how it went, right?
Right.
Okay. And again, you continued to have some contact with her on that same day after that.
I believe I responded to that, reassuring her that it's understandable to have there's concerns about starting medications, and I sent her a detailed description of common question and answers I get from patients about medications, things like what to expect, how long does it take to work, what are common side effects, risks for, is there any risk for suicide, homicide with medications,
So in presenting all this information with her, what were you trying to do?
Provide information because she had said it was so scary starting medication. So I wanted her to be equipped with understanding and, what to expect possibly.
And based on your interactions with her and your review of Julie Paul's interactions with her, this was a person that was very receptive to taking information, right?
Yes.
And as her role as a nurse, she was not afraid to ask questions. Is that fair to say?
No. Yes. She was not afraid.
And one of the things that you provided her, or the information you provided her in this detailed response back to her on December 1st at 3:04, was that there are other sources or resources that she could utilize that are available at the clinic, right?
Yes.
And
go ahead.
These two books, Exhibit 148.
Yep.
Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, and this one, Pregnancy, Postpartum Anxiety Workbook.
Yes. Yes, I instructed her that we had copies of these books that we were giving out to patients and that she'd come grab them when she was in clinic. And she informed me she would be seeing Letitia the next day for counseling, so she would grab them when she was there.
Okay. And so that day, December 1st, fair to say you went back and forth with her from about 12:30 to her last message. She was at 4:37 that day.
Yes.
And you said that she indicated that she did have an appointment the next day with Letitia Dukes.
Yes.
And were you aware of whether that was an in-person meeting?
Yes, it was in person because she said, I'll be in clinic, I'll be able to get those resources.
Okay. So moving to December 2nd, you didn't have a scheduled appointment with her, correct?
I did not.
And you knew she was going to see Letitia that morning in clinic, right?
Correct.
And you received several messages from her that morning.
I did.
Again, through the MyChart portal?
Yes.
Beginning at 7:51 a.m., where she sends you a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca. I took the 15 Remeron and 25 Seroquel. I woke up at 12 with horribly intrusive thoughts of wanting it to be all over. I took 1 milligram Ativan and went back to sleep, and the thoughts went away. Now that I have the Ativan on board, I really need to explore the option that I'm addicted to Ativan. I have a therapy appointment with Letitia in your office. I would really like to speak with someone in the substance use clinic to explore the option." Do you recall getting that message?
I do.
And did you respond to that message?
I did. I am credentialed at South Shore Health and Addiction Medicine, so I felt that I could be that person to discuss those concerns with her.
Just discuss the substance use concerns?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and you're aware that the social workers can also screen for those as well?
Yes.
So at 8:51 on December 2nd, you respond to her, right?
I did.
And what do you tell her about the concern she just expressed in her 7:51 message?
I fully appreciate and understand the concern for benzo tolerance. It's not something I want to happen to my patients ever. That being said, there's a place for benzodiazepines, especially at the beginning and acute phase of treatment and getting someone stable. And then we would always pull back slowly. I think another thing to try tonight would be to take 50 milligrams of Seroquel, the 2 tablets, and see if that works better. The intrusive thoughts are part of postpartum depression, anxiety, very painful to think and experience, but I want to reassure you that it's not uncommon and mean nothing about who you are as a mother. Let me know what you think.
And so the recommendation from 25 to 50 milligrams of Seroquel, is that still within the range for treatment for insomnia?
Yes.
So would you characterize that as a low dose, a high dose?
A low dose.
And as far as her statement about intrusive thoughts, fair to say your response doesn't ask her more specifics about those thoughts, right?
No.
But you reiterate to her, just as you had in the lengthy messages where you provided information, that intrusive thoughts are pretty common.
Correct.
Now, did she respond to that message?
She did.
And so at 9:04 on December 2nd, there's a response from Lindsay Clancy. "I'm willing to try anything. I just keep coming back to the feeling that I'm dependent on Ativan after my 2.5 weeks of taking it daily with Benadryl, following the bad reaction to Zoloft. I feel addicted to it, and I feel like I'm not being heard, that is a possibility. I feel like we are throwing all these different meds at my insomnia when the root cause, Ativan dependence. I don't feel any of the anxious thoughts I had before. I feel completely numb." So you got that message from her at 9:04, correct?
I did.
And what was your concern when you got that message, or did you have any concern?
I wouldn't say I had concern. I just wanted to, again, provide her some information about what I thought might be happening.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse.
I'm sorry, she didn't finish her answer, please.
Okay, yep. Go ahead.
I was finished.
Okay, well, she's finished. All right, next question.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse, and you said you had some experience with substance use, did you feel that there was a dependency issue or an addiction issue with Ativan?
I did not.
Is it fairly common that Ativan is going to make somebody feel better if they're feeling anxious?
Yes.
That's why you take it, right?
Yes.
And that's why you take it as needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So in your response to her at 9:37, do you make clear to her the difference between dependence and addiction?
I do.
Okay. And as far as benzodiazepines go, there's a real concern for dependence and addiction in the fields. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But based on taking it for 2.5 weeks, taking it to address actual symptoms of anxiety, did you have a concern of dependence?
No.
And so did you articulate to her that anything about that concept of dependence versus addiction? What did you say?
I said, I wonder if you fear you're becoming dependent on the benzodiazepines, and there's a subtle difference between dependence and addiction. With addiction, there's a change in behavior caused by biochemical changes in the brain after continued substance abuse. The substance use becomes the main priority of the person with the substance use disorder, regardless of the harm it causes to themselves or others. With dependence, we're referring to physical dependence on a substance characterized by symptoms of tolerance. Characterized by symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal. Benzodiazepine withdrawal is similar to alcohol withdrawal symptoms. We would be seeing things like elevated vital signs, high blood pressure, tachycardia, diaphoresis, mild alteration of mental status, initially with a possibility of perceptual disturbances, delirium, dysphoria, and tremors. Did the insomnia predate the Ativan use? I hear your concerns about the benzos. So my recommendation is do not take them every night. I recommend taking only every other night, and then we will not refill it.
And so what's diaphoresis?
Sweating.
Okay. And in the fields of prescribing psychiatric medications, do you often have to deal with physical dependency and addressing it later?
I wouldn't say often.
Is there a way to address that
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that wasn't a concern of yours regarding Ativan, was it?
Not at that time.
And what about her statement about not being heard? Did you see that in her message? Where she says, I feel like I'm not being heard about addiction.
That being a possibility.
As a psychiatric nurse practitioner dealing in psychiatric medicine, is it important to you when a patient tells you that I don't feel I'm heard?
Yes.
And do you take that in consideration when addressing them and continuing to build that relationship?
Yes.
And so in this case with the defendant, with Lindsay Clancy, did that change your approach with her at all?
It's why I sent the message that I did, trying to explain what addiction versus dependence and tolerance is. And I wanted to reassure her that we will try to have you take these less frequently and we don't need to continue them moving forward.
So she advocated for herself and you took that into consideration and created an alternative plan or suggested an alternative plan?
Yes.
Did your care of her change at all when she told you she wasn't being heard?
I wouldn't say it changed.
You treated her as you would any other patient, right?
Correct.
Now, you continued to have messages with her throughout that day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so at 10:02, you receive a message from her. Says, the insomnia started from the Zoloft, but then after the 2 weeks of daily Ativan and Benadryl use, that's when the insomnia was at its worst. I've tried so many different sleeping aids at this point, trazodone, Ambien, Remeron, Seroquel, and they all seem to barely touch the sleep until I take Ativan with them. So tonight I will try 15 of Remeron with 50 of Seroquel. I fear that if I wake up in the middle of the night with intrusive thoughts again, I will feel like I need Ativan. Do you recall her sending that message at 10:02?
I do.
And that she sent another message, it's kind of cut off, but it's still within the 10 o'clock hour, where she adds, I also just feel concerningly numb right now. Like I have no emotion whatsoever. I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care. What do I do about this?
I do recall that message, yes.
And this is a message that she sent when she would have been or have seen Letitia Dukes already, right? If she had a 9 o'clock appointment?
Yes.
When she sent that message to you, did you respond back to her at 11:35?
I did.
And with the fact that she talked about being numb and having no emotions, feel like I'm going to die and don't care, what did you do?
I said, this sounds like depression and anhedonia symptoms. I would say if you're feeling unsafe, particularly as we head into the weekend, it is important for you to have information for psych emergency services available to you. And I provided a list of the 24-hour emergency service programs like mobile crisis intervention.
Okay. And when you say anhedonia, excuse me if I mispronounced that, what does that mean?
Anhedonia is a symptom of depression where people are unable to feel pleasure. You might describe it as feeling numb. They're unable to look forward to things.
And in her message where she says, I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care, did you take that as a suicidal thought or suicidation?
No.
And so did you tell her to go to the ER right away?
No.
Did you have concerns that she needed to get a higher level of care at that moment when she sent that message?
My concern about that statement was that I wanted her to have access to resources if it escalated or if it worsened. So I made sure she had it.
Okay. And fair to say you also at the end of that message indicate, are you able to get rest or reach out to your support system so that you can be helpful, so they can be helpful to you right now, and that this is hugely important?
I did say that, yes.
And 11:41 a.m., she responds, yes, I have support. My parents are here to help. And again, this is 12:02. Does this sound like side effects to Remeron or Seroquel? I have never felt anything like this before. And then 11:57, she sends another message. Do you think over time these symptoms will go away over time? 12:04, another message from her. Is there any chance you could give me a call to discuss when you have a minute? At 12:10 p.m., and just to confirm, recommendation for tonight is 15 Remeron, 50 Seroquel, and avoid Ativan even if I'm not sleeping. So you got those messages in succession, right?
I did.
And were you able to eventually respond to her with a phone call?
I responded to the message at 12:12 p.m. I wrote it down for her.
And again, in your response to her, did you reiterate that these are pretty common signs of depression, and that what she was expressing to you wasn't uncommon in women with postpartum depression?
Correct. I said it sounds more like depression than side effects. It's not uncommon for me to hear, I've never felt anything like this before, or I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression.
And did you further try to give her some encouraging words?
Mm-hmm. I shared a passage from a book called This Isn't What I Expected.
And is that book kind of centered around postpartum depression?
Yes.
And did you also tell her this is going to get better?
I said, even though they feel terrible, remember that they're symptoms of an illness that is very real and very treatable. This is going to get better.
And after that message on 12:12, did you in fact send her another message?
I did.
And fair to say that next message was to kind of address the concern about her question, what to take.
Yes.
And you confirmed to take 15 milligrams Remeron, 10 milligrams Prozac, and 50 milligrams Seroquel.
Yes.
And that taking Ativan every other day might help.
I said, I would say taking Ativan every other day might help you to see you are not addicted, as one cannot be addicted to something they don't take every day, but we can also decide to let me be concerned about whether you have a problem with the Ativan and simply take it nightly for now. And if I have concerns about your use of it, I will make them apparent to you. My primary concern at this time is that you sleep. And if that means taking the Ativan for middle of the night wake-ups, that is what it means. I'm confident we can safely and successfully get you off Ativan in the near future. And then I also go on to make recommendations about if she does have trouble in the middle of the night, certain sleep hygiene techniques that she could do, like getting out of bed and doing something non-stimulating, and then go back down to try to sleep again when you feel drowsy.
So an alternative as to medication intervention.
Yeah.
And then at 1:40 p.m., she responds, "Thank you. I'll stick with that plan. I really hope it works and to feel like myself soon." Right?
Yes.
And then at 2:35, you respond, we will follow you closely. We have lots of alternatives. If this for some reason isn't the combination, we'll find one that gets you back to feeling like yourself.
I did say that, yes.
In all your treatment of women, the women that you've treated with postpartum depression, is this common that you have to kind of trial different plans in order to find the right one?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right?
Thank you.
So we'll take the break.
Thank you.
Court, all rise. Judge, Frank told you no books. It's on the chairs, please. This way.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break? All right, so we'll be in recess for the morning recess at this time.
All right, looks like we need to have some discussions. Here's the thing, and I'm not a doctor, I don't claim to be, but I will be 66 years old on September the 9th. And I've seen a few things in this old world, been around the block a few times in this old world. And what I see over here is somebody who may have some mental health disorder that was previous before these babies, because we're talking about back in 2012, she took Prozac for 1 year with no problems, no side effects. Right? Then she's coming along here, and so we've had Cora, everything's fine. We have Dawson, and she's already told us Dawson is the most difficult human being she's ever been involved with in her entire life. So after having Dawson, she started having problems, right? And so she's over there, claiming she has or going to see somebody about postpartum. And I'm not saying that postpartum is not real, because it absolutely is real. And I can understand some people, having that problem. I really can. It's hard to all of a sudden have two kids, not just one. Two kids changes the whole dynamics, especially if you have a child that may already be showing signs of hyperactivity, etc., because the child doesn't sleep or the child doesn't do whatever, right? And I'm not saying that about Dawson. I'm just saying if that is a situation, and it could very well be a situation, because I'll tell you, my child who passed away, just like me, I was attention deficit hyperactive, and it was hard to deal with. I know that. It's okay. We managed. It's fine. But it is hard. And no, I didn't get a lot of sleep either, but that's okay. I didn't sleep a lot already. Okay. Enough about me, but let's just go on and talk about what happened here. I think we've got some OCD. We've got a lot of things going on that is prior mental health problems. And I will also, it could be some postpartum and some other things, but I also have concerns about why is she overly concerned about addictions. Has there been an addiction in her past previously? Has there been addiction in her family somewhere in the past previously? Because we do know one thing. Addiction, you are predisposed to addiction. If your mother or your father or your grandmother or grandfather had an addictive personality, etc., you are very likely to have the same problem. It's just there. So there's so many things that we don't know about her family that I think could play into this. What do y'all think? Tell me what your thoughts are. I mean, let me know what you think about addictive personalities. Is there something there we don't know about that we should know about, or that the doctor should have known about before they started prescribing all these medications? But the doctors rely on the patient to give them the info. Not all prescription records are going to be online at your local pharmacy forever, because we know as times changed and the ability to have online information so readily available was not always there. A lot of times things were done by hand. This is a long time ago. especially if you're in a tiny little town, you know. I don't know. I just think there's some other issues going on here. Just don't know. And I have never spent so much time reaching out to my doctor through my chart, day after day, question after question. And she's a nurse. You know what I also wonder about her? And let me just ask y'all this, and you tell me what you think. Yeah, I'm talking a lot. I'm asking a lot of questions. But do you guys think that she necessarily had a problem making friends? Because it's like she latched on to this doctor and she started having these conversations with this doctor, like some kind of attention. She needed attention from somebody. Like she wasn't getting attention somewhere. She needed attention from somebody who would actually talk to her about her problems. Were there problems? Did she have problems before that people were like, I'm just tired of hearing about it. I don't want to talk to you about it. Go get some damn help. Is that a possibility? I think it is a possibility. If you've been married for years or you've been in relationships for years with a person and you're constantly having an issue, they do grow tired. But you know, men think with their mind, women think with their heart. That's true. That is how we operate. You know, they're the yin and the yang. We need each other to balance each other out. But were there people in her family who's like just so sick of hearing about Lindsay's damn problems? So, I mean, I don't know. There's just so much information that we're not going to have. And as I always say, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate seeing you today. Please like, subscribe, and share. Please help us out by watching our lives in their entirety so we can get our watch hours finished up, so we can get our little baby channel monetized and actually not to make money off of it, literally just to pay for its expenses, because it is expensive to have a channel with people, you know. And if you don't have one, you don't really realize how much money we spend every month. Regardless of whether it gets monetized or not, I am not quitting. I will be here from now until I can't get up here in this chair anymore. You know, just like that red sports car. I told my husband I'm driving that car until I can't get in and out of it anymore. It's at that time he is free to sell it. But if I can get out there with my walker and get in and out of that car, I will be driving that car, period. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Wow, at noon, she's already obsessing about sleeping at. See, that's the thing. Here's the problem. Thank you for bringing that up. It's like her whole compulsion was about sleeping. As a mom, we lose sleep. That's the way it is. We have mommy ears, right? Mommy ears are on all the time. Even when your child is 3, 4, 5 years old, your mommy ears are still on. I mean, I always had a problem sleeping, but it's like I still hear every single noise in the night. I mean, I can hear it before my dog hears it, and I know that's strange because Jack's a little, you know, he is a little watchdog. He can't help himself. But anyway, let's go get our popcorn, our drinks, our snacks, our bread, whatever it is we need to get, because even though we know they're only going to go 2 more hours before they break for lunch, I think we're going to hear some bombshell testimony today, guys. Y'all just get ready, because the testimony we hear today might change your opinion, if you formed one already, of what you think happened in that household and whether she was sane or insane at the time of the incident, because that's really the only question here. Okay. So I'm gonna, Leslie. I know, girl. I know. But see, this is a funny story. I'm gonna tell you the story, and then I'm gonna go grab something. I'll play a little music while we wait. Whenever it was time for me to get rid of my mommy mobile because Tristan was moving out, and I wasn't gonna need to haul around his things anymore. He got his own car. He could drive himself. My husband said, "Listen, I'll take your Pathfinder since you don't need it anymore, and you just pick out a car you wanted." I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah, you've done your job. Your child's going off to college. He drives himself. You don't need that big Pathfinder anymore." I was so excited. So I started going out and I test drove a bunch of different cars. I test drove a Corvette. I test drove a Porsche. I test drove a Camaro. I test drove the little Miata from Mazda. I test drove everything I could that was small like that. And the reason why I picked that GR86 was because it only fit myself, my purse, and my sound system. Nothing else would fit in that car. And I thought, you know what? That's perfect. This is a my time car, not a family car. I'm taking this one. I just liked it. It was the perfect fit for me. So anyway, that is how I ended up with that little car. And that is exactly why this channel is called Little Red, because it's after the car. I didn't want to say my real name, so I thought, what's the next best thing? Well, okay, we'll just go with a car. Anyway, let's go get our breakfast and something to drink or something to eat, and we'll come back in just a few minutes. And again, I appreciate you guys so much. And it makes my day when all of my mods can come into my channel at the same time because I know they have such different schedules. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. All right, let's put on a little bit of music while we wait. All right. How about a little bit of this one? This one is actually called Down the Street. Yes, yeah, I saw that. Just a minute. All right, hang on, guys. Okay, now I'm going to talk to you about what Leslie sent me for just, I'm sorry, what Sprinkle Donut sent me because I'm trying to get more information on stuff because it's like it cut off parts of it, but I really want all of it. So it talks about constantly thinking or talking about medications. It's called pharmacomania. Pharmacomania. It's an excessive or compulsive desire to use medications or drugs. This is a less commonly used term as medication seeking, I think. So let me pull up pharmacomania. And we're going to take a look at that. I want to talk about that in break anyway. I think that's also part of our real problem here. She just wants to take something fast and get it over with. Okay. But does having pharmacomania actually mean that you are a psychotic person? Does that mean you have mania? Think about that. I mean, okay, here we go. Search. Hang on a second. Let's see if it pulls it up. Oh boy. That's a hard one to find. Okay. Hang on. Let me turn that down. Hey, it's just a little too loud for us today. Okay. I'm trying to get it to go way down. Okay. All right, here we go. There. All right, let's look at pharmacomania. It is a rare or hysterical term that refers to an abnormal obsessive fixation on medicines, drugs, or pharmacological treatments. It can describe an over-reliance on taking medications or an excessive preoccupation with prescribing and utilizing chemical treatments. Here are the key aspects, and this is why I'm asking you if it has something to do with her being mania. Obsession with drugs. A compulsive desire to consume, collect, or rely on pharmaceutical products to solve physical or emotional issues. Historically used in medical literature to denote a mania or excessive tendency toward treating every minor condition with a drug. Distinction. It differs from pharmacophobia, the intense fear of taking medicines, and general pharmacology, the science or study. So let's look at pharmacophobia. Pharmacophobia. All right? Hang on. Cophobia. Okay. Let's see what that has to say. Pharmacophobia is an extreme irritational fear of taking medications or using pharmaceutical treatments. People with this condition experience intense anxiety, panic attacks, or physical symptoms like a fast heart rate or nausea at the mere thought, sight, or discussion of drugs, which leads them to avoid necessary medical treatment. Common signs and symptoms. Physical distress, which is a fast heartbeat, sweating, shaking, nausea, or trouble breathing when facing medications. Avoidance behaviors. Staying away from the pharmacies or hospitals, refusing prescriptions, or hiding from talking about an illness. She's not hiding, talking about her illness. Emotional strain. High panic or feelings of loss of control when prescribed a new drug. She might have emotional strain. Roots or causes. Here we go. Past trauma. Experiencing a bad allergic reaction or severe side effect in the past. Underlying conditions. Links to health, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorders, or fear of choking on pills. Distrust. Deep skepticism toward the medical system or pharmaceutical companies. How do they manage and treat this? Cognitive behavioral therapies and exposure to responsive prevention help change a negative thought pattern to build a comfort. Now, alternate forms, using liquid medicines or crushable tablets if swallowing pills is a trigger. Open communications, working with a trusted doctor or pharmacist to understand treatment plans step by step. So which one is it? Is it pharmacophobia or is it the other one? I don't know. Something's going on there about that. Just kind of going back to some kind of addiction history that's not known, not being talked about. Kind of what it seems like to me. If she's so concerned about taking a benzo, but she was so excited to run down there and take those benzos in the time when she was killing her children, wasn't she? And let's not forget, today is this witch's birthday. Isn't it fitting? She's on day 11 of her trial for choking her children to death on the 11th day of August, which is also her birthday. Huh. What does that tell you? Sorry, I grabbed a little bit of food over here. So my little buddy is coming home from college today. Well, he's coming home from his apartment to grab a few things that he's had delivered here to fix his apartment up with. He's so funny. We went shopping for his birthday, and I got back and my husband says, "Oh, did y'all find everything you needed?" I said, "Oh yeah, we found everything." And then he started looking at the checkbook. He goes, "You two cannot go shopping together again." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Why did you need to go here, here, and here?" He started naming off to fix up his apartment. Like, okay, well, y'all can't go together. So then Tristan, I'm sorry, I said his name, but anyway, my little buddy just went online and started finding the things he needed and just had it delivered here, so we didn't have to go to the store and go shopping. I just laughed. He's such a good child. He is. I think pictures of him to Sprinkle Donut when Tristan was, or when he was a little bit, just say his name is Tristan. When he was a little bit younger, I sent these pictures of him to Sprinkle Donut, and I said, "Look how much he looked like a young Sebastian Rogers." They did. They resembled each other a lot. So it makes me hard to watch. It's hard for me to watch Sebastian anymore. And that's another one of the reasons, because I just see my little buddy in that child, and I see how he was treated. And it just really bothers me to watch that anymore. Anyway, let's keep talking about Lindsay Clancy. Did you get your coffee and everything you're going to need? Because we're not going to stop now for a while, unless they decide to have a bunch of arguments. What did y'all think about the motion they were trying to talk about with the other witness? Thank you, Leslie. About bringing in this other witness who was just damning and just talking bad about this clinic on TikTok. What made that attorney think he was going to be able to bring her in there to testify about anything? Once you've watched the trial, you can't be the witness anymore unless you're family. And I'm sure that person was not family. So I thought that was very, very strange. This trial is going to have, as soon as it's over and she's found sane and she goes to, prison, they're going to file a motion for a retrial immediately. You know they are. They're going to appeal it. And they're going to blame it on all kinds of, it's not going to be ineffective of counsel because he's doing his job. And is he doing a good job? I don't know. I think he is. Would I hire him to be my attorney? No, I would not. I would not. I would hire an attorney who specializes in something to do with medical malpractice and defense and defending. You can specialize in being a defense attorney and other specialties. I think that he would fit. That's what I would hire. I would hire an attorney. I would. I wouldn't hire a man. A man cannot understand postpartum. As you can see, even if she had postpartum, which I don't know that she does or does not have postpartum, the only person that we've heard talk about her actually having a postpartum diagnosis is Dr. Gelada. And they have sued Dr. Gelada and the hospitals over how she treated Lindsay Clancy. And for the life of me, I don't understand why. She was there for Lindsay Clancy. She would talk to Lindsay Clancy. She tried to help Lindsay Clancy, but all Lindsay Clancy wanted to do was take Ativan. So I don't understand why she sued this doctor. What did Dr. Gelada do to her that caused her to take the life of her children? In my opinion, nothing. She never followed the recommendations for the medication she was prescribed. She never took anything long enough to even get a baseline of help out of the medication. She just wanted a quick fix. Anyway, let's go check and see. How long has it been, guys? I don't remember. I went in the kitchen, started messing around, grabbing a few things. All right, we'll just wait. Anyway, I hope y'all got your drinks. I made a little bit of oatmeal, but I never ate it, so now I'm going to eat it anyway while we talk. My dogs love oatmeal. If I make oatmeal for breakfast, they have to have some too. They're like little humans. We are. Anyway. We have this blind. What looks like outside. We are in the dog days of summer over here in Austin, Texas. It is hot, hot, hot. I can't stand it. I am looking so forward to a little bit of coolness to get here. Typically, August through like the beginning of August through the middle of September is the hottest part of the year where we live. So, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Leslie. I'm so glad you had. Yeah, I know y'all know what I'm talking. I wish we could all get on a panel together. That'd be so fun. Myself, my mods, and maybe some other creators get on a panel together and discuss what we think about what we've heard so far. But I want to hear every doctor testify because the doctors is where all the information is, right? I don't know about that. I just don't know. I just don't. And she went to McLean. Hang on. She went to McLean during a holiday. What did she think was going to happen? They are not fully staffed during a holiday. Yes, they're going to have some doctors, but they're not going to have a doctor for every person that's checked themselves in because we know that during the holiday season is when depressed people need the most hospitalization. That is when their symptoms really become worse. It's because of that, yeah. If I have a cookie, my dog, yeah, that's right, girlfriend. Leslie, you know that. You know you're going to give that dog whatever the hell it is you're eating except for chocolate. Now, my dogs love peanut butter too. Oh my gosh, they would just eat the whole jar if you let them. They're so weird. They are weird. I will say this. After my little chihuahua died, and those that know me know about Piddle, when she passed away, it killed me. I just spent 2 days in the bedroom and wouldn't come out. It just broke my heart so bad. So my husband decided to give me this dog. He said, why don't you just get another chihuahua? And I said, I can't look at those little eyes again. So I said, you know what? I just want to get a Frenchie. Let's just get a Frenchie. I thought they were so cute, right? Well, I get these Frenchie, and then he decides we have to have 2 of them because he liked the little girl dog too. So then we end up with 2 of these Frenchies. Oh my God, they are more expensive than children when you have to deal with them. They have skin issues, they have food allergies. Oh, good Lord. Lindsay looked for immediate gratification in a lot of aspects of her life. I think so too. I think you're right about that, Sprinkle Donut. I really do. I mean, would we all like immediate gratification? Hell yes, but we know it's not possible all the time. Hell. Just not possible. I think I have too much food here. Well, I would like to talk to Patrick Clancy. I would like to spend about 10 minutes with Patrick Clancy. I'm sure he will not talk to anybody. He is done with this. He has moved on. I'm sure he's not even watching this trial. I'm sure he does not care whether she's found sane or insane. Period. That's it. Pam says, Sadie loves peanut butter too, especially peanut butter sandwich. Oh my gosh, yes. Mine will even eat jelly. It's so weird. But now, listen, you really should not be giving dogs a lot of sweet things because really, their teeth. If you're not going to, and a lot of people don't understand why you need to get your dog's teeth cleaned. But it's because they eat a lot of things with sugar and etc. And they just don't, and because they don't brush their teeth every night like we do, and stuff tends to sit on their teeth, you have to get their teeth cleaned. If you're gonna feed them like that, make sure you get their teeth cleaned. Especially if you have a dog and their teeth don't fit together right. Because when they're chewing things, other stuff is not being pushed off because their teeth don't fit together right. It's kind of weird, but yeah. So let me see. Let's check. It's been almost long enough, don't y'all think? I want them to start without me. No, don't start without us today. You know what else we need to do? We also need to go back and finish our discussion on Sarah Boone and her latest appeal and the answer to that appeal that we started reading yesterday. We need to talk about that too. Get back on that after we do this. I mean, there's so many things I want to talk about, but I can't talk about them all at the same time. Let's see. So today's the 11th. I'm trying to decide which execution. There's 3 executions on the 13th. I'm trying to decide which one we need to cover first. Yeah. whether she's found sane or insane, will never bring those babies back. No, it won't. You're right. You have to take your meds continually. You can't hit and you're right. You can't do that. How do you ever expect a medication to help you if you never get enough of it built up into your system to actually change anything in your brain? Because the type of illness that she has is a chemical imbalance in her brain. If you stop and think about that, that's all it is. So she's not doing anything to help it except complain and go to doctor and not get what she wants, and then want to be worried about it. I thought it was great when Dr. Gelada told her, we just heard it. Let me worry about whether you're addicted or not. We can handle that. We can address that. In other words, she's telling her patients, stop it. You're bugging me. You're going too far with this. That should have told them right there that she had something going on mentally besides just postpartum, that she had some kind of previous mental illness problems that she was just hiding. It was just it was an underlying issue that was already there. That's what I believe. And you can't change my mind on that either. Nothing will. If in 2012, she's taking Prozac and had not one symptom, and she took it for a year, why is it that now she's taking the same type of SSRIs and having symptoms? Is it now bipolar and it wasn't bipolar before? Who knows? What was her depression? Why was she given Prozac in 2012 for 1 year? It wasn't after a baby was born. She didn't get married, I think, until 2019. So she was a lot younger when she took this Prozac before. What was the reason? They're not going to discuss that with us. We're not going to know. I think we should know. There's so many things they've danced around with in this trial. If you stop and think about it. Okay, now we've heard that she's taken the medicine before, but they've danced around to why she needed the medicine before. We've heard that we heard the toxicology and we saw what the report said, but they danced around and never explained to us how many pills or what time did she take these pills to be in her system as to why the toxicology report had such a high amount of benzos in it ever. We only found that out from reading the lawsuit that she filed against against the doctors and the hospitals. Why are they not giving us the specific information to help us understand why she might have been insane due to drugs or illness or whatever at the time that she did this? They're just dancing around with it. They're not really telling us. I don't think they told us enough about anything to really make a decision on whether her sane or insane was based on a real mental illness or her prescriptions that she was prescribed. They're trying to blame it on the prescriptions. This is why they sued the hospitals and the doctors instead of Lindsay herself being responsible for what she chose to do that day. We need to really look at the controversy going on about did the husband do it, because I know I talked about this earlier, but when the doctor's office said, oh, there was 3 of them there. Oh, we think the husband did it. And they started discussing that. I was like, oh my God. Why? Why do they think the husband did it? Oh, they're coming back. Here we go. Yeah, we're ready. Yay. All right, good. Let's go. Let me know if it's too loud.
All right. All set for the jury?
Bring in the jurors when you're ready.
Oops, let me fix this.
All right, jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right. Can we Buckingham, please?
Thank you. Nurse Gelato, when we broke, we were talking about your interactions via my chart with Lindsay Clancy on December 2nd of 2022, right?
Yes.
And so the last one on December 2nd at 2:30 p.m. was from you to her. And then on December 3rd, do you recall that a my chart message was sent on that day at 7:24 p.m.?
I do.
And you were able to review that message some point after it was sent?
I was.
And she reports to you basically that she didn't want to wait to let you know some things that were fresh in her mind. And it says, last night I didn't take Ativan. My dose had been the night before at 1 a.m., only slept about 4 hours at the beginning of the night, about 9:30 to 1:45. Then I dozed off for maybe another 45 minutes from 4:30 to 5. Today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and felt deeply depressed. I finally took a 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m. and now the thoughts are gone and I feel good. You recall receiving that message?
I do.
Okay. And fair to say there was no more communication between you and her until December 6th.
Correct. I believe December 3rd was a Saturday.
And you actually were out of the office on the 5th with sickness.
I was.
But you were aware that Lindsay Clancy did reach out to the office on December 5th.
Yes.
And that the nurse was able to respond to her to let her know that you were out sick, right?
Yes.
And Lindsay Clancy responds at 8:30 a.m. that day that she would just reschedule. Lindsay reaches out to the nurse and says that's fine, she'll reschedule, and that she, in fact, changed her appointment with Letitia Dukes to a virtual appointment for that day, for December 5th.
Yes.
So on the 6th, when you return, did you have a scheduled meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And on this particular meeting on December 6th of 2022, do you recall if that was an in-person or a virtual visit?
It was an office visit.
Okay.
In person.
And so just kind of looking at the note from that day, from December 6th, it says encounter date December 6th. It says filed on December 7th. In the under chief complaint history, do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
The second paragraph says patient has verbally consented to this video visit. Is that just something that sometimes pre-fills into the narrative?
Yes.
But your memory was that this was an in-person visit.
It was.
Was Lindsay Clancy there by herself or with somebody else?
She brought in her husband, Patrick.
Had you met him before?
I had not.
Had you talked to him before?
I had not.
As part of your treatment plan or your course of treatment with Lindsay Clancy, was it your practice to speak with collateral individuals?
Yes.
And in this instance, did you feel a need to speak to collateral individuals up to this point?
Not up to this point.
If you did, would you have requested that of her?
Yes.
And do you need her express permission to do that?
I do.
So on this particular day, she presented with her husband, Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And was there anything different about your approach to the meeting than your previous meetings with her?
No.
You still go through history, you go through how she's doing now, you do your mental status exam, you do your screenings, right?
Yes.
And so first, just let's talk quickly about the screenings. The Edinburgh screen, what was her score on this day when she came in? Do you remember?
21.
And the GAD-7, fair to say that screen was a 19.
Yes.
So would you say that it was pretty consistent with the last time that you saw her?
Objection.
What's your objection?
My objection is that that's not right. He's now got a 21 Edinburgh scale. prior testimony was not anywhere near 21. It's deteriorated.
Well, I'm gonna allow that question. On cross-examination, you can certainly explore the basis of what her opinion was. So I'm gonna allow that question. Go ahead, Como.
Well, let me ask you about that score of 21. It's 21 out of how much?
30.
So in what range is that?
Moderate severe.
Okay. And on your previous encounter with her on, or your actual telehealth on November 29th, you reported that the score was 17, and that's moderate.
Moderate.
Right?
Yep.
And then on the GA7, on this particular day on December 6th, it was 19, right?
Yes.
And on the previous visit, it was 14.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your observations of her on December 6th, did you notice anything different about her speech and language?
No.
How about her mood? What did you note her mood to be?
Anxious.
And the affect, fair to say, consistent with mood, meaning anxious, right?
Yes.
And thought process.
Thought process was linear and goal-directed.
And thought content, did she indicate to you whether she was experiencing any auditory or visual hallucinations?
No.
Any delusions?
No.
Any suicidal ideation, a plan, or intent?
No.
And as far as your observations of her during this interaction, this in-person visit, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did you observe any signs of mania?
No.
Did you observe any signs of obsessive thoughts or compulsive behaviors?
No.
Now, when you met with Lindsay and Patrick on December 6th, did she or did they report why Patrick was there?
I don't recall if they indicated why he was there. I understood it to mean he was there to provide collateral and support for her.
Were you aware that he was coming to the appointment?
I don't recall if I was aware beforehand or not.
And you had engaged in a pretty significant my chart back and forth with her in the days preceding this this meeting on December 6th, right?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you in those messages that she wished to bring him along to one of the visits?
No.
Fair to say, when a person brings a collateral and is willing to have somebody speak, you're more than happy to get that information.
Absolutely.
This person, this collateral person, can they offer you a different perspective about the patient and what they're going through or what they're, how they're presenting?
Yes.
In this December 6th meeting or the visit, did she report to you some changes in her sleep or significant concern for sleep?
I would have to review the note. What I remember is that the sleep really hadn't improved much beyond getting a few hours, waking up in the middle of the night, maybe piecing together more time.
And fair to say, there was some conversation to go back and talk about when symptoms started and try to get to kind of the root cause or what they believe the root cause of her symptoms were.
Yes.
And did Lindsay and Patrick report to you the connection with the Zoloft medication in September as a concern?
Yes.
And that at that they reported that, or she reported that exact night I went from 25 to 50 milligrams. I didn't sleep for 48 hours and I wasn't tired.
Correct.
So that's in your note as a quote, meaning that's directly what she told you?
Yes.
Did you express to the Clancy on this particular meeting
personality.
Okay.
Did you express to Ms. Clancy thoughts that you had about her diagnosis based on your interactions over the last few weeks?
I did.
And what was that?
I discussed with her and her husband the possibility of potentially an underlying bipolar disorder. I based this on several factors, one of them being that she had such what we call an activating response to the Zoloft. It's unusual for somebody to describe taking Zoloft and then going 48 hours without sleep and not being tired. So that raised my clinical suspicion a bit. And she had been, I would say, having difficulty tolerating other antidepressant medications that we had been trying to have her take since then. And so again, I'm wondering if it's because potentially there might be an underlying, what we call mood disorder, bipolar disorder.
And as far as the information that you had about her past psychiatric history, were there any indicators to you about manic episodes?
No. So I do recall in reviewing Julie's note prior to meeting with Lindsay, she filled out what we call a mood disorder questionnaire. It's like a screener somebody can do to assess history of mania and bipolar disorder. Lindsay it was a negative screen. So there's 3 questions. One question has 13 different symptoms. You have to score 7 out of 13 on question 1, but also in question 2, it asks about, are the symptoms happening at the same period of time? And then it asks about any functional impairment from the symptoms. So I recall the 3 symptoms she did endorse were not sleeping for that period of time with the Zoloft and not feeling tired, having racing thoughts, and trouble concentrating. None of the other symptoms did she endorse. They did occur at the same period of time. And I don't want to be inaccurate, so I can't remember what she said for functional impairment, but I believe it was minor impairment.
Okay, and so the fact that those were reported, but ultimately the full screen revealed negative for potential mania.
I did also consider, though, that the MDQ is less specific when it comes to bipolar 2 or bipolar not otherwise specified. There's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Both have mania symptoms as part of the diagnosis. Bipolar 1 is usually more severe in that it's typically, a patient might be hospitalized or it causes greater functional impairment. Bipolar 2, it's a shorter duration and typically less functional impairment.
And as far as determining diagnostically whether somebody might be presenting with bipolar disorder, is there a particular tool you use in your trade to try to assess that?
Typically something like the MDQ, and then you'll do more of an interview asking the patient about symptoms specifically and if they can ever recall a time where this may have happened in the past, because sometimes patients can't always remember when they're manic. So I was glad to actually have Patrick in the visit because he could sort of help us look at Lindsay's history more longitudinally, or at least since the time he knew her.
Okay. And as far as, so those tools that you're talking about, the MDQ and kind of screening tools that you use in practice, is there another tool that you use to assess whether a person meets particular criteria to be diagnosed with bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
There are others, not ones that I've used.
So are you familiar with the DSM-5?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so while that's not the end-all be-all, it is a guide that tells you specific criteria, how to determine if episodes are manic or depressive, right, when it comes to bipolar.
Yes.
The difference between mania and hypomania.
Yes.
And so while you noted that there were some concerns reported, did what was reported to you rise to the level of diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder?
Not at that time.
And when you explained this to them, your thoughts about her reactions to the medication and these reported prior symptoms, did Patrick and Lindsay seem receptive to your diagnosis?
I recall Patrick saying my wife is not bipolar. Lindsay looked at me. She did not say anything.
Okay. And was this the first time in this meeting on December 6th where you broached that issue or mentioned that?
Yes.
Did the conversation continue about symptoms and managing symptoms after that?
Yes.
Were you able to get any more specific information from Patrick during that meeting? Not what he said particularly, but did you get additional specific information that kind of helped you assess whether you would change your diagnosis at that point?
No.
And were there still concerns in that particular meeting that the focus was trouble sleeping and the potential for addiction?
Yes.
As far as recommendations, did you talk about what's called tapering medication?
Yes.
And what were your recommendations regarding tapering?
So we talked about her concerns about the benzos. And we decided to come up with a plan to taper off of them.
And the last that had been reported to you via the MyChart messages was that she tried not taking it at all, ended up having horrible thoughts and felt deeply depressed, then took it and felt better. Right? So was it realistic to recommend completely stopping?
No.
So what is a taper? Like, why do you recommend tapers?
I recommend tapers to slowly get somebody off of something. And tapers can be useful because we might have somebody at a dose and they might say, oh, I'm too anxious to stop this, or I'm not ready to step down to another level, and we can kind of keep them on it longer. But at this point, since I had met her on November 29th and throughout the MyChart messages, there was multiple concerns voiced about benzodiazepines. And again, in this visit, so I even did what's called a CWA assessment, which is something we use to determine if somebody's having actual withdrawal from benzodiazepines or alcohol. Again, I really wanted to show her I was assessing this and taking this seriously.
When you say CWA assessment, is that an acronym for something?
Yes. So it's
what are the letters, just for the record?
CIWA. CIWA.
Okay. And did you, when you do that assessment, does it give you some sort of score?
It does.
Ask the questions. And what was her score when you did that CIWA assessment?
1.
And what does that mean?
Minimal to no withdrawal. The only symptom she reported was anxiety. Her blood pressure was normal. Her pulse was normal. She had no nausea, no vomiting, no tremor. no tactile disturbances. People in withdrawal from benzos or alcohol will sometimes feel like there's bugs crawling or pins and needles. Auditory disturbance, so hearing things, seeing things. No sweats, no headache. She was oriented.
Okay. So with that, and knowing that she wasn't in withdrawals for Ativan, did you still recommend the taper and an alternative?
I did.
What was that?
I recommended Valium. The reason I recommended this is she had discussed rebound anxiety with me at our very first visit, feeling that rebound anxiety above her baseline once the benzo wears off. Valium has an extremely long half-life. It can, as in like 100 hours. It has a longer clinical duration of action. So I wanted to offset the chance that she would experience rebound anxiety. And it's often used when we're tapering somebody on shorter acting benzos. It's common practice to switch to longer acting benzos to do this. And
did you also have conversations about the other medications that had been at issue, the mirtazapine and the Seroquel?
Yes.
What did Lindsay Clancy express to you as far as Seroquel? Did she want to continue with that?
No.
Did she explain why?
So she felt like when she took Remron and Seroquel together, she felt weighed down and exhausted, but her mind was still awake and alert. And she just didn't seem to think there was a benefit to being on it.
And so did she express to you a desire to want to go back to trialing Prozac?
Both Lindsay and her husband expressed that that was their preference.
And was that something that you agreed with?
I did. I had shared with them that I had concern this could be bipolar. It's in my differential diagnosis, which is just all the typical diagnoses we might be considering. And that typically SSRIs are contraindicated, but she did have that history of being able to tolerate Prozac at 20 milligrams and do okay with no mania. So I thought that's what they were wanting to do, so we could do it. We could try it.
When you say contraindication,
okay, sorry.
What does that mean?
It means typically not something you would want to do if you were sure somebody had bipolar disorder, because if you put somebody on just an SSRI or like Prozac, like Zoloft, it can create a scenario where people are flipping back and forth between manic symptoms and depressed symptoms, or they're called rapid cycling. It's not that antidepressants or SSRIs are never prescribed in bipolar disorder, but you often would want to have a mood stabilizer on board at the same time.
And so, despite your suspicions, you listened to the patient and went along with her request.
Yes.
So at the conclusion of that meeting, did you indicate that she could discontinue the Seroquel at that point?
Yes.
With the plan that she was going to restart Prozac?
Yes. Which I had been recommending the Prozac. Earlier, I believe even on November 30th, I had recommended it.
And with that previous recommendation, it was in addition to the Seroquel.
And the Remron, yes.
So after this meeting on December 6th, did you have additional communications with Lindsay Clancy via the MyChart messaging on December 7th?
Yes.
And fair to say that those communications started as early as 9:48 a.m. when she sent the first message, right?
Let me just make sure. Oh, yes. Yes.
So on December 7th at 9:48 a.m., she sends a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca, last night did not go well at all. I took the Valium and melatonin and only slept from 9 to 1. Then around 2, I got desperate and took 25 milligrams of Benadryl and only slept about 1 more hour. What can I do? I really need help." So that was the message that you came into on December 7th, right?
Yes.
And did you respond to her in the messaging app?
I did.
And what was the response?
I'm trying to find the sequence.
Yeah, 10:19 a.m.
Okay. So I discussed, I mentioned, so your husband made a good point yesterday. Despite taking the Ativan in the evening, you were still only able to get a 5-hour stretch of sleep, which, yes, is improvement, but does sort of dispel the notion that benzodiazepines are the only thing that are helping you sleep right now, as you are still getting less than the target of 6 to 8 hours with Ativan, and the Valium did not help for sleep much at all. My next step in this case is to try a higher dose of Seroquel on its own. Are you feeling any subsequent loss of energy, exhaustion, fatigue with lack of sleep?
Why would it be the next step to increase from 75 of Seroquel to 100?
So she had been taking 50. So I was suggesting 75 to 100 would be my next step. Because again, bipolar is still on my differentials, and now I have the data that she only slept 2 hours. So I asked her the follow-up question, are you feeling tired? Or, are you feeling exhausted? Any subsequent loss of energy? It's still in the back of my mind that this could be bipolar.
So as far as the Seroquel goes at that point, creeping up the dosage, do you get now from the using it to treat insomnia to using it to treat something else like bipolar?
Correct.
And so that piece of it about feeling subsequent loss of energy and exhaustion, fatigue, why ask that?
Patients can have insomnia because they're anxious or because they're depressed, but typically they're exhausted or they're tired the next day, and it really does affect them. If a patient has an underlying bipolar, they could go on 2 hours of sleep and not feel tired at all, and that's unusual.
And so that is one of the signs, potentially, of a manic episode?
Potentially, yes.
So on December 7th at 10:33, she responds, "No, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all." And she says, "So just Seroquel tonight, ? I feel like I'm going to panic without a benzo with it." And then again at 11:44, another message, "Would I be able to do the Valium with Seroquel? Is that a safe option?" So again, in this exchange with her in my chart, she's asking you questions to clarify what you've said and also alternatives to address the issue, right?
Right.
And as far as her questions go, and then her response about not feeling tired, how did you respond in the message?
So she kind of sent those in succession. So I don't feel tired, would I be able to do the Valium with the Seroquel? So I respond by, if you're not sleeping well with the Valium alone, there's no need to continue it, and I will prescribe a short taper to get you off benzos altogether. Because you are not tired at all and had a significant reaction to Zoloft at 50 milligrams, I'm concerned this is an underlying mood and bipolar disorder. I know you and your husband did not necessarily agree with that, but I feel that I'm going to send along this information to review. So I sent her a list of symptoms of bipolar, risk factors, so that she could have it to refer to.
And again, at this point, the only symptom she was reporting of mania was this not being able to sleep and not feeling tired, right?
And yes. And the racing thoughts and the trouble concentrating.
Okay, is that things that she had reported to you in your visit on the 6th?
No.
Okay. In these messages that she was sending to you in her on December 7th, she didn't talk about racing thoughts, did she?
No.
Okay, she just talked about the sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But based on a review of her history, she had at one point indicated that she was feeling those in relation to a symptom she was describing. Is that
correct?
So at this point, what do you recommend her to do?
I explained the importance of knowing if this is bipolar is significant because SSRIs like Zoloft, even Prozac, would be contraindicated. My recommendation is to do 100 milligrams of Seroquel tonight, 200 milligrams of Seroquel tomorrow night, 300 milligrams on 12/9, 400 on 12/10, and we will hold there. I actually say hold the Prozac as I'm concerned this is a hypomanic mixed manic state.
And what about the Remeron at that point? Where did this fall into the mix, if it fell in at all?
I had recommended a very short taper on December 6th. I think I advised her to take half of a 7.5 milligram tablet for 3 nights, but in her message to me on December 7th, she had not taken it that night. So I had assumed she had just stopped that entirely.
Okay. Now, after you sent that message at 12:32, did she respond at 2:53, indicating that she would stick with that plan and that she said she needed a refill on the Seroquel because she only had 30 25 milligram tablets?
She did say that. There were actually a few earlier messages as well that day. I provided an alternative. One as an option, it quickly came into my mind, we're thinking about Prozac. We could add Zyprexa on board because there's actually a combination pill of Prozac, Zyprexa. The brand name is Symbyax, and it's for bipolar. And I said, for our purposes, we can prescribe them separately and take them both for the same effect. And I asked her to let me know which one she would prefer. And she responded, I think I would like to do the Seroquel with the Valium taper.
Okay, so that suggested alternative actually was on at 12:37.
Correct.
And then at 1 o'clock, she elects that she'd like to do the Seroquel with the Valium and asks for you to call in the Valium and the Seroquel.
Yes.
Okay. So that's on December 7th, right?
Yes.
On December 8th, at 6:35 a.m., she sends you a message saying, did well last night, need Valium, feeling panicky, don't know if ready to taper as quickly as planned.
Yes.
Kind of paraphrasing, but.
Yeah, she exclaimed, I actually did really well last night with the Valium and Seroquel. I mostly slept from 9 to 5 with a few wake-ups, but was able to go back to sleep. She was concerned that she felt like she needed to take the Valium around 5 p.m. because she was feeling panicky. I feel really dependent on it. Can I taper any slower?
And what was your response to her request for a slower taper?
I said, I'm hesitant to taper any slower. Remember, Valium has a really long half-life, 100 hours, so you will have some on board in your system throughout the weekend.
And why were you hesitant to taper any slower?
I felt like she was anxious about being dependent on it, and so I was trying to facilitate the process of tapering her off, and I was clinically thinking we could cover her symptoms of anxiety as we titrated the Seroquel, because Seroquel actually has several clinical trials that show it has really good efficacy for anxiety.
And this conversation about the request to taper, that actually goes into December 9th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And in her response to your indicating you were hesitant to taper, she indicates that she took the 5 milligrams of Valium and that she didn't have any left and that she was afraid that she was going to take Ativan.
Correct.
And had you recommended to take Ativan as an alternative or in lieu of Valium?
No.
Were there any more communications on that day, December 9th of 2022?
Yes.
What were they?
Later that afternoon, Lindsay and her husband called.
Okay. And so did you, fair to say they called the clinic, leave a message, and then you called them back?
Yes.
And when you called them back, what was the nature of that conversation? What did you guys talk about?
Her symptoms, we discussed that the plan was to taper the Valium over the weekend, but they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms were too acute. She's sleeping better, but still waking up with panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts, feels numb, has thoughts of SI, but no plan and no intent. I encouraged her to engage with women and infants in Rhode Island to complete an intake for a partial hospitalization program. But she was able to contract for safety over the phone with her, with the three of us on the phone, that she didn't have a plan, no intent, that she would reach out if needed. I did agree to continue the Valium until our next appointment, which was scheduled for 12/13. I prescribed it as 5 milligrams, but I advised her she could take a half tablet twice a day, so 2.5 milligrams twice a day.
Walk me through that. She had she had indicated to you that she wanted to slow the taper.
Yes.
And then you said, no, that wasn't a good idea.
Right.
And then on the 9th, they call you and say that she doesn't want to taper. She wants to stay where she is, right?
I think it was that same day. The messages were earlier in the day, and then later in the afternoon, around, it's noted at 16:10, so 4:10 p.m., that she and her husband then called, advocating to stay on.
And in advocating to stay on the Valium, that she reported she's still waking up with panic symptoms and having intrusive thoughts, feeling numb, right?
Yes.
So in addition to agreeing to continue the Valium, did you make a recommendation about the Seroquel?
Continue the titration.
So when you say titration, what does that mean?
So I had recommended 100 on day 1, 200 day 2, 300 day 3, 400 day 4. This is the manufacturer recommended titration schedule to treat manic symptoms. Because again, I had shared with her, I think this is a mixed manic, hypomanic state. So that's what I was targeting.
Okay. And so as far as Seroquel goes, there's some guidance you get about Seroquel that's put out by the FDA, right?
Correct.
And it talks about dosage and administration for every drug, essentially, right?
Yes.
And as far as Seroquel goes, there is different recommended dosages or ranges for different mental illnesses that you're treating.
Correct.
So in this instance where bipolar is in your differential diagnosis and you're recommending titrate up to 400, is that consistent with the thought that you believe she had bipolar diagnosis?
Right. So I was thinking it was a mixed manic state or possible hypomanic state. A mixed manic state is when patient has symptoms of mania, like poor sleep, no loss of energy, but they also can feel depressed, numb, suicidal. It's sort of like it's a mixed state. It's a mixture of symptoms. That a mixed state presentation is clinically acute. It's unstable. So I really wanted to get the manic symptoms under control. I really wanted to get her to sleep.
And so going up slowly to 400 milligrams, what's the recommended dosage range for somebody with bipolar disorder of Seroquel?
For somebody, a manic presentation, you can titrate over days rather than weeks. You can actually go up to 800 milligrams.
And so even though you had previously indicated to them in your December 6th meeting that you were agreeable to discontinuing the Seroquel, based on our presentation in the days following, did you change your recommendation?
Correct.
And with the increased Seroquel that you had requested as of December 9th, she was reporting sleeping better, right?
Correct.
And that had been something that had been a recurring concern in your interactions with her, sleep?
Yes, my understanding was that she had been sleeping poorly since October.
And was there, when you say you were recommending partial hospitalization during that phone call, did you give a particular place in which you would recommend her to try to seek treatment?
Women and infants.
And that's in Rhode Island?
Rhode Island.
And are you familiar with whether they have particular perinatal or postpartum programs there?
They specialize.
After that call with the Clancys on December 9th, when was the next time you had contact with Lindsay?
December 9th was a Friday, so I believe it was Monday, December 12th.
Now, people are able to send my chart messages all hours of the day, every day of the week, right?
Correct.
But in this instance, you did not receive any messages over the weekend?
No.
So the next my chart exchange was actually on December 12th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Hang on. A minute. Gotta put this in.
Now, on December 12th, do you recall who initiated the contact via my chart?
Lindsay?
And at 1:59 p.m., she sent a message to you saying, I've been noticing on my Apple Watch that my heart rate has been fluctuating more than usual. It has been going from 56 to 136 within a matter of minutes. I'm wondering if this is a side effect of the Seroquel and if there's anything I should do about it. Thanks, Lindsay. Do you remember getting that message?
I do.
And again, at that point, as of December 12th, you had recommended the titration plan going up to 400, right?
Yes.
So by that Monday, where should she have been if she was following your instructions?
400 milligrams.
She was. Hang on, I'll drop it.
And did she report to you whether she took 400 milligrams of Seroquel?
She reported she was taking 200 milligrams.
Did she say why?
Probably flat pack.
No.
But your recommendation was that she should have been up to 400 at that point.
At that point, yes.
As far as the concerns about the fluctuating heart rate, were you able to address that with her in a response?
Yes. I explained that medications like Seroquel can cause something called orthostatic hypotension, which is basically when you get up from sitting or standing, your blood pressure doesn't compensate in time, so it goes low and people can feel dizzy. I explained that the mechanism for that is alpha adrenergic blockade, so the alpha receptors that help us with like adrenaline. They're also part of the picture here with Seroquel. It's often accompanied by orthostatic tachycardia, meaning getting up from sitting to standing, your heart rate can fluctuate. I said both can be common in the first days of medication exposure or when the dose is being increased. It's generally benign, meaning non-harmful, and self-limiting, meaning it goes away on its own over time. I also advise it sometimes necessitates slowing a dose titration or dividing a dose into like 2 or 3 smaller doses.
Okay. And so with this response and trying to address these concerns, you're aware that she had spoken to the nurse that morning?
Correct.
And that she had expressed to the nurse a desire to get off the medications altogether?
Correct.
And what was your response to that concern that she had in the call to the nurse? What did you tell her?
I said, as long as you are aware of the risks,
You're both so right.
on Seroquel long enough for it to have a positive benefit on your mood, or anxiety.
Amen,
But
Dr. Gelada.
If you have noticed benefit, the risk would be worsening of mood and anxiety upon stopping the medication. We also discussed tapering off the Valium, which I'm fine with. If you would like me to send along the taper schedule. Being off medication might help you see where you are at baseline, but I do think you are experiencing significant and severe symptoms of postpartum depression that needs to be treated. I acknowledge that medication alone is not always the best option for someone, but often it's part of the puzzle. Other treatments include counseling, support from others, exercise, healthy diet, yoga, and relaxation techniques. I know this has been brought to your attention several times, but I strongly, strongly recommend a partial hospitalization program so that you can get started on utilizing these treatment methods for relief.
And you were aware at this point, as of December 12th, that she had met with Letitia Dukes at least once, right?
At least once, yes.
She had been given referrals for CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy programs out in the community, in her community, right?
Yes.
There have been other recommendations for her to obtain a partial hospitalization program at that point.
Yes.
Now, anything about these exchanges that made you concerned that you had to kind of raise the level, meaning call her in for another meeting or make any sort of recommendations for inpatient hospitalization?
Not at this junction.
And why is that?
She wasn't reporting any acute safety concerns in these messages at this point.
It's just physical side effects.
Physical side effects, yes.
So the messages continued on December 12th, correct?
Correct.
So at 2:44, Lindsay messages you saying, "Thank you, Rebecca. It does seem to be orthostatic, and I'm glad to hear that it's benign and known side effect." And then she tells you a little bit more about the prior nights, right? So she says, "So the last 3 nights I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say that I do like the way it makes me sleep very deeply and soundly for around 7 to 8 hours, but I don't like the way I feel in the morning and most of the day. Incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. What would you recommend for tonight?" Is that the next message after you explained to her the side effects?
Yes.
Okay. So,
you know, I'm going to stop this for just a second because y'all are so making a point. Dr. Gelada is trying so hard to tell her, you may need to have some kind of inpatient treatment. We need to get you leveled out. We need to make sure that what you're taking is going to do the job. But instead, we have Patrick over here telling her she doesn't have bipolar, like he's a doctor, right? Or like he didn't notice that she had previous mental health problems. Did she tell him that she took Prozac in 2012 for 1 year without a problem? That's a question I have. And then we have her over here constantly berating this doctor about these medicines, and it just always seems to go back to sleep. Honey, if I got 7 or 8 hours of sleep a night, I'd be beside myself thinking, oh my God, his hell froze over. What is the problem here, Miss Lindsay Clancy? Are you drug seeking because you like the feeling you get with a happy pills called Valium or benzos? Or is this just complaint because you're not getting enough sleep in your opinion? You are a mother. Good God. Okay, listen, I'm getting upset. I'm sorry. We'll just keep going. Sorry, folks.
For 10 p.m., you respond to her, don't you?
Yes.
And what did you recommend to address those concerns about incredibly depressed and unmotivated?
So at this juncture, I recommended at least continuing the 200 of Seroquel because at least now she's sleeping. So I felt like although I had recommended getting up to 400, we had gotten sufficient activation symptoms down. She was sleeping. And the 2.5 of Valium. I think I advise that we need to give time for Seroquel to work for your mood. Let's continue to accumulate good nights of sleep, as this can only be a good thing in terms of recovering and feeling better moving forward. I would say them tonight, and we will discuss further at our visit tomorrow.
And you had a visit scheduled for December 13th, correct?
Correct.
The message continues on that day where at 7:17 p.m. where she says, "Okay, thank you. I need to make our visit virtual tomorrow. I will not be able to make it to the office. Can you please change it to that?" Is that right?
Yes.
So After having met in person with her on December 6th, having had subsequent communications with her through the date of December 7th, and kind of, again, changing a little bit about the medication plan, and having further communication with her on December 9th and now December 12th, the plan was for her to, again, come in person on the 13th, correct?
That was my recommendation, yes.
Why did you recommend in person at that point?
This was somebody who was communicating with me every day, and I did feel that she had significant symptoms of depression, some mixed symptoms with mania, anxiety. I felt that her symptoms were severe and significant enough that I wanted to touch base with her weekly, and I wanted to see her in person. But again, I was okay with her doing virtual because I'd rather see her and lay eyes on her and try to treat her than not see her at all, if that would have made her just cancel the visit outright.
Because generally you do the same thing whether you're in person or virtual, right? As far as getting the history, going through symptoms, asking how they're feeling, doing the mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you meet with her on December 13th at 10:30, correct?
Correct.
And now this is a virtual at her request.
Yes.
And do you revisit with her kind of the recent events and the timeline of the changes that you've gone through the MyChart messaging?
Yes, I structured my note as like a recent treatment time. So I put, 12/6, what had happened, 12/9, what had happened, and then I write update today, 12/13. That's sort of for me to like remember the treatment history that I've had with her so far.
Okay. Because while the MyChart messages are available to you, they might be in a different place, right? So they're not all contained within your same note.
Right. So I made note of, again, our visit on 12/6. I made note that she and her husband had called me on 12/9, and then I made note on the 13th. So I wasn't documenting all the MyChart messages, but just sort of my visit history with her and phone calls.
Okay. And so when you saw her in this virtual visit on December 13th, was she reporting improvement in her sleep?
Yes.
And how was she sleeping during that time period?
7 to 9 hours.
Okay. And that was holding at 200 on the Seroquel?
Correct.
And was she taking anything else daily?
Valium, 2.5, just once daily at night.
Okay. And while she reported sleeping better, she still had significant symptoms of depression, right?
Correct.
And what were the symptoms she articulated?
Hopelessness and, again, anhedonia, that feeling no pleasure, feeling numb.
Okay. And she also kind of complained of that racing heartbeat, and that's tachycardia, right?
Yep, the orthostatic tachycardia. So I recommended holding a bit longer at 200 milligrams. At this juncture, she had been on 200 milligrams for 4 nights. I wanted to continue it for a full 7 nights. And then we were still discussing whether to taper benzos, and our plan was to kind of slowly phase them out at that point. So we were going to decrease from 2.5 milligrams daily to 2 milligrams for 7 days, and then we were going to reassess at our next visit in a week. I also provided psychoeducation about behavioral activation, CBT techniques to utilize for depression. I also recommended postpartum.net for support groups, and I reiterated that she consider a partial hospitalization.
And again, during this telehealth visit, you have these conversations with her, but you also do your mental status exam. You make observations of her, right?
Yes.
Did you observe any signs of mania?
No.
Did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she articulate to you any suicidal ideation?
She had endorsed that she had had thoughts of it on the Edinburgh over the previous weeks, that she sometimes had thoughts of harming herself, but not at that visit.
Okay. And would that have been something you'd follow up on? Would that statement from the Edinburgh? Or
Objection. would that be something you'd follow up on?
So I'll allow that.
So just to clarify, so again, the Edinburgh.
After coming from the witness, Judge, I'm sorry.
Objection overruled. Next question.
The Edinburgh is over the previous 7 days. So she had that thought sometimes when I asked her, are you currently having SI? It was no during the visit.
Okay. And it just was the response sometimes.
Yes.
And so did you ask further in your interaction with her on that day on the 13th about whether she was experiencing suicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she say she was?
No.
Did she indicate whether she had any plan or intent?
No.
And as far as intrusive thoughts, did she speak about intrusive thoughts during that meeting?
No.
Did she tell you she was having horrible thoughts?
No.
She had previously used that terminology in your MyChart exchanges, correct? At some point?
I do remember the intrusive thoughts that she would mention. Intrusive thoughts. I don't recall horrible thoughts.
Want to be up here?
Okay.
In my chart messages.
As far as the intrusive thoughts, were they things that you followed up on in your telehealth or in-person visits? And was she able to articulate to you?
Yes. Yes or no? Sorry.
Was she able to articulate to you what types of thoughts she was having?
Yes.
What were they?
Intrusive suicidal thoughts.
So thoughts of harming herself or just wanting to die?
Thoughts of wanting to die.
At any point, did she ever indicate to you thoughts of wanting to harm her children?
No.
So at the conclusion of this visit on December 13th, what was the plan?
The plan was to continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
Okay. And again, in this December 13th meeting, did you also indicate to her that she should engage with other services like support groups or partial hospitalization programs or CBT?
I did.
Do you recall whether you received any MyChart messages from her after that visit on the 13th?
I did. I actually sent her a message on the 13th.
Okay. So on the 13th, you meet with her at 10:30. At 2:27, you sent her a message. Why?
I wanted to send along some more ideas and information on what she could do to help herself feel better.
Because even though she was reporting sleeping better, she was still presenting with these depressed symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And so in the message you sent her on December 13th, it's actually a fairly lengthy message that talks a lot about cognitive behavioral therapy, right?
Yes.
And the benefits of it, and sends encouraging words.
Yes.
Does she respond to you on the 13th?
No.
The next contact you have with her, is that in a MyChart message on December 16th?
Yes.
And December 16th, 12:50 p.m.
Oh, no, I apologize. The next contact with her, there was a telephone call on December 15th.
Okay. Was it with you or was it with a nurse?
It was with me and her husband and Lindsay.
Okay. Sorry about that. So December 15th at 3:53 p.m., you have a phone call with them. And what did they report to you in this phone call? What does Lindsay report?
They inform this has been the worst day for Lindsay, is having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide, no active plan. But both Lindsay and Patrick agree that higher level of care may be necessary at this time. Discussed options, they state they are likely to go to MGH ED as they have perinatal psychiatry as well as an inpatient psychiatric unit. Lindsay also deciding about McLean. This writer advised that they keep us posted and sign a ROI, release of information, so that we can communicate with treatment providers at higher level of care. Lindsay verbalized understanding and agreement.
So on this phone call that you had with them on 12/15, what prompted the recommendation that they go to the emergency department?
Again, they had described it as the worst day and was having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide. And they were at the point where they were ready to get assessed for a higher level of care.
And was this different than some of the other communications that you've had with, or that you had with Lindsay Clancy over the course of the weeks?
I would say so.
Okay. And so you talked to them about the process of going to the emergency department and the potential for going to McLean for inpatient?
I recall advising them that if they were to go to their nearest ER, which would either be BI Plymouth or South Shore Health, the process would be that they would get evaluated, but if they were determined to need to go to a higher level of care or an inpatient psych, those facilities did not have inpatient psych units. So they may be sitting there waiting for a bed at any first opening in the state, which could be, up in, Amesbury or Newburyport. But that if they were to go somewhere like MGH has a unit called Blake 11, which is a psychiatry unit, and oftentimes they prioritize admissions from their own emergency department. MGH and McLean are also combined under the umbrella of what's now MGB. So sometimes if somebody presents to MGH ED and there's no beds at Blake 11, they might reach out to McLean and try to get them in to McLean.
So you communicated all of this information to them to kind of give them options on what the best course might be to get inpatient.
Yes, I summarized it in my note, but that's my recollection of the phone call.
Okay. And you're aware that that Ms. Clancy had been employed at Mass General as a labor and delivery nurse?
I was.
So they were familiar with that facility.
So I did ask, would you be comfortable with that?
And so then you were able to communicate with Lindsay via MyChart that next day on December 16th, correct?
She reached out to me on December 16th via MyChart, yes.
And she indicated to you on December 16th at 12:50 that she, after visiting the ER yesterday, I opted to remain outpatient and pursue the partial program at Women and Infants. And Women and Infants, that had been the program that you had previously recommended in Rhode Island, correct?
Correct.
She indicates, I'm waiting on a call back for them to schedule. In the meantime, I want to know how to proceed with my meds. Do you still recommend the 2 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel nightly? Again, it's making me sleep well, but still not improving my mood. So I will need a refill on those meds. Please let me know. So in this particular message, she indicates to you that she was waiting to schedule with Women and Infants, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that prior to that Letitia Dukes had already initiated the referral process for Women and Infants?
Yes.
And so on this particular message, she's kind of updating you, but also asking you if she should stay on the same track for her medication.
Yes.
And what was your response? So December 16th at 1:14.
I said, hi, Lindsay. I know Letitia may have called you yesterday about information about Women and Infants, so I hope you were able to connect with her. Target dose for Seroquel treating depression is 300 milligrams, so we can increase it to 300 milligrams. If you are willing, yes, continue the Valium. Let me know what you think.
And why at this point did you recommend increasing now to the 300 after having recommended staying at 200 for the Seroquel?
The FDA recommended dose for treating depression, bipolar depression, with Seroquel is 300 milligrams.
So on December 16th, you continue to have messages with MyChart messages with Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Correct.
in any of, or do you know that she went to see her previous psychiatrist on that day, December 16th?
Yes.
And so in her messages later in the day at approximately 2:11 p.m., she indicates, I spoke with my original psychiatrist after my ER visit, and she recommended adding 25 milligrams of Lamictal to stabilize my mood. Is that something you would agree with? Had you ever talked with her about Lamictal before?
No.
Is it a drug that you kind of commonly recommend for people?
I do.
And was it something that you thought could be a good fit for this patient?
Yes.
And so in your response to her at 2:26 p.m., do you further talk about using it as a mood stabilizer?
Yes. I state absolutely lamotrigine works well for mood stabilization and depression. I talked to her about the side effects of it.
I'm fair to say those side effects are like rash and skin changes, fever.
Can we find out what the witness feels the side effects are rather than counsel?
Well, why don't we let the question be, what was she told? All right. I think that's the proper question. So why don't you ask what was told or what was said or messaged to the defendant?
Can you tell us what you messaged her the side effects were?
So I recommended it needs to be a slow titration, meaning titration, increasing the dose due to risk of SJS, which means Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which can be a very serious rash that somebody can get. There's a higher risk of it if somebody takes Lamictal, which is why the FDA recommends such a slow titration, 25 milligrams for 2 weeks, 50 milligrams for 2 weeks, 100 milligrams. You can't really go quick with it. But I also specified it can cause a benign rash as a side effect. So any skin changes you notice, you want to be sure are not accompanied by things like fever, malaise, pharyngitis, swollen lymph nodes. Also watch for a rash that is purpuric or tender. Benign rash would be spotty, non-confluent, non-tender, and no systemic features like fever. Otherwise, I find this medication to be quite well tolerated. Take with food to minimize any risk of GI, such as nausea. I can send this to your pharmacy along with the dose change in Seroquel. Any luck with hearing back from women and infants?
So the Lamictal, am I saying that correctly?
Lamictal.
Is that something that you would add to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And why would you add it to Seroquel?
They work differently. They have different mechanisms of action, and they can work well together.
And so at that point, on December 16th, do you recall kind of what the last version of the medication recommendations were?
From me?
Yeah, so at this point, you added a medication. So what was on the prescribed or recommended list for her as of December 16th?
So I asked her if she needed me to send along the lamotrigine, and she said that she had her psychiatrist send it along.
Okay, but as far as now what you know to be the medications that she's been advised to take, what are they at this point on December 16th?
Lamotrigine, 25 milligrams, Seroquel 300 milligrams, and Valium 2 milligrams.
And the Valium, is that still a daily recommendation?
Yes.
At the end of that message that you just read, you asked her if there was any luck with hearing back from women and infants, correct?
Correct.
Did she respond to you in a message about what was happening with the women and infants? The next message at 2:33?
In 2:33, she said, unfortunately missed the call this morning from women and infants, but I did request them to call back. I'm hoping they do so today.
Okay. And you said that you'd also learned in this exchange that her other psychiatrist had already called in the lamotrigine prescription.
Correct.
And then did you have any further communication with her on 12/16?
I said, okay, sounds good. I hope so as well. And that was it.
When's the next time you spoke with her?
12/16 was a Friday, so I spoke to her on Monday, December 19th.
And again, did you speak with her via the MyChart messaging, or did you speak to her on the phone?
MyChart messaging.
And were you aware that on December 19th she had another appointment scheduled with Letitia Dukes for that morning?
Yes.
And in your communications with her via MyChart, they started at 11:04 a.m. on December 19th?
Yes.
And does she indicate to you in that message that she is starting with women and infants partial hospitalization tomorrow, meaning the 20th?
Yes.
And that she's concerned because she has an appointment scheduled with you already, and she's asking what she should do about that, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to her?
So she has an appointment, but should be in the program. Should I call and cancel or reschedule because she thought the program would be starting her medication? I said, I'm so glad you were able to get into the program this week. That's great. So feel free to call and reschedule. The only issue is that I am on vacation next week, so it might be 2 weeks out that we touch base again. If that's okay with you, let me know what you think.
Okay. And her response at 1:24, that says, I think since I'll be followed by women and infants, that 2 weeks out will be okay. My only concern is potentially needing more Valium before that. I'm trying my best not to take it at night, but have still been taking 2 milligrams every other night. Can we refill that just in case I continue to need it, right?
Right.
So at that point, when she sends that message saying she needs the new prescription for Valium, was that in line with the recommendations you made for a taper of Valium?
I had recommended that she take it daily.
Okay. And so in this, she indicates to you that she's trying not to take it at night, but taking it every other night.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And on December 19th, you respond, sure, no problem. When will you be out of Valium? And she responds, I'll run out tonight. And then you agree to send in a refill.
Yes, I wanted to make sure she had an appointment rescheduled with me, and then I would refill enough of the Valium to get to that next appointment.
And so did you refill the prescription based on what she reported she was taking, or what your recommendation was that she take of the Valium?
What my recommendation was that she take.
And so do you recall receiving a message on December 20th via MyChart from Lindsay?
I do.
And she reported to you that she had been discharged from women and infants that day, correct?
Correct.
And that they recommended she find help getting off the Seroquel, and that she was indicating that she'd like to taper the Seroquel.
Yes.
Did you respond that day or the next day?
The next day.
Okay.
Her message came in at 8:05 p.m., so I responded the next morning.
Okay, 10:57?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts about her report that she was discharged and the recommendation for tapering the Seroquel, or getting off the Seroquel, I should say?
I said I'm not opposed to that. However, I'm concerned she discharged you, as I do feel you could benefit from the groups and added support separate even from medication changes. In fact, if we're not going the medication route, I think groups and therapy are the treatment needed, as I feel the intrusive thoughts you've been having are nonetheless concerning, and I know they've caused you considerable distress. I'm also on vacation next week, so I'm hesitant to start a taper when I am not available to you for questions and concerns. Again, I'm open to starting a taper, but I want to be available to you as it happens. You mentioned you are connected to your previous psychiatrist. Would that be someone to consult as well?
And so when you sent this message at 10:57, were you opposed to the idea of tapering the Seroquel?
I understood that it was helping her to sleep, and I also understood that she felt as though she was still depressed. And she wanted to come off of it.
And in this correspondence back and forth on the 21st, was there any conversation about the lamotrigine and whether she took it as a mood stabilizer?
No.
As far as coming off medication, was that something that you thought might be a good option for her?
Not.
As I had expressed to her, I was hesitant. It could be done, but she would need a lot of what I would recommend to be group support, therapy, other types of treatment.
At that point, based on your interactions with her through the clinic, through all the messages, through the meetings that you've had, were you aware of whether she was getting any other support, like groups, other than Letitia Dukes and yourself?
No.
And this partial...
I apologize. Is she aware or no, she wasn't? She just said no.
You just...
Are you aware of whether she was?
I was aware it was recommended. I was not aware that she was interacting with any groups.
And the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Program, you have groups that are offered through the clinic, correct?
At that time we did, yes.
And if she was attending groups through the clinic, would that be something that you would have access to or be noted in her records?
Yes.
And as far as your communications with her, did she report to you that she was attending any sort of groups or therapy at other places in the community?
No.
The only person you were aware of that she was communicating with was her previous psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you made that recommendation to consult with her?
Correct.
And what's your concern, or what was your concern for not being available to her while you were on vacation with a taper?
I wanted to be there to evaluate if the taper was going okay, if she was suddenly having a hard time sleeping again. So maybe I could recommend that we go back up, or, just to reassure her, to be there for her while this was happening.
In your prior communications with her, she was very communicative with you about symptoms, about issues, about concerns, correct?
Correct.
And if you're on vacation, are you responding to my chat messages?
No. There would be someone that would respond. It would have been my nurse, and they would have consulted with the two other, and Julie, I believe her last day was the 22nd, but they would have consulted with the other NP there, but I would not be available, no.
And you were invested in this patient's care, weren't you?
Yes.
So on December 21st, after you made that recommendation that she not start the taper while you weren't available or consult with her other psychiatrist, did you get a response from her at 3:57?
On December 21st?
Yes.
I see 3:47.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So 3:47, she responds back to you, correct? And gives you some more information about the women and infants recommendation?
Yes.
And it reads, the psychiatrist at Women and Infants recommended a more general mental health, PHP, partial hospitalization program, right?
Correct.
Such as the one at McLean, which I'm open to. I'm also looking to schedule with a CBT therapist in Duxbury. My other therapist does have appointments this and next week, so I can follow up with her too. How would you recommend starting the taper? I will need smaller pills, as the ones I have now are all 300 milligrams. Right? That's her response?
Yes, she says her other psychiatrist does have appointments.
Okay. And in the meantime, she had also sent an email to the clinic. Where?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she spoke with the nurse at some point on the 21st?
Yes, I asked my nurse to call to, again, go over the risks of tapering, which could include worsening of mood, worsening of sleep, verify that this was really something she wanted to move forward with, remind her that I wouldn't be there.
And on December 21st, 2022 at 4:26 p.m., you respond to her in the My Chart message, right?
Right.
And you had expressed reluctance for the taper, but ultimately did you provide her a plan for taper?
Right. I said, I know Nicole reached out to you and she relayed that you would like to proceed with the taper. I'm sending as 100 milligram tablets, 200 milligrams, 2 tablets for 4 nights, 100 milligrams, 1 tablet for 4 nights, 50 milligram tabs, half tablets times 4 nights, then off. Let me know if any issues.
And is that a standard or slow taper off of Seroquel being at a 300 milligram dose?
Considering the fact that she had only been taking it for a few weeks, yes. If she had been on it for months, I would have done a slower taper.
And in addition to giving her that plan, you also had the nurse provide her with some information about DBT groups, correct?
Correct.
And what's DBT?
Dialectical behavioral therapy.
And how's that different from cognitive behavioral therapy?
Dialectical behavioral therapy, there's certain tenets to it, like emotion regulation, distress tolerance, interpersonal communication. There's a lot of skills to it. It's a very skills-based treatment. So we had recommended that as an additional support.
And the next time you had contact with the Clancys, when was that? After December 21st?
I believe that was my last contact with Lindsay.
Okay. As far as the perinatal behavioral health clinic at South Shore, you're aware that on December 30th, Patrick Clancy called in about his wife.
Correct.
And that he spoke to a nurse, Katrina Melanson.
Yes.
And the record reflects that he reported that she was safe, right? But she'd like to go to McLean.
I do recall that.
And he was advised to take her directly to the emergency department. You can't just go there to McLean, right?
Right.
In your experience.
In my experience.
And that he said he didn't want to waste a day in the ED. Is that your recollection of the record?
That is my recollection of the record.
And that he was looking just to get the bed that was offered the last time on December 15th.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that that's not how the process works?
They do not hold beds for that length of time.
Okay. And so then he was advised to take her to the emergency department or call 911?
Correct.
And was that the last contact that the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic had with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
You were never advised or got any messages from her after she went to McLean, did you?
No. We did check.
Okay. The answer is no. Go ahead.
Did you learn anything about her course of treatment at McLean after the fact?
We had been wondering if she would come back to us. We did review the MASS PMP, which is sort of log of controlled scripts, and we saw that she had medications filled from her previous psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts.
And that would have been...
No, object to move to strike. It's not responsive to the question about McLean. She's now talking about...
Overall.
So the MASS PMP, what is that?
It is a database that shows when patients fill controlled scripts such as benzodiazepines. And
as a prescriber that has a DA license, you're able to review that information for any patient?
Yes.
And so after the 30th, when the call came in about going to McLean, you were able to identify that she was prescribed additional medicines by a different prescriber?
Yes.
And she never came back to the clinic?
Correct.
During all of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, did she always present with clear linear thinking?
Yes.
Was she able to express to you her concerns and ask appropriate questions when necessary?
Yes.
And was she able to advocate for herself and express that she had some knowledge base about some of these medications?
Yes.
And at no point during the time that she was your patient or that she was at the clinic did she ever indicate that she was had a plan to kill herself or harm her children, did she?
No.
Thank you. There's nothing further.
All right. Counsel, can I see the sidebar?
Okay. That is the question I wanted to answer. Was she able to see that she had other prescriptions filled through a data system for controlled substances? And the answer is absolutely yes, she did. So she didn't really get what she wanted. She goes over to McLean. She's going to check in. And then she doesn't contact this doctor anymore, but she contacts Dr. Tufts. And then Dr. Tufts begins treating her again. So apparently they do have access to see what controlled substances that she had been given. They know the amounts and the doses and when they were filled. That's good. That's good to know. That would tell you if she was shopping for anything, except or what was really going on here. But I am very, very confused as to Patrick.
Till around 2 o'clock. Same.
Okay, now we're going to
same
lunch.
Instructions, the research. We're talking about this case. I hope everybody has a nice little break here. We'll see you back here right around 2 o'clock. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good. Notebooks, face mask, chairs, please. This way.
That's from Angela. So just so you know, I might have to do something because they won't look at it.
Okay. Oh, I'd like to hear that hot mic again. Just so you know what? You want to take it back and see if we can figure out what it says? Hang on a second.
That he reported that
So we can
she
catch
was
that hot mic.
safe, right? But she'd like to go to McLean.
I do recall that.
And
from her previous psychiatrist.
All right, let me send you that hot mic.
express to you her concerns and ask appropriate questions when necessary.
Yes.
Get back.
And was she able to advocate for herself and express that she had some knowledge base about some of these medications?
Yes.
And at no point during the time that she was your patient or that she was at the clinic, did she ever indicate that she was had a plan to kill herself or harm her children? Did she?
No.
Thank you. There's nothing further.
All right. So can I see his?
I slowed it down to 90 to see if we could understand what they were saying. I have to wait just a second. I don't want to put the mouse back on it because I don't want to go too far. So just re-listen to this and then we'll hear it. What are y'all thinking so far? So we've had some new people join us.
Till around 2 o'clock. Same instructions. The research. Talking about this case. I hope everybody has a nice little break here. We'll see you back here right around 2 o'clock. Okay.
Order. All right. Good. Notebooks, face mask, chairs, please. This way.
That's from Angela. So just so you know, I might have to do something because they won't look at it.
Okay. I might have to do something. Okay. I'm gonna have to mess with this during lunch because just to let you know, I might have to do something because of something else. I'm trying to catch what it says. Anyway, we will get it. But anyway, let's do this right quick. Okay, because they're going to lunch, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break while I do some things around here because I need to get some things done for just a few minutes, and then we'll come back and discuss some other things. I might just go ahead and put on my Innocence Project. I'm going to show you my Innocence Project while we wait on, while they're at lunch, so you can see what I'm talking about, that I'm so happy I won my dispute against the Warner Brothers, because that's a huge, huge television company, and to win your dispute is something wonderful. Okay, so here we go. Let me put this on and we'll watch it for just a little bit. Okay, let me go to YouTube. We're going to pull that up while they do lunch, and we will come back to the trial. I'm going to let it play because I have some things I need to do, and I don't want y'all to have to look at a damn blank screen. That just sucks. And I can only play music that's not copyright protected, so that sucks. So anyway, here we go. And we've had some new people join us. I'm so glad. I think they're coming to us. But also, just a reminder for everybody, on this channel, we are a safe space for everyone. Everybody's opinions are valued. We do not say derogatory things about any person in chat or any other creator on YouTube. We really don't like to talk about other creators while we're live on our channel because we want to make sure that everybody is safe and protected and somebody doesn't say something that's going to cause the channel to get in trouble. Your channel has to be very, very protected. We cannot have a bunch of strikes and that kind of stuff, because when you start getting problems with other creators, that is exactly when your channel can be taken away from you. We don't want that. Have to get some things ready to take to. That's fine. Okay, to Chrissy, that's fine. Go ahead, Pam. So good to see you. Come on back with you how I feel. Come in when you can. Stay as long as you can. Come back later for the replay. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just happy to see you all whenever I get to see you. So enjoy that. Go get ready. I'm just going to play this so we're not looking at a blank screen while they're at lunch. So just wanted to put my reminder out about why we don't talk about other people and why we try to protect our channel, because we do not want to get in trouble for, being rude and getting a bunch of strikes and that kind of stuff. I just don't want that. Just don't want that. Let's go to the lives over here. Let's go on down here and find it. Look at all of these. Yeah, there you go. Okay. The Innocence Project was something else. So let me see. We've got executions to talk about. We've got all kinds of things to talk about, I'm telling you. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's go down here. Wow, I didn't understand. I didn't realize it was this far back. So let me go find it. Okay, it's got to be right here. Reagan, Hancock, and here. Missouri, Reagan. Okay, let me go find it over here this way. Innocence Project. Okay, guys, I just want you to be able to listen to something while we wait. Okay. Okay. Why can't I find my own damn? Oh boy, this is crazy. Where is my it's Ed Grab. Hello. Okay. Okay, we'll go back this way. Let's do it this way. Isn't this crazy? I can't even find my own damn. All right, let's go to my lives. Let's go. We'll go back over here and find it. Your channel, and go to your lives. Ed Graph. Okay. Okay, it's got to be right down here. Wrongful deaths. There's this woman, James Duckett. Now, James Duckett was a hell of a case too. He actually was guilty of killing somebody else, but they didn't have any. There was no way to prove it, so they had to wait. And here we go. Bigfoot in Socher. This is wild. Where is it? It had to be right here. Is it right around here? Taylor Parker, death penalties. Hang on a minute, guys. Supreme Court cases. Yeah. Reagan Hancock's another. The Taylor Parker story is something else, isn't it? Just disgusting, that situation. The system that failed them. Human trafficking is a horrible situation. There's another death row. I don't understand where it's at. 50 years on death row. Can you believe that? That's a horrible thing too. I don't know why somebody would sit around for 50 years on death row. It's crazy. It should never happen that way. And I have a problem with that. I really have a big problem with that. Let's see. We've talked about everything you can imagine here on this channel. Everything you can imagine. I guess we'll go down here and look at it this way. Let's go to over here. We'll find it. Let's go to YouTube Studio because I know it's right there in, okay, content. Lives. Here we go. I'm still shocked about Patrick Clancy. I mean, you know, okay, let's see. He defended her, other victims, Ellie, Elizabeth Siders, Cat Mystic. Cat Mystic is also something else that's kind of a story that really needs to be talked about quite a bit because it is something that should have never happened. It could have been protected. That should have never happened to any of these children. Those children absolutely could have been saved had the right thing been done. What in the hell? We did those two. And the horrible thing in Ohio. That's another terrible one. Absolutely terrible. Look at this, $14 million bond. This was on the lady who killed her 4 children in Texas. She just shot them in the car. Like she thought, and then just called the police and turned herself in. I was like, what the hell's going on there? There's the Supreme Court. Okay, let me see if I can find it this way. All right. Let me see. I cannot believe I can't find my own work. That's crazy. Fooled. It's called Fooled. Here we go. Here it is, right here. Let's go watch it. Ooh, that's loud. Hang on. Turn this down now. All right. My screen. This is going to be my stream from a different day. All right, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. It's kind of weird, and I didn't know this at first, but with StreamYard, as soon as you click into that studio,
we love you too. Thank
it
you so
starts
much,
recording
baby.
everything
I
we
appreciate
say. So
seeing you
even
come
before
in.
we go
Thank
live,
you.
there's parts that
Yes,
we're talking
enjoy.
about. It's
Enjoy
actually
the
putting on there.
Enjoy the
We might say
I have my
something.
I have my mic off.
To
So.
the Innocence Project.
Happy Sunday.
Yes, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you off tomorrow? It's Sunday and Monday,
I
right?
am. I'm off tomorrow. Yeah.
Because we're going to start the,
we're going to do, well, I go do a couple
Lindsay
things.
Clancy
Enjoy.
Day 5. And it's going to start at 8 a.m. my time because it'll be 9 a.m. their time. And I expect a lot of testimony tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because where they left off was kind of a weird spot. Now, I do wonder, why in the world are they being so protective over that 911 call? Now, I noticed that he was not in the courtroom when they played this 911 call. I know that she got extremely upset, and they said that the jurors were crying. But it's a 911 call. When she appeals her case after she gets found guilty, we're going to hear it anyway. We'll see it anyway because it will be part of the damn appeal. It's kind of weird to me that they're keeping this so quiet. I don't understand it. But anyway, yeah. So just wanted to talk about that for a second. Now, today we're going to talk about a really strange case. And you think it's impossible to happen. But guess what? It is not impossible to happen. You can't fool the Innocence Project. I know you're thinking, what? Those are all fabulous attorneys. They're very smart people. They are super intelligent. They have been highly trained. What do you mean you can fool the Innocence Project? There's a man in Texas. His name was Edward Graff. He absolutely fooled the Innocence Project. Claimed for almost 30 years he was innocent. He didn't do anything. What happened to those kids was just an accident that they set the fire themselves. But there's a little law in Texas that people don't really think about or know about actually because it's not used very often. And it only affects people that were arrested between one period to another period. I've got to look the dates up exactly as we talk. But if you were I'm sorry.
71,
No, please be
71 to
careful, Pam.
78 or
Please be
something.
careful
It
out
was a
there.
real short amount of time.
It's a short amount. If you were prosecuted and found guilty and given life in prison during that time, if you have served at least 30 years, it's called the mandatory release law. So this guy talks the Innocence Project into taking his case. Then he comes back and they have a second trial. They get him a new trial. And then the shit starts to happen. But let me go ahead and read my fair use so we can get our show on the road, because I always want to make sure we don't forget to use that. So this live stream contains commentary, analysis, opinion, and educational discussions protected under fair use. All footage, images, and materials shown are referenced or used for reporting, criticism, research, and public interest documentation. All individuals discussed are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Any allegations mentioned are based on publicly available information, filings, or statements from involved parties. This channel does not assert guilt, innocence, or wrongdoing beyond what has been legally established. There you go. So it has been legally established in this case that this guy used the Innocence Project and got away with murder. Basically, this is what happened.
Yeah, and the reason for that law is just a joke to create overcrowding in the prisons. I mean, that's just stupid.
How in the world is a murderer causing overcrowding in the prison?
Exactly.
That makes no sense at all. Now, the kicker to this is this man has been released from prison, and basically he walked out of that courtroom at his retrial basically a free man. He lives in Kerrville, Texas.
After he admitted to the crime.
Okay, but you're moving ahead. Stop. You're moving ahead. So now he lives in Kerrville, Texas. So let's get back over here where we were, and we're going to get started talking about this. So yes, we know that he was accused of killing two children, Jason and Joby. Now, Jason was 8 years old, and Joby was 9 years old. Now, and this is in 1986, by allegedly locking them in a shed and setting it on fire. Now, his let me let the dogs out of here. His 1988 conviction, he always maintained he was innocent. He was innocent. But he's not innocent. But he said he was innocent. But the funny thing is, and it's not funny at all, but his ex-wife never really believed him. She started noticing some weird things going on with him before. So the children actually became afraid of him before this actually happened. She couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Now, one of the things that he did was, okay, they went school clothes shopping. He bought the clothes, but he told the children, just leave the tags on. We're going to put them in the closet till later, right? When he went to the grocery store, he did not buy their favorite cereals and things. He did not buy what they normally eat. See, she didn't notice these little things until after the fact because she was at work the day this happened. Now, the thing about Edward Graff is he was a very well-known person in their town that they lived in, and I believe it's over in Hewitt, Texas, and he was a baker in that town, very well respected, okay? But one of the things nobody else noticed until after the fact was he had been embezzling from the bank. Here you go. Go outside. Yeah. He was embezzling from the bank. Now, he knew that this bank was going to be audited, and he knew they were going to figure out, there's money missing, and who is responsible for the money missing? Because in a bank, there is always checks and balances. Okay. So on these kids, he had bought a $50,000 life insurance policy for these kids. It was 25 and 25, I believe is how it went. But if they died by accident, then it would double. It's called double indemnity. And that's what he did. They considered this an accidental death. And so he ended up with $50,000 per child. Now, this was going to be enough to cover his embezzlement over here at the bank. He thought he was going to get away with all of this. I mean, after all, with such a well-respected man do such a horrible thing to the children that he treated like his own when he married their mother? Think about that for a second. Now, one of the things that we've always talked about over here when we talk about appeals and things like this is junk science. because remember the term junk science. It has a lot to do with this case. His 1988 conviction relied heavily on outdated arson science, which modern fire experts later determined was flawed. Now, this triggered a full review by the Innocence Project of Texas and the Texas Fire Marshal's Office, which was part of a statewide effort to re-examine questionable arson convictions. So, the Innocence Project gets involved, the Arson Review Initiative happens, and Graff's case was one of the earliest reviewed under Texas fire science reform efforts. Now, the Texas Court of Appeals in 2013, the court overturned his conviction after determining that the arson testimony violated his due process. So then he gets a retrial announcement. It's going to happen in 2014. Now, modern fire experts testified that the fire showed no evidence of arson, contradicting the original 1988 findings. But there's a twist to all of this. He's always maintained he was innocent. He was innocent. He was innocent. All right. Now, there's been many shows about this, which is kind of interesting. There's a show called The Innocence Files on Netflix. There's a show called Innocence Project 25-year anniversary on some station. I don't know where it's at, but there is a show. There's another show called The Innocence Project Executive Director's Message. And then there's Wrongful Convictions and False Confessions Seminar that this case is kind of used in. But here's the thing they don't tell you is the fact that they were fooled. They leave that little part out because nobody wants to admit that the Innocence Project helped a murderer walk free, because that's what they did. That is the exact truth. It is exactly what happened in this case. And it doesn't make any sense, does it? You got to ask yourself, how could the Innocence Project be fooled? It makes, no way, no way. So let me pull up this. I'm going to pull this up right here. And we're going to take a look at it right quick. Let me share my screen for everybody.
That was 1977 to 1987 as well.
So make sure you can see everything that I see. There you go. All right. We're on the right one. So Texas stepfather who burnt 2 kids to death, hang on, go away, spent decades claiming he was innocent. His final decision left the courtroom reeling, and it absolutely did. In 1986, Texas man Ed Graff was accused of killing his 2 young stepsons, Jason and Joby, by setting fire to the backyard shed while the boys were trapped inside. Now, initially, the blaze was treated as an accident, but a later investigation led prosecutors to charge Graff with capital murder. Now, prosecutors alleged that he had a financial motive, noting that the family had recently taken out life insurance policies on an 8 and a 9-year-old. And in the first trial, a jury ultimately convicted him and sentenced him to life in prison, sparing him death penalties. Now, Graff had served more than 2 decades in prison when the Innocence Project partnered with the state of Texas to review old arson cases, considering advances in fire. Now, more than 25 years after this fire, his case was reopened after experts determined that the original photographic evidence and the fire investigations were insufficient to support a murder trial verdict. Eventually, the lack of scientific evidence suggested he was not guilty. Now, Claire Bradburn thought her ex-husband would pay for his crime and spend the rest of his life in prison. But the reopened case took an unexpected turn. After years of maintaining that he had not intentionally started this fire, Ralph ultimately pled guilty to the murders as part of a plea agreement. Now, when he did this plea agreement, they were in active trial. He was already being tried the second time around. Now, he and his attorney knew that he was probably going to be found guilty once again. So they came up with this little known law that his attorney said, hey, listen, if we do this, yeah, you're guilty, but you walk out. Okay. Now, this really affected this mom, and it should have affected her. I could not imagine being in her shoes, knowing the man that killed her children for money walked out of that courtroom a free man when he was fixing to be found guilty once more. That's got to be hard to live with. Absolutely. Now, this plea allowed him to benefit from Texas's mandatory supervision laws. The years he served in prison were accredited to his sentence, and he was eligible for mandatory release. Now, the law originally designed to help reduce prison overcrowding for certain offenders sentenced between 1977 and 1987, ultimately resulted in Graff's release. Now, prosecutors had alleged that Graff drugged the boys before carrying them to the shed and setting it ablaze using an accelerant. However, when the case was re-examined decades later, experts in the case concluded that the original arson investigation relied on outdated methods. However, when the case was reopened, the new fire investigator testified in court that the fire's cause was undetermined, unable to establish how the fire was started. With the new conclusions in this case, where Graff could have been proven innocent, he chose to admit to the murders in court to walk free. His own son in court. Okay, so let me back up a minute. So he marries the mother of Joby, and he marries the mother of little boys, and they have a baby together. So this new baby was born before he set this building on fire. So with the new conclusions in this case, where Graff could have been proven innocent, he chose to admit to the murders in court and walk free. Ultimately, his own son in court said to him, "You are not a father. You are not a man. May God have mercy on your soul, because no one on this earth should." The grieving mother, who also addressed Graff, "If there's one thing I could say to Ed, it is this: his true judgment has not come, that he will be judged one day again for his deeds." And she expressed regret over marrying him and bringing her son into a blended family with him. Now, Ed Graff's trials drew national attention and due to the conflicting evidence that could not prove his involvement. Now, True Crime News shared this devastating tale on YouTube, where the video has gained, and it gained a lot of views. It did. Lots of comments. Many were expressed outrage over the outcome, with one writing he deserved the death penalty for killing those kids. One viewer posted, "Absolutely disgusting. Of course he did know what he was doing." Another one asked, "How do you get a job when you're convicted of a double murder?" One more posted, "The senseless and horrific murders of these two brothers are the ones that have stuck with me, and I hate monsters like this." Now, that's just one story about this case. There are many, many stories about this case, and there should be. What am I hearing? Okay, anyway, and there should be. Everybody should be outraged about this case. But the people that I don't understand is the Innocence Project. We have always known the Innocence Project to be so picky about the cases that they would accept. Like, they don't accept just any case. It has to meet certain criteria in order for the Innocence Project to get involved. How could they be fooled by this man? That's what I want to know. So now I'm going to go over here. We're going to pull up the Innocence Project and look at what they stand for. Because you're going to say, wait a minute, how in the world did he meet their rigid standards? So let me get this over here. They only take a few cases a year because it costs a lot of money for them to try these cases, to go back and get all the evidence, to do all the things that they do. So when the Innocence Project gets involved, that's why they're so picky. Hang on, Innocence Project, Texas. Okay. So you pull this up over here. You know, because they represent the victim, the defendant, for free. So they're over here representing this guy for free, believing what he's telling them. And then he comes right out and says, guess what? I did it. When he realizes he can walk free, I did it. But anyway, let me share my screen so we can look at the Innocence Project. Then we're going to go back, and this is not going to be a very long live today because it is Sunday, and we are going to be coming back at 8 o'clock in the morning to start back on the Lindsay Clancy trial, which is becoming very interesting. And, you know, I had my thoughts about it, but now I'm having some different thoughts about it. I just don't know. There's so many things happening in that trial all at the same time. It makes it difficult to really form any kind of decision right now, because I want to call her a monster. I do. But can I? I don't know, you know. So anyway, let's talk about the Innocence Project. So there's an estimated 3,000 to 9,000 Texans serving sentences due to wrongful convictions. Wrongful convictions are more common than you think. Now, wrongful convictions devastate lives and families all over Texas, and fighting a wrongful conviction can be nearly impossible. The Innocence Project of Texas provides free, first-class investigative and legal services to people incarcerated for crimes they did not commit. Now, the Innocence Project of Texas exists to free those wrongfully convicted reform policies that imprison the innocent, and educate the public to drive a lasting change. Really? Because you've allowed a murderer to walk free is what you have done. How could you mess up? Let's look at all their stories and see if they even talk about this one story. Let's go. We're going to go down here and see if it's even brought up. Let's see. We have Joe David, Butch Martin, James Reyes. Let's see. Let's see all the ones that they've gotten out. Let's see if this guy's even mentioned, because I bet you he is not mentioned. Nope. Look, these are the people that they've gotten out. Look whose name is not part. Edward Graff is not part of the people that they talk about getting released. I wonder why. Yeah, think about that for a second. But you got to ask yourself, if Ed Graff got away with murder, how many other people have they represented that got away with murder as well? Can we believe everything we see happening on the Innocence Project? Because I don't think we can. Not after this. Not after this. In the years since the founding of Innocence Projects of Texas in 2006, we've contributed to the release and exoneration of 42 wrongfully convicted Texans. The path to exoneration is long and expensive, an average cost of $235,000, with the average exoneree spending 14 years in prison. They receive over 1,000 letters a year from Texans in need of their help. Okay? And Edward Graff was one of them that wrote to them about his wrongful conviction. I mean, I can understand sort of how this can happen, but not really. Not really. Let me see if we can look at something else over here. They've had 42 people freed and 615 years lost and counting. They actually count how many years these people actually spent in prison. Now, I don't know what every one of these people here did. I don't want to know what every one of these people here did, because the person I'm talking about is Edward Graff. And I want to know why they're not talking about Edward Graff. That's a question, isn't it? Why are they not talking about Edward Graff? Because they need to be. They are the reason he is walking free. Is there junk science? Is there junk science? Yes, we've talked about junk science many times. We have. But just because you find junk science in a case does not mean the person that is being accused is innocent. It just does not work that way. So just because one part of the investigation was not exactly what people think it should be, that does not mean a person's innocent. Now I'm going to go back over here to YouTube, and we're going to pull up just a little bit about this guy, and then we'll talk for a minute. It just shocked me when I saw this. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. How the hell could this happen? You just can't imagine that this could actually happen, but it can. And it's sickening. And if it happened in Texas, where else has it happened? Think about that for a second. So let me pull up Edward Graff. Hang on. And the woman, when I watched this and I listened to her speak, I was like, oh my God, this poor woman. She was devastated when this guy got out. Now, this is going to be from Life Story Net Films right here. We're going to watch this for a second. Hang on. We're going to first learn about him, and then we're going to go back and learn about what he freaking did and how this happened. Okay? So let me give full credit to Jack. Go sit down. Life Story Films. Hang on, guys. You know, we got to share the screen and do all that stuff. So, okay, credit. Get down. Life Story Films. All right. I believe that's how it's spelled. Let me make sure I've got it right. Life Story Films. Full credit to Life Story Films. Make sure that's right over here. It is. Now, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to watch this for a second under fair use. So here we go. Okay. Just learn about Mr. Edward Graff a little bit. Because, listen, the one thing we know about people like him, he's a sociopath. I'm going to be real honest with you. He's a sociopath. Here we go. Name there. Oh, wait a minute, guys. Hang on a minute. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. There are two Edward Graffs. I forgot about that. No, this is the wrong Edward Graff. Let me go back to the right one. So sorry, guys. I need to find the right one. Here we go. Ed Graff. This guy right here. So sorry.
Two young boys burned to death in their own backyard shed. But the tragedy soon looked just like murder, and all fingers seemed to point to...
Okay, let me give the credit to True Crime Watch. I was like, wait a minute, that looks like a funeral thing. It was the funeral thing, the wrong Ed Graff. I'm sorry about that. Okay, Network, I believe is the name of this. I'm going to use this under fair use. I'm like, good Lord, that doesn't even sound right. Golly. Oh my God, you got to laugh, don't you? You just got to laugh. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. Let me make this big and we'll get going on this. Sorry about that, guys. All right, here you go.
Their stepfather, Ed Graff Jr.
I felt he was responsible for murdering Joby and Jason.
But what kind of monster would kill his own sons? Cops and prosecutors believed Ed Graff was monster enough.
The eeriest thing about all of it was at the address where it happened. 505 Angel Fire.
10 months after the fire, Ed Graff Jr. was arrested and indicted.
Now, you know we have to stop every once in a while for fair use, so we're going to stop for just a minute and talk about it. Now, that is weird. The name of the street was Angel Fire, and sure enough, those angels died in that fire that he set. He set that fire. Those babies had no smoke in their lungs. It was as if they were asleep already, or deceased already before he even put them in the building to set it on fire. What did he do to those children? Here we go.
For the capital murders of 9-year-old Joby and 8-year-old Jason. If Ed was found guilty, he could face the death penalty. At trial, the prosecution alleged that Ed Graff somehow knocked out the boys, carried them to the shed, set it on fire. And they believed they had fire science on their side.
There was enough evidence to see where the burn marks were, the floors. That was an accelerant. The door were closed to the shed. My feeling was it was not accidental.
One of the firemen, he took a picture of the debris. So we had fabulous photographs to work with.
Former McLennan County District Attorney Vic Feazell brought in 2 nationally renowned fire science experts to review the photos and testify. Those experts believe the door to the shed was closed. 2 fires were intentionally set, an accelerant was used, and the boys were found on their backs in relaxed positions, which indicated they were unconscious. They apparently never attempted to protect themselves or get out. Their conclusion: it was a clear-cut case of arson. But
now, when you see that right there, you know there is no way that those children went in there and accidentally set that on fire. No possible way. That proved. So I want to know exactly what junk science they're freaking talking about. This case clearly shows what happened. And I don't understand the Innocence Project taking this case. Here we go, guys.
Adding more heat to the case were other circumstantial pieces pointing at Graff's involvement.
There were some things that Ed did that didn't seem weird at the time, but then later became odd to me.
There was the boy's cereal and medications he didn't buy.
He's always so organized and everything's so methodical. The refilling of certain things, our food, the prescriptions.
And the new school clothes he didn't let the boys wear.
He didn't want to shop for school clothes. Then we did go, but he didn't want them to take the tags off. And he wanted to place the whole sack in our closet, and that was odd.
Days after the fire, Ed returned the clothes and got his money back. And then...
All right. Did you hear that? Just days after the fire, he took those clothes back and got his money back. You don't think this was premeditated? Because I absolutely do think it was premeditated. There is no other reason why he would not fill the prescriptions and he would not buy their groceries for school, their cereals, those kind of things. And there's no other reason to keep the tags on the clothes that you bought them for school. That makes no sense other than what the hell are you thinking? Here we go, guys. It's sad.
There were the insurance policies Ed took out on the boys.
We heard allegations that Ed had embezzled money from the bank he had worked from before. And that then became what I felt was the motive for getting the insurance policies on these little boys.
as soon as the insurance policies were effective, within days is when he committed the murders.
Ed continued to proclaim his innocence and reportedly had answers for everything. He said the insurance policies were a way to save money for the boys' college. He kept the tags on in case the clothes didn't fit. Ed's defense? The boys accidentally set the shed on fire.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. How did the boys accidentally set the shed on fire when they were not even awake when this happened? We don't know if they were even alive. They made no attempt to get out of the shed. How in the world did they set it on fire? Hey, couponing. First thing came to my mind when he kept the tags on them in the bag in the car. Yeah, that's exactly right, couponing. So good to see you, girl. You know I love seeing you come in here. But yeah, the case is just so clear cut what happened. So Innocence Project needs to explain to all of us, how the hell did they get themselves involved with this monster? Why in the world would they take this case and let a monster loose? No, I mean, what were they going to try to say? Oh, somebody else put the boys in there. Somebody else was there that day and somebody else set the fire. Mom was at work, so there was no way Mom did it. We'll keep going, guys. It's really sad, and I'm sorry, trigger warning.
And there were a lot of people who believed in Ed's innocence.
I think he has a winning personality.
Well, he's a biker.
Because he had at least 20 character witnesses come testify on his behalf. I think Ed is a sociopath.
When I was testifying, Ed did look at me and stared.
Look at her.
Just kind of stared at me. It was his intimidation. I had no problem looking at him, looking right back at him.
As the case went to the jury, no one felt 100% confident.
Did you ever feel this was a slam dunk case against Ed Graff?
Oh, heck no. No, it was not a slam dunk case. It was it was a circumstantial case. Almost no case is slam dunk. Look at OJ.
Yeah, that's right. Look at OJ Simpson. That's a perfect example of that. But because the prosecutor over here is telling us, well, hell no, it wasn't a slam dunk. I had no idea. He didn't know he was going to win the case or not win the case because, again, there was absolutely nothing but circumstantial evidence. This will tell you just how strong circumstantial evidence can be. And they went back and looked at many different cases where arson science had been used before and decided that this was one of those cases that they could prove was junk science. But I don't. You will never convince me, never, that the science they used wasn't accurate. Never. Here we go.
Simpson, he should have been convicted.
Sure should have.
After hearing 3 weeks of testimony and spending only 4 hours deliberating, the jury came back with a verdict.
When the jury said the guilty verdict, it was just a relief. It was some peace.
Guilty. Ed was convicted of capital murder. The sentence, life in prison. He narrowly escaped death, unlike Joby and Jason. And that's where the story would normally end. Not this one.
Graff's case is being re-examined, and so are others in which defendants were sent to prison for setting fires based on expert testimony about burn patterns or charring that is now considered suspect.
22 years after Ed Graff went to prison, the Innocence Project partnered with the Texas State Fire Marshal's Office to conduct a review of previous arson convictions. Ed Graff's case was one of the cases the Innocence Project believed warranted attention.
If the original investigators had looked at the photographs objectively and seen, they would have seen that there was not any forensic evidence there to support their conclusions.
Wait a minute, though. We are going to look at the appeal. We're going to look at the appeal in just a minute. But, here's the thing about this. You've got kids that have no smoke in their lungs, and you're going to tell me there's nothing to say that somebody else set that fire? Really? I don't believe you. Here we go.
The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals said the scientific testimony used to find Ed Graff guilty of arson has been proved false.
I was at some of the hearings. It was
I feel bad for her.
Sort of like opening the wounds again.
Claire's heart nearly stopped. After 25 years behind bars, Ed Graff was granted a new trial.
All I can tell them is that, I didn't do it.
Coming up, for Claire.
Did you hear what he said? All I can tell him is I didn't do it. But you went to your second trial. Here's a little thing about trials that most people don't realize. You can take a plea all the way up until they actually until they say, okay, defense rest, and they send it off to the jury to go deliberate. You have to give your plea prior to them saying defense rest. It's too late after they say defense rest. So his attorney knew this, and he knew as time went on and this trial was looking kind of bad, what was going to happen here. He already knew the jury was going to call him guilty again. So before he rested his case, he presented this plea deal under the mandatory release law in the state of Texas. That law should have never been on the books. It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like Florida's allowing people to sit on death row 35, 45, 50 years. That shit should never happen, period. Never. So kind of the same thing. But we'll listen to this, and then we're going to go back and look at his appeal.
Justice for Joby and Jason had become a never-ending fight.
There was a hush over the room. We knew, knowing Ed, we knew there was a plan.
Well, I would say I wanted my freedom more than anything.
Of course you did.
And coming up, for Claire, the
Sociopath.
nightmare wouldn't die, and neither would Ed Graff's chance at freedom.
All right. That is the end of that one. So I'm going to get rid of that, and we're going to pull up his appeals right here. So let me share my screen so we can look at this appeal together, because in these appeals, you learn all kinds of things that you didn't know because we don't have the benefit of seeing his trial on film. All we can do is go through the appeal and read what happened and what the facts were because it's in the appeal. So we're going to start over here. Make sure you see what I see, and we're going to take a look at this. All right, here we go. So this goes back to August 26th of 1986. The appellant's two adopted sons. He actually adopted these little boys, Jason and Joby. They died in a fire in a storage shed behind their residence. Now, the appellant was convicted of the capital murder of Jason, but received a life sentence rather than the death penalty for Joby. Now, Texas Penal Code 1903, in Vernon's book 1989, his conviction rests entirely on circumstantial evidence. The principal complaint is that the evidence was insufficient to support his conviction, and the judgment will be affirmed. Okay. Now, evidence is sufficient to support a conviction when, viewing it in the light most favorable to the verdict, any rational trier of the fact could have found that the essential elements of the crime beyond reasonable doubt. And then they cite a bunch of different state, cases, etc. I'm not going to read all those because it would take so much longer. Now, this is the standard of review for either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, circumstantial evidence must exclude every reasonable hypothesis except that of the defendant's guilt. Now, this conning piece of shit is sitting there trying to look so pitiful in front of those people claiming he's innocent. Know that he actually did this. That had to just, I don't know how the mother of those babies can even walk around every day knowing that he claimed he was innocent all those years, but he really did do it. And he took advantage of the most ridiculous law on the books in the state of Texas. And I don't even think she could sue the state of Texas over it. There was really nothing she could do because that was the law at the time, which is sad. Okay. So we're going to come on down. We're going to read some more. Let me see. So it's eliminating all reasonable hypotheses other than the defendant's guilt is not a different test for sufficiency, but is merely an analytical tool used to facilitate the standard of review. And then, Butler, blah, blah. All the evidence must be considered in determining whether the state has met its burden of proving each element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the appellate first contends under point 1 that the circumstantial evidence did not exclude the reasonable hypothesis that the children started the fire accidentally. Bullshit. They just told us that the children were not even conscious when this fire started. They did not have smoke in their lungs and all this other stuff. The children could not have started the fire. They made no attempt to get out of that shed. There's no way the children could have started the fire. This is the most Oh my God. Anyway, here we go. Oh, let me get back over here and start reading again. I'm sorry, guys. It just really bothered. This one just gripes my ass so bad that he was allowed to leave prison and he's a damn murderer. Okay. Let me get back to where I was. I'm sorry. All the evidence must be considered to determine whether the state has met its burden. Okay, blah, blah. Appellant first contends under point 1 that circumstantial evidence did not exclude the reasonable hypothesis that the children started the fire accidentally. Thus, he argues that the evidence was insufficient to support his conviction because no rational trier of fact could have beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime was committed. Well, I don't know, sir. We have 2 children who are deceased in a burned up building who made no attempt to leave that building and was not conscious when they died in the fire. You tell me that no crime was committed. In corpus delicti, 2 elements in the murder prosecution. The body of the deceased must be found and identified, and 2, the death of the deceased must be shown to have been caused by a criminal act of another. Circumstantial evidence can be used to establish either element. Undisputed evidence establishes that the bodies found in the debris were those of Jason and Joby. However, appellant attacks the sufficiency of the circumstantial evidence to prove the second element, i.e., that a criminal act occurred. All right. Shortly before 5 p.m. on August the 26th of 1986, Tom Lucenay, the deputy chief of Hewitt Volunteer Fire Department, noticed light-colored smoke which appeared to be from a grass fire near his home. He ran into his house to get his fire department walkie-talkie to report the fire. By the time he returned to his front door, the smoke had changed color to a dark black, and there were bright orange flames. Now, Lucenay used his walkie-talkie to report the structure fire in his neighborhood. Now, running from his home towards the fire, he heard a couple of small explosion sounds. I'm pretty sure there was gas in that building because that's where people kept their lawnmowers, etc. Now, when Lucenay arrived at the scene of the fire, he saw a storage shed engulfed in flames in the backyard of the appellant's residence. He described the fire, which had flames 12 to 14 feet high, as burning fast and very hot. Other firemen gave similar descriptions of this fire. Now, Lucenay at first was unable to get into the backyard because the gate of the privacy fence was chain locked. One of the appellant's neighbors found the other entry in the backyard tied shut with a rope. Now, while Lucenay and the neighbor were attempting to pull open up a fence post to gain entry, appellant who was holding an infant appeared and helped them by kicking through some of the slats in the privacy fence and pulling down the gate post. Firemen first learned that the appellant's 2 sons were missing. The fire was at a smoldering stage. They were preparing to search the neighborhood for the boys when the bodies of the children were discovered in the shed debris. A fireman took photographs of this scene, which were later examined by 2 arson investigators. Now, Joby's body was found near the shed's 2 front doors, while Jason's body was lying in the rear corner of the shed. Both bodies were laying face up and looked relaxed, and neither child appeared to have been trying to protect or shield his facial area from the heat. After the fire was extinguished, Lucenay expressed his condolences to the appellant and his wife, and out of a sense of compassion offered to remove the burnt debris from the backyard. At first, the appellant was undecided, but several minutes later, he told Lucenay to remove everything burned, and after police and fire officials gave their approval, Lucenay and several firemen returned later that night and used a front-end loader and a dump truck to remove what was left of that shed. Now, let me point something out to you guys, okay? They are out there removing all of this the same day this happened. I will say this, that would not be happening in today's arsons. They don't just remove the debris because it needs to be investigated fully, and you have not had time to actually do every step they do in arson investigations today on the same day. So that would not have happened today. That is true. That was awful fact. After the shed was removed and Lucenay returned home, he recognized that he had made a mistake in removing the debris before a complete investigation was made to determine the cause of the fire and the manner of the children's death. And what disturbed Lucenay most was the suddenly remembered seeing a gas can sitting on appellant's backyard patio and recognized that quick hot fire and had characteristics associated with the use of an accelerant. 3 other people also noticed this gas can sitting on the patio while they were at the scene. Okay, now think about this for a second, guys. Think about it. Here we are, the gas cans on the patio, and the firemen who live down the street, it's like, oh my God, they're going to have to be looking at this structure over there where these children died. And so he offers to remove it for them. And he realizes after that, oh God, I've just messed up. I messed up the scene. He did mess up the crime scene right there. They would not be happening today, and they would not let him do that today. And he really shouldn't have done it then. But see, it doesn't matter that he removed it because these are trained firemen. They know what an accelerant looks like. They know what a burn pattern looks like. And they know what it looks like when somebody is attempting to get out of a fire. And that's not what happened here. All right, let's go back over here and we'll just keep reading this. I'm sorry, trigger warning. I know it's bad, guys. I know it's bad. A pathologist who performed the autopsies at the funeral home conducted that both boys died as a result of asphyxia due to smoke inhalation and severe burns. He found no evidence of any other trauma. A drug scan was negative except for a non-prescription antihistamine in Jason's blood. However, the high level of carbon monoxide in their blood and the amount of soot found in their throat and lungs, I guess they did inhale something. So they must have been breathing. They were unconscious, but breathing. All right, good to know. In his blood. However, the high level of carbon monoxide in their blood and the amount of soot found in their throat and lungs indicated that both children were alive when the fire started and that their deaths were not instantaneous. Now, these findings were confirmed by a second autopsy in Dallas after the bodies were exhumed. Now, the pathologist who performed and supervised the second autopsies found no evidence that the boys had been tied up, but acknowledged the intense heat can destroy evidence and that poisonous gases emitted from the fires can quickly render a person unconscious. Joseph Porter, an arson investigator from Texas Fire Marshal's office, began his investigation 8 days after the fire. 8 days. That's way too long. He viewed the burned debris at a gravel pit where they should have never dumped this at a gravel pit. That's also messed up this case. And it might be part of the reason why this piece of shit walked free. Okay. Where he reviewed reports of the first autopsies, had the bodies exhumed for a second autopsy, and attended the second autopsy, and gathered information from witnesses. Porter also obtained photographs of the bed before its destruction from the appellant. Now, by examining the burn patterns and pour patterns shown in the photographs taken at the scene, Porter determined that the fire originated in the front left corner of the shed and that some type of accelerant was used to enhance this fire. Although burn patterns indicate that a plastic can containing gasoline was located inside this shed near the left front door, he said that gasoline from the gas can or spillage from 2 lawnmowers or a weed eater found the debris could not account for that amount of accelerant used or the distinctive pour patterns found on the shed's plywood floor and floor joists. Moreover, the burn patterns on the hinges and the shed's double doors indicated that they were closed during the fire. Let me ask you a question. Okay, guys, hang on. Let's go back over here. Does anybody believe that those kids walked into that shed, closed the doors behind them, started messing around with something, and caught the damn shed on fire? Does that make any sense to you? No, it doesn't. Because even at 8 or 9 years old, you're not going to walk into a dark shed and shut the doors. You got to have light coming in, right? I just don't believe they did this to themselves. We already know he did it because he admitted it. Hey, Leslie, so good to see you. Isn't this a horrific story, girl? It is terrible. I'm just so sick that this man's over here living in Kerrville, living his life of Riley, after taking the lives of these 2 children. Yeah, it's disgusting. Oh, boy. Porter said that the positions of these bodies made the fire suspicious because it's almost unheard of to find 2 bodies face up if both victims were awake and alert at the time of the fire. He explained that the fire victims, if they are conscious and alert when the fire is burning, are usually found in a position trying to protect their face from the intense heat and smoke. Now, unburned portions of their buttocks indicated that the boys were both lying on their backs through the fire. They never got up. All right. It's getting time to get back to our trial. We will pick this up later. Please go finish watching this on our channel. It is a very good story, and it just goes to show you the mistakes that can happen, even by the Innocence Project, when it comes to the law. And I mean, that case will haunt me forever. Anyway, so let's get back over here. We will get the trial going. Let me share my screen. Be ready to go. Hope you enjoyed that. Here we go. Come on back, y'all. Let's get ready. Here we go. Lindsay Clancy, day 11 of her trial, which is August the 11th, which is also her birthday. So
I wonder how she's enjoying this birthday today, knowing that she's sitting here on trial for the murder of her babies. Makes me sick. I'm ready too, Leslie. Leslie, let me ask you something. Do you have an iPhone 15? Because let me explain. My iPhone 15 gets super, super hot, and sometimes it just gets stuck. I have to turn it off and turn it back on, or I have to turn it off and let it sit for a little bit so it's not so hot. They told me that I could bring the phone back and just get a new one, but they weren't going to give me any money. But they do realize that iPhone 15 was the worst phone they ever made because they changed the material the case was made out of, and the case is what gets hot, and the heat affects the whole phone. I was so pissed off. Anyway, yeah. No, you have the 7A. Okay, 7A. What might be the same problem? It might be what it is. I don't know. I just know that this phone is terrible. But I'm kind of stuck with it. All right, let's get ready for trial. Thank you so much for being here with me, you guys. I always appreciate seeing you. And as I'm always supposed to say, whether I say it or not, is please like, subscribe, and share as we grow our little channel. Yes, I know. It seems like, well, but you have a lot of. I know it looks like, well, you have a lot of subscribers. Well, yeah, you can get a lot of subscribers, but if they're all over the world and they don't watch all the time, just, because they're on different times than we are, it just makes it kind of hard. And that's the one thing I didn't realize when I first started, because I wanted the people all over the world to be able to watch the channel. So I made it available to all over the world. And I also made it available for 22 different languages to be, for it to be, CC'd into 22 different languages. But anyway, let me get something over. Okay, yes, my earbud died. I had to go get the other one. So they're not always watching at the same time. So you can have a lot of subscribers, but not have a lot of watchers all the time. Anyway, let me put this up here for my earbud and be ready to go. I had to go upstairs and get some more paper for my notes. I was running out of pages for notes. I've taken so many, but it's important to be able to. Okay, Jack, hang on. I got a Jack trying to get my lap again. I tell you, this baby, we just need a cheer for two people. And that's it. We have your papers. Okay, Bubby, hang on. My husband's like, what are you going to do? I'm like, you better get a cheer for free. I need a cheer for 3 people. $2 a minute. Okay, let's see. He wants me to pick him up. He wants to sit in my lap and type. Just a crazy boy. Just a crazy boy. All right. You're not back yet, so we'll just wait a couple of minutes. Be sure you got your drinks and your snacks, because I'm pretty sure we're going to go until about 3:45. My time. Yeah. Here for a while. Yeah, here for a while. We have to do some. Okay, that's fine. Pam, you stay as as long as you can, stay as long as you want. Come back for the replay. We are fine either way. Happy to see everyone. Just happy to see everyone. Okay, puppy. Here we go. Yes, if I had my camera on, you could type a little bit, but my hair's wet and I'm having makeup on, so I don't have my camera on. Yeah, I went to take my shower real quick and wash my hair. Ugh, I need to get this hair washed. Yeah, you can watch for a while. You can watch with this poor little boy. Yeah. He's a mama's boy. He is a mama's boy. He's like a cat. See, he's more like a cat than he is a dog. We call him the cat dog. I mean, Frenchies are just weird, I never really thought that these little dogs could be so different than like a Chihuahua or something else. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, there you go. You better now? All right. He wanted down. All right, you okay? He's like, I don't want down, Mom. I don't be up here no more. All right, let's go check the trial. Okay, here we go. I haven't heard nothing yet. But yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm one of those people that has to have I have to have something that needs me all day. I guess I just always was a mama. I guess having Jack and Trick, because they need me all day. I guess They're just replacement children. They're just replacement children. Maybe there's nothing up here. He said, you got any food, Mama? You got any snacks up here? No, we don't have any snacks. Okay. Well, I do, but you're not getting it. It's chocolate. All right. Let's see. Quit now. I am so ready. So, what y'all thinking, huh? What y'all thinking? Oh, I will be happy. Pam, did you go out to my email and get my email so I can send you my number? Please, if you are a mod, please go out to the little red fax, or is it Gmail is where my Gmail is, and send me an email so I can send you my phone number. Because here's the thing: if you're a mod, I have to trust you. I have to trust you enough to give you my phone number so we can talk. It's fine. Please do. I have no problem at all sharing with the people I trust my real name and phone number. Not at all. Because the thing about it is, what you see here is exactly how I am every day of the week. There is no difference. So, yes, if I need to drop my email, I will. All right, let's check and see. I noticed a while ago there was this little thing like this little red thing down here was not moving at the same time as we were talking. I was like, what happened to that? It was like it's slow. It was different. Okay. So, and we've had some new people come in, and they're telling us, well, they think that Patrick did it. They think that she's innocent. Of course, in the doctor's office, think that Patrick had something to do with it. And then Leslie, keeping it real, was it Cinderella or Leslie, sent me something about a different channel, and she's been playing some videos on TikTok. Today, this afternoon, when they do their afternoon break, okay, when they do their afternoon break, you will go look at that other TikTok channel and see what she's showing. Because she has a different opinion, and her different opinion is based on the fact that he's not wearing the same clothes, he's not wearing the same shoes, and not the same shirt in one part of the videos. But he's seen in different clothes, but he's supposed to be running the same errand. How did that happen? Okay, what's going on there? Why has he got something different on? So we need to talk about it. I mean, I don't know. The thing is we weren't there. We don't really know. We only know that she is claiming that she did it and that she was not sane at the time she did it. So are the conspiracy theories people thinking that he did it and made her think she did it? Is that what they think's happening here? I mean, in the lawsuit, it does say that she went and took a handful of the benzos and then went out the window. So I don't know, but I can't imagine him taking his own children's lives. That doesn't make any sense at all, but I don't know. We weren't there. How does it go? Sometimes things are just not always as they appear. The Gypsy Rose Blanchard case was the perfect example of things are not always as they appear. Because that guilty little hoe, trying to blame it all on Nick. She planned the whole damn thing. That's another person. I just can't stand her. Gypsy Rose Blanchard she makes me so freaking mad. So mad. She should have came out of that prison and went home and learned how to live a normal life instead of jumping out here and thinking that she was a movie star of some sort. There's a difference between famous and infamous. She is not famous. She is infamous. Period. The end. Okay. Get ready to go. I'm going to get off my rant because I can really get started. So, what's weird? You can't stand her. Oh my God, I'm so glad you can't stand her either, because she's a real piece of shit now. And if you're listening to these phone calls, like I'm trying to play these phone calls, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I can't just let these play over. Some of them are so boring. Some of them are so nasty. I don't want those words used on my channel. I don't want to hear about Ryan Anderson's disgusting body, right? But that's a lot of his phone calls are like that. I don't know why she married Ken Anderson. The only reason I can figure is because she needed a place to go that was in Louisiana, because she wanted to be home by her parents. She did not want to live in some other state, and Ken lived in some other state, and he did not want to move to Louisiana when this first happened. Or when he first met her, he did not want to move to Louisiana. That is the only reason I can see that she is with Ken, why she got married to Ryan Anderson, because she needed a place to go, and she did not want to move home with her parents. What 34-year-old person wants to move home to their parents' house? Nobody. Or 33, however old she was. She has lied so many times that I don't even know if she knows the truth. She's another freaking sociopath, 100%. All of these people have something in common, every single one of them. You know, they say certainly do. It's called, you know what it is? Those black, seedy shark eyes. Every single one of them. Adam Montgomery, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, all of them. Letitia Stouch, all of them. Look at Lindsay Clancy, all of them. All of them. Anyway, they have not started back yet. We'll just keep waiting to see. It is 1:08. They should be getting back into the courtroom. I realize it, it could take longer. I don't know, but here we go. Y'all be sure and hit that thumbs up too. Hit the thumbs up on your way in, on your way out. I need to get those thumbs ups done. We need to get that count going. We need everybody to come in and talk to us and tell us what you think about this case. Give us your opinion. Your opinion is valued here, and your opinion is your opinion. I'm not going to allow anybody to be derogatory towards you if you have a different opinion than we do. It's okay. Different opinions make the world go around. We can't all think the same. All right? All right. So, all right. Let me check the temperatures. Like my dogs don't want to go out because it's so hot right now. So let me see what it is right this minute. I think it's going to be 104 or something like that because it seems extremely hot by this window. Let's see. Leander. Let's see. Yes, I live in Leander, Texas, which is just north of Austin, which is actually where the Texas Hill Country starts. It's quite beautiful over here, but it's quite hot over here. Yeah, right now it is sunny conditions. Oh, we're having wind gusts of 19 miles per hour. That might be keeping the heat index down a slight bit because it's really only 93, it says. Yay. It's great. Wait a minute. It says, what does it say? The heat of the day is going to be at 5 o'clock. Oh, at 5 o'clock, it's going to be 95. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Here we go. All right, let's check. Let's check. Come on. Come on, Lindsay Clancy trial. Yeah, they're not started back yet. Ooh. Lord. There's a bunch of these criminals. Like, what else I can't stand? I can't stand Lori Vallow either. Lori Vallow is a sick piece of shit. And the thing about Lori Vallow is, what? Oh, it's 91 there, Pam? Oh, Lord. Pam, what state are you in? Don't give me your city. Just give me your state. I know some of y'all live in Texas. I know somebody lives over in East Texas, but I don't remember who it is. And I've always said, I would love to meet up Ohio. That's right. Let me write that down. I would always love to meet up with a group of y'all somewhere and just hang out for a little while. Yeah, that'd be so fun. I'm going to make notes of this. Yeah, 91. But y'all are also having a bunch of bad rain and stuff, aren't you, Pam? I tell you, I don't like that lightning. It scares me to death. It really does. Whenever Tristan was at home and we start having this bad weather, I would just stay up all night. My husband would be like, what are you doing? And I always told him, if this house catches on fire, my ass is going up there and getting my baby out of that upstairs bedroom and bringing him downstairs. He will not be left upstairs ever. Because, I've always known there was a problem with the lightning rods here. After the very first house that we saw caught on fire and they described what happened, I was like, nope. So I just stayed up all night when I knew he was here. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? But I don't care. You do what you got to do for your damn babies. And that's the way it is. Yep, and poor Sadie. Oh, poor Sadie. Sadie's probably afraid of the lightning and the thunder. I bet. Turn this. They're ready to go. Here we go, guys. Trial is on. Turn it back up. Okay, there you go. Okay, and we're going to come back with witness number 58, I think. 59. I think it's 59. Let's see. My God, I've got notes and notes and notes about Miss Dr. Gelada.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18-year-old.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Reddington,
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Gelada.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, just a couple of housekeeping matters. I have the medical records from Women and Infants Hospital. I thought I offered that as an exhibit, but it's only marked for ID, so can I offer that now?
Comment, any objection?
I have that we did mark them as Exhibit 220.
Yeah, I don't, it just says Exhibit F though. That's why I usually mess up on those things.
There was another smaller packet that's not in a binder that council offered yesterday that's been marked as Exhibit 220.
There, it's up there.
All right, why don't we keep that marked for identification? If for some reason there's something different between Exhibit 220 and the identification, we could enter it. Okay. All right, if you need to offer anything additional, just let me know.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Don. The other thing, Your Honor, that what I would ask is that there has been a lot of reference to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual 5-TR, especially as it relates to bipolar and related disorders. There's not an awful lot, but there's like probably 15 pages of single-space typing, and it'd be really hard for people to absorb it. I'd like to offer that section of the DSM just as an exhibit, so if somebody wanted to look at it, they could.
I would object. We have witnesses to testify about that.
Good Lord.
All right.
All right.
Why don't we mark that for identification? I guess
that's my book, though. I need it.
Oh, I don't want to take away your book. Why don't we can readdress that?
Okay, sure.
In regards to that, and if we're going to do it, it would just be portions of the.
Yes, it would only be that one section.
But we'll see. Well, I'll give the Commonwealth the opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you. So you, in the course of your employment at the South Shore Health, is it?
Yes.
How many times did Lindsay meet with you?
Meet with me was 3.
And how many times did she meet with, does that include medical?
Yes, I saw her twice, telehealth once in person.
And do you know how many times that, you know that she had a psychiatrist that had been treating her since end of September, early October, right?
I knew that she had a psychiatrist that treated her in September.
And who was that?
Dr. Tufts.
And did you know that she continued to see Dr. Tufts through October, November, December, the same time that she was reaching out to you guys for help too?
I was aware she took the Zoloft in October. I was not aware she was still seeing Dr. Tufts in November. And I knew she called her in December.
You would agree with me that young woman came to you people for help, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she was very, very forthright. In other words, if you wanted her to sign a HIPAA form, she'd sign it, right?
Right.
And she would answer your questions to your perspective in an honest fashion.
Yes.
She didn't really hide anything.
Nope.
She told you all about the medications that she had been on, her fears and concerns about the medications, right?
Correct.
She described for you, as District Attorney brought out, what she felt her symptomology was, including suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, feeling heavy, lethargic, you can't get out of bed, all of that stuff, right? Correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that you had left us with towards the end of your testimony is the fact that you were very willing, if you will, to work in tandem with other providers. In other words, you were concerned about being able to get information from other providers that had been dealing with her, treating her, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you talk to Tufts?
No.
Did you ever get access to Tufts medical records?
No,
Do you know how many times she saw Dr. Tufts?
I do not.
Would it surprise you if I told you that she saw Dr. Tufts 14 times in the time frame of October or the end of September, October, November, December, and January, 4 months?
Yes.
And that's 14 times plus the 3 that she saw you. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's 17 times that this young lady had access to healthcare providers for her mental health issues, correct?
Correct.
And that would be within a compressed period of time. I know it's the last week, I believe, in September, but October, November, December, and then January, right?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you're aware that she was provided many, many, many prescriptions for antipsychotics, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, benzodiazepines, all of that, right?
I'm aware she was prescribed other medications.
She was what?
Prescribed other medications.
Did you ask what other medications there were?
Yes.
And did she tell you?
Yes.
Did she tell you who prescribed them?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to get a list from CVS, right?
Yes.
And did you have any difficulty determining who was providing the prescriptions for all of these medications?
No.
And did you know that, in fact, it was Jennifer Tufts that prescribed the sertraline, September 15th of 2022, 30 count, 25 milligrams, was Jennifer Tufts. You knew that?
I did.
You know that Jennifer Tufts on October 21st, 7 count of lorazepam. You know that?
I did.
And 5 days later, Jennifer Tufts prescribed on October 26th hydroxyzine, 25 milligrams with a 30 count. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know that on the same day, Tufts prescribed?
You just have to stop it for a minute and say it right now. It is not Dr. Gulata's fault that this patient is over there shopping or over at some other doctor's office getting new prescriptions for this, that, and the other, and not telling her the dates that she got the prescriptions. It is not up to Dr. Gulata to contact CVS. Dr. Gulata did contact the state place, I think it's CDC or whatever it is, that gives out the controlled substances prescriptions. She did get that, but it's not going to give all drugs, is it? Is it only going to give controlled substances? It's not her fault that this patient decided to be seeking treatment from 2 different doctors at the same time. That is doctor shopping. Sorry.
30 count of lorazepam. You know that?
I would have known that, yes. Checking the PMP for controlled substances, yes.
Did you recall that you checked with it?
Yes.
When you download, do you download that information and kind of put it in the file, save the file?
No.
So is this your memory that you believe that you checked with PMP?
I do routinely check the PMP.
You might routinely check, but did you check?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You don't download it, you don't keep it with the medical records, right?
It's a box you can click in the medical record and you can check that you reviewed it.
Okay. Is it in your medical record that you reviewed it?
I'm not sure how it would have gotten printed out. It doesn't go into my note, but it is a box that I would have checked.
A box in the computer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. October 26th, buspirone, 5 milligrams, 30 count, same day by Tufts. You knew that?
Buspirone?
Yeah.
I was not sure that it was Dr. Tufts that had recommended the buspirone.
Okay, so if I suggest to you that the prescriptions that we have in evidence in the chart indicates that on October 26th, Dr. Tufts prescribed a 30 count of buspirone Would that either refresh your memory, or would you accept that as being a medical history?
I would accept that.
And what is buspirone?
It is a medication used to treat anxiety.
Okay. And lorazepam, what is that?
Benzodiazepine.
And hydroxyzine, what is that?
It is an antihistamine medication.
And lorazepam, again, prescribed on October 21st as well as 26th by Tufts. That's the same thing you just told us what lorazepam is, right?
Yes.
Sertraline, of course, is Prozac. Is that right?
Zoloft.
Zoloft, Prozac. They're both SSRIs, right?
Yes.
So from October 21st up through November 9th, she was prescribed all of this group of drugs until she saw a Kavon Izadapana, Izadpanah. Do you know who that person is?
They work in the emergency department at South Shore Health.
All right. And that would have been on November 16th when she went into the emergency department, right?
Yes.
Prescribed trazodone, 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And then she started to consult with your clinic around the 25th of November. That would be around Thanksgiving or so, correct? November 25?
I believe her first visit with Julia was November 21st.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that it was around that time in November that she started to consult with your clinic, correct?
Correct.
You know that she was referred to your clinic by her mother-in-law, Pat's mother, who was a labor and delivery nurse.
Yes, I am aware.
Referred her to Julie Paul, who kind of stepped in for a very short period of time to try to help out, right?
Yes.
And then Julie left, went to New Hampshire to continue her work, and you picked up on November 30th of 22. Is that right?
November 29th.
On November 30th of 22, you wrote a script for quetiapine, 30 count. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is quetiapine?
Seroquel.
You also, a week later, wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next day, you wrote a script for, December 6th, you wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, you wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, again, you wrote a script for quetiapine, 30 count, right?
I would need to check my...
You can look at anything you want. If
Okay.
you have your records, feel free, please.
Okay. You said
Yeah,
December.
December 7th. And I'm looking at quetiapine.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. I just got to ask the question. Is her fear that she had of being addicted to benzos because she was seeing Dr. Tufts and getting benzos from Dr. Tufts at the same time she was getting benzos from Dr. Gelada, but not telling Dr. Gelada that she was getting benzos from Dr. Tufts? Is that what's going on in this case? Because it kind of sounds like it is. Well, she wasn't honest with her doctors, neither one of them. Here we go.
30 count, 100 milligrams.
I don't believe it was a 30 count of 100 milligrams.
Do you remember writing quetiapine script for 100 milligrams?
I do. I believe the quantity was 22.
22. Okay. So on December 7th of 22, you wrote a script for quetiapine, and forgive me, I'm sorry, what is that again?
Seroquel.
Seroquel, for 100 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And why did you write the script on November 30th for quetiapine, 25 milligrams, and then about a week later increase it to 100 milligrams?
On November 30th, I had anticipated utilizing it over a 4-week course of treatment for sleep and anxiety. But her clinical symptoms, presentations changed, and we opted to use it for mood.
And he said to you blithely, she said, well, she's a nurse, so she knows what those drug names mean. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Yeah. And you just said, yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're assuming that a woman who gets her RN at the age of 24 in a 1-year program and then works 7 years as a labor and delivery nurse is familiar with these names and what they are, what drugs they are?
She never said that.
She seemed to be familiar with them. Yeah, she understood.
Right. Did you know that she was Googling 60, 70, 100 times a night what benzodiazepines are, what Seroquel is, what all of these medications are?
I'm sorry, but no. How would the doctor know that if the patient wasn't telling them that? What is she saying? Bring me your computer. Let me see what you've been doing at night when you're supposed to be freaking sleeping. Is that why you weren't sleeping? Because you were over there Googling all night bullshit? Come on, man. This is not the doctor's fault that Lindsay chose to do the things that Lindsay did. Oh my God.
I did not know that.
Did you ever ask where she acquired what appeared to be, apparently to you, her ability to know what these medications are?
Why would she?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, you wouldn't know the medications that a labor and delivery nurse uses when they're helping a woman who's giving birth, would you?
Not necessarily.
In any event, one of the things that you left us with is the fact that you were very, I think the word was invested in Lindsay Clancy and were concerned about her treatment, right?
Correct.
You knew that she had gone to the Rhode Island program for Women and Infants Center Behavioral Health Day Program in Providence, Rhode Island. You knew that, right?
I did.
And you basically gave her the referral. You didn't make the referral. I think it was Latasha Dukes that might have done that.
Correct.
So you were aware of the fact that a recommendation was made to Lindsay that she reach out to someone else for help, right?
Lindsay made me aware of that, yes.
And she needed help, didn't she?
Yes.
And she went to Women's and Infants Hospital on December 20th, right?
She did.
And was she treated at Women and Infants?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I wouldn't want to speculate or assume, but it seemed to be her intake appointment.
Her what?
Her intake appointment.
Okay. So without assuming or speculating, you referred her to this provider, right?
Yes.
So you have this woman who you know has been seeing Dr. Tufts, a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
You knew that. Mm-hmm. You didn't get access to Tufts' records. You didn't know what Tufts was doing, but you knew that for a period of time before she saw you, she was dealing with a psychiatrist, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was a woman who had just given birth like 5 months ago, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was obviously in trouble. She was sick, right?
Yes.
You told us that she was suffering from, and your words were, a mental health illness that was very real. And you told her that this will get better. And that was in December of 2022.
Yes.
So when you referred her needing help to this Women's and Infants program in Rhode Island, and she went because that's what she was told to do, what happened at Women and Infants program?
I can't speak to what happened at Women and Infants.
Why not?
because I was not a part of that assessment.
What does that mean?
I did not see the assessment, and I did not speak with Dr. Diaz.
Why?
Lindsay had informed me that she was going to be at the program for 2 weeks.
She was hoping to be at the program for 2 weeks, right?
She told me she was going to be at the program for weeks.
But she was turned away after about 8 hours of sitting there in an assessment and sitting in a group session. And she was turned away because of their concern that she was suffering from, well, let me ask you, what was their diagnosis?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever find out?
I have not.
Does it matter to you as a treating person that, I think your words were, is invested in Lindsay Clancy's care at that time? Did it matter to you why she didn't get accepted into the program?
It did.
Why was it?
I do not know their diagnosis.
Did you know that she had been diagnosed? You have different diagnoses, right? Like general anxiety disorder or general anxiety, GAD. And then you have, is it a differential? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm. Yes. It means a differential in medicine could be patient comes in with a cough. What are your differentials? Differential might be bronchitis, pneumonia, strep throat. So it's different things, different diagnoses you consider.
Did you know that, in fact, they wouldn't accept her into the postpartum program because of their concern that she had been over-medicated by drugs, and they wanted to find out?
I can't speak to that.
Did you know that she was diagnosed as diagnosis depression due to adverse drug effects?
I cannot speak to that.
Do you know, invested as you were, that on December 20th, the very same day that she had finished being evaluated, when we were invested, had been evaluated by Dr. Diaz that you recommended or you mentioned, that in fact, looking at the exhibit, that they recommended tapering Seroquel, starting 200 milligrams tonight, follow up with outpatient provider. Of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, but did not receive a call back.
I never received a call from Women and Infants.
So this medical record from Women and Infants saying that they called Rebecca Gelada and never got a call back, your memory is that they never called you?
They never called me. I absolutely would have called them back.
Okay. Well, regardless, you never talked to anybody from Women and Infants, did you? Whether they called you or whether you reached out to them being invested?
I did not. I know our program re-referred her a few days later.
I'm going to offer this now, Your Honor. I think just...
It's already in it.
Yeah, I know.
Mark,
It's just
well, I'll we'll keep it as an exhibit for identification. You can double check, make sure the pages that have been referred here are contained within, is it exhibit 220?
Yep.
And if not, then we can admit the second.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is a takeaway from your treatment of Lindsay is that she was, I think your words were that she was scared and thought that starting these drugs, the drugs, it was scary, were her words, right?
Yes.
And at no time did it occur to you that Lindsay was doctor shopping or trying to get drugs. She was trying to basically get off drugs, right?
Correct.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that the Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts book is something that you guys would give out to women when they would come into your program?
Yes.
And hopefully it would be a good source for them to read things and maybe get some comfort from it, right?
Yes.
This is not, in your opinion, something that is indicative of like being a smoking gun.
No.
Police officer would seize it in the search warrant.
No.
This is something you guys provide people to just help them out, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And just a couple of things. So on November 17th, she had an office visit with you. Is that correct?
Not on November 17th.
Okay. And you are South Shore Medical Center, right?
Yes, that may have been her PCP.
Okay. Is that her PCP? Is that person that would be under the umbrella of the South Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
Would that be Kimberly Tocchio?
Yes.
Okay. So you must have read Kimberly Tocchio's records, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
And you know that she was seen, the record indicates that she was seen by a psychiatrist, and this would be November 17th note, started Zoloft 25, which was then increased to 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And she took the Zoloft, 50 milligrams, for one night and was unable to sleep and was discontinued because of the effect that it had on her, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had mentioned is that it's important to determine, and you did have thoughts of possibility that she was bipolar. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that is contraindicated to someone who does suffer from bipolar, whether it's 1 or bipolar 2, is that you do not place them on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor drug, such as Prozac or Zoloft, right?
Correct.
Because it can have an effect on them, isn't that right?
Correct.
And what's the effect it can have on them?
It can cause what we consider rapid cycling, meaning you can swing from mania symptoms to depression symptoms relatively rapidly.
On November 21st, did she have a meeting with you all? If you recall, looking at the records, did she meet with Julie Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And she gave Julie a history of what she had been going through. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that history and in her talks with Julie, she had disclosed the fact that one of the things that she did in November was took a marijuana gummy, one gummy, to try to sleep, right?
Correct.
And again, her medical tests, blood tests, urine tests, everything showed that she had no alcohol, no THC, nothing on board, but she still disclosed the fact that to try to get some sleep, she took one gummy in November, right?
Yes.
So again, she's reporting, trying to be honest with you people as a provider, correct?
Yes.
And the scales that counsel asked you about, you were talking about the depression scale, you were talking about the Edinburgh scale, and I think we all know that the Edinburgh scale is geared for an evaluation of a person, of a woman who is in that postpartum period, and you evaluate whether or not they are, as a result of being postpartum, severely depressed, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that at some point her Edinburgh scale was initially, what was it, 15, 17, if you know?
Initially at my visit, my first initial with her.
Yeah, what was her Edinburgh scale the first time you saw her?
17.
Okay. And that would be moderate?
Moderate.
Okay. And then she had another Edinburgh scale after that, correct?
Correct.
And when was that, if you know?
December 6th.
And what is EPDS? What does that mean?
Edinburgh postpartum depression scale.
All right, so would you look at November 21st, please, which would be, so November 21st, she was administered a Edinburgh test, right?
On the 21st, that would have been at Julie's appointment. I don't have that in front of me.
If I told you that, well, on November 21st, it's a short period of time after November 17th, did they, whether it was Julie or somebody else, administer an Edinburgh test to her?
Yes.
And what was the result?
23.
That's severely depressed, isn't it?
Yes.
So in like 6 days, she decompensated from Edinburgh scale 17 to Edinburgh scale 23, right?
So she was 23 on November 21st.
Right.
And 17 on November 29th.
Okay. So when you see a patient come to you as an Edinburgh scale of 23 and an Edinburgh scale a couple of days later, that would be, what was it?
17.
And what was it when you first saw it? You referenced it before, 17?
17.
Yeah. That's still pretty high, isn't it?
It's high, yes.
Would that give you pause in conjunction with the symptomology that she's referring to and self-reporting, what she's feeling? I mean, the fact that she has a 23 on the Edinburgh scale, which is very high, and then followed up a couple of days later by a 17, taken in conjunction with what she was saying her symptoms were. That's of a concern, isn't it?
Yes.
So on November 20th, which would be the day before, that Edinburgh scale of 23, and the jury will have access to all these records, she was reporting struggling with postpartum anxiety, right?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'll go to when you treated her.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review Julie's notes at all?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when was the first time that you actually met with Lindsay?
November 29th.
Okay. Which would have been after Thanksgiving, obviously, right?
Yes.
And you would have reviewed the records up to that point, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that you would have reviewed was what she had indicated or reported to Nicole Harden Francis. Do you know her?
Yes.
And who is Nicole Harden Francis?
She's the nurse at our program.
All right. This would be on November 28th that she was speaking with Nicole, the nurse. You read the report before you met with Lindsay on the 29th, right?
Right.
So you knew that she had been reporting panic symptoms, that she was disoriented, that she was forgetful, that she was not connected to her body, is what she told her, right?
I would have to review that just to be accurate.
Right. I misread that.
That's correct.
Okay. And you agree with me that symptomology of mania, especially when incurred or encountered by a woman within the postpartum period, that's one of the symptoms, is being disoriented, right?
Not necessarily.
How about maybe a little bit?
Could be confused if you're manic.
Yeah. How about forgetful? That's an issue, isn't it?
Not necessarily a symptom of mania.
Okay. How about not connected to her body? What does that mean?
I'm not sure what that means.
So if you have a patient who's coming to see you, who's indicated the day before that she has the panic symptoms, disoriented, forgetful, not connected to her body, wouldn't you ask her what she meant by that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her on November 29th, you diagnosed that she had postpartum anxiety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adjustment insomnia, right?
Correct.
And when you met with her, you noted that over the last 2 weeks, you asked her about how she had been feeling, and she said she was feeling nervous, anxious, and on edge. She said nearly every day, right? That's November 29th. That would be under screenings.
Yes, she was.
I would give you a page number, but they don't give us page numbers. She told you, and you can pull it up if you have it there, that she was not able to stop or control worrying, and that had been for several days at least, right?
Correct.
And she was worrying and stressing about things, worrying about different things every day, right?
Nearly every day, yes.
Couldn't relax nearly every day. This is a questionnaire form that you have, right?
Yes.
Being so restless nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Asked if she was annoyed or irritable, and she said not at all. Sure, like she didn't believe that she was a person that would be irritable or angry with people, right?
Yes.
And then feeling afraid as if something awful might happen, and she got that GAD-7 score of 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what does a GAD score of 14 tell you on November 29th?
Moderate anxiety.
And then you ask about in the last 7 days, trying to get a history. She denied, definitely not so much now, that she was able to laugh or see the funny side of things, right?
Right.
And that she was asked, is she looking forward with enjoyment to things? And she responded, hardly at all, right?
Yes.
Blaming herself when things go wrong. She says, yeah, some of the time. Yep.
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason. Yes. Correct?
Yes.
Scared and panicky for no good reason. Yes. Correct?
Yes.
Then they asked if she felt sad or miserable, if she was a miserable person. And she said, no, not at all. Right?
Right.
Did she indicate that on that date, you gave her the EPDS Edinburgh test, and she had an Edinburgh score, as we said, of 17, right?
Yes.
All right. And then the medications that you prescribed to her, we've already got an evidence. The jury will be able to look at the actual scripts in the exhibit without going through every single day. The next time you saw her was November 30th. Is that right?
I messaged with her on November 30th, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that if you're not sleeping well with Valium, no need to continue it. I'll prescribe a short taper. And you went on about tapering and 5 milligrams of Valium to 2.5 milligrams and no benzos. And
that was not on November 30th.
Okay. Does it say on the record, are you looking where it says patient message in the perinatal behavioral health program of South Shore Health, November 30, 2022?
Yes, I'm looking at the messages.
Okay. So is it a different date that you sent that message? It says November 30th on it, right? I just don't know internally if you guys have different.
Oh, I understand. Oh, at the top it says November 30th.
Okay.
More specific, it'll say the dates, but the head will say November 30th. So I understand.
Okay. And basically, you indicated that you were going to send along information about bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, which actually would be what's known as a bipolar spectrum disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, that was on December 7th.
Okay, but it's underneath November 30th, so forgive me for looking at it that way.
Yeah, I don't know why I
That's
printed
all right,
it.
no problem. So one of the things with the mania that you refer to and that you talk about is excessive activity. Is that it? Excessive cleaning sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
Excessive exercise.
Sometimes.
Did you know that after she had Callan, that within a matter of a couple of weeks, that she ran a 5K?
No, I did not know that.
And that nobody wanted her to, including Pat, but she just had to get out there and run and did.
Objection.
Overall.
You know that?
I did not.
Is that something that would be important to know? I mean, as far as whether or not a person is in that manic stage where it's post-delivery, and that's a significant artifact, if you will, of exercising, right?
It would have been something I would have considered.
Okay. And as I said, you were pretty much the only one that actually considered bipolar spectrum disorder of all the doctors that she had seen. You know that, right? Are you aware of that? All right, never mind. That's right. She's going to object. That's okay.
Okay.
Wow.
So the symptoms that you noted were mania. It says mania characterized by exaggerated excitement, hyperactivity, and racing scattered thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So what is, go ahead.
Was that from my note?
I'm looking at the same thing that we've been looking at, which is...
Oh, the information I sent her on bipolar.
Yeah, it says,
yes.
Hi, Lindsay, and then your note, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, if I may suggest maybe showing the witness what he's referring to.
She has it in front of her.
I think I understand what he's referencing, but thank you.
If the witness has a problem in regards to that and you need to look at some, just let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Damn. Having to protect the witness from both of them.
If you move ahead to, I think, the message portal or whatever it's called, on November 30th, it's captioned "Stopping Remeron."
Yes.
And it's okay, you're with me. And it says, no, this would go to the fact that
Oh,
she
wow,
was still
Cinderella. That's terrible.
not sleeping. It was a huge problem for her, right?
Yes.
And she told you in her message thing, no, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all.
Correct.
And that's one of the things that you had told us earlier is a symptom, correct?
Correct.
A person that is not getting sleep but doesn't feel tired.
Correct.
What is a symptom of?
It's a symptom of mania that we look for.
Okay. And when we looked for that mania, did you notice that? And did you factor that into your diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay. How many times, if you recall, did Pat come with his wife to meet with you? Was it 3?
He came to a visit once. I believe I spoke with him and Lindsay on the phone twice.
Would you agree with me that, as counsel asked, did he get permission to be there? And you indicated no, that you would welcome the third-party contact, right?
Correct.
And did it appear to you that he was very, very invested in her care and was very scared and worried?
Yes.
And he was complaining about the fact that he believed, that they believed, that she was being over-medicated, right?
I believe he was concerned about her symptoms. He felt that they started once she started being medicated initially.
Right, because she indicated that when she first started taking the SSRI back in October, I believe, that she ended up having it increased and then had a period of almost 2 days where there was no sleep whatsoever. That was one of the instances, right?
Yes.
She also, counsel, had asked you, and you did not recall her saying horrible, intrusive thoughts. So if you would just look at November 30th patient message. It says, hi, Rebecca. And then it begins, I don't expect you to answer this until Monday.
I see that.
Okay. And then she says how she basically only slept for about 4 hours at the beginning of the night at 9:30 and then dozed off for 45 minutes and said, today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and deeply depressed, right?
Yes.
So when was the next time that you saw her after she sent that message on November 30th?
I would have seen her on December 6th. She had sent this message, I believe, on December 3rd, and I saw her on the 6th.
So on December 3rd, and again, it would be the way that they print this thing out. It has a date of November 30th, but then underneath it, it would be a different date of December 3rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, as an invested nurse practitioner, receive a message from a woman who is postpartum, who has been through what she's been through and the symptomology that she explained and the doctors that she's seen, not two very good results, you'd be concerned when you see a person saying, I have horrible intrusive thoughts, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of seeing on December 3rd that Lindsay Clancy, with her history, had been telling you that she had horrible intrusive thoughts, what did you do? Did you call her?
She had told me that she took the Ativan and now the thoughts were gone and she had felt good.
So.
But I did speak to her about it.
Yeah, but she told you
that
she told you that in her message.
Right.
That she had today, all day, I had horrible intrusive thoughts. Deeply depressed. I finally took 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m. And the thoughts are gone, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
Did you ever bother to ask? I don't know. I mean, would you ask the patient what the horrible intrusive thoughts were?
I would have, yes.
Did you?
Yes.
What did she say?
She described them as thoughts of not wanting to be here.
How about, did she ever describe to you that she was hearing voices?
No.
How many people have you treated for postpartum psychosis?
5.
And of those 5 people, did they hear voices?
Not all of them.
How about some of them?
Some of them.
And that's a real thing, isn't it?
Yes.
And visual hallucinations likewise?
Not all.
So with the voices, that would be an auditory hallucination?
Yes.
Visual hallucination, not all, but some?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's a real thing?
Yes.
So when she had horrible intrusive thoughts, did she say where these happened? Like, was she in the yard? Was she in a car? Did you ask her where and what? Or was it just that she just didn't want to be here anymore?
It was more that she didn't want to be here anymore.
Okay, did you ask her what that meant?
I did ask her if she had any plans or intent for suicide, which changed at different times during our treatment.
So on December 2nd, you have received you sent a note to Lindsay and said it, meaning what she was telling you in a prior communication, it sounds more like depression than side effects. That would be of drugs, right?
Correct.
It is not uncommon for me to hear, and then you quote, I have never felt anything like this before, end quote, or quote, I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she was expressing all of the symptomology of depression, what you believe would have been side effects, and you indicated that at this point, while you're working through it, this sounds like postpartum depression, right?
Correct.
And what would the symptomology of, what does postpartum depression mean, and what is its effect on a patient?
Postpartum depression is like depression at any time during a patient's life. However, there are some unique considerations. It's typically occurs in the first 3 months after a person has a baby, but it can happen at any point in the first year. The considerations that are a little bit different than regular major depressive disorder are that there are significant hormone fluctuations that a person undergoes when they deliver a baby. Sometimes they breastfeed and they wean from breastfeeding, and that can set off additional hormone shifts.
Just for a second, let me ask. So when your friend was diagnosed and actually did what she, when your friend Cinderella, when she did what she did, then she ended up losing her kids because of what she did. And she went to jail for it too, right? Even though it was a psychosis. Is that right? Let me go back up here. You know, let me go back up here where we were. Well, we'll talk about it during the break. I'm pretty sure they're going to go to break. Okay, hang on. I'm just concerned about it. Here you go. Thank
And
you
it
so
tends
much.
to be a very anxious presentation. And obsessive thoughts can occur with greater regularity in postpartum depression than they would with major depression outside of the postpartum period.
So as a result of this information, you prescribed medication to her?
After I sent her
Thank
the
you.
information
Thank you,
on the
Cinderella.
postpartum,
That's terrible, but
would this
I
still
mean,
be December 2nd?
Tell you what, though.
Looking at the form that you have, it would be, yes, but I don't know if it's another date that there's a message underneath it.
Thank you, Pam.
So
I
let's
understand.
look at the record where it says
That happens.
that on
I guess PTSD
December
and bipolar
7th,
go together.
7th.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And that's where you talked about bipolar spectrum disorder, right?
Yes.
And that's where you talked about how people would have these feelings of goal-directed activity, overly talkative, racing thoughts, need to sleep, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
What was the end result of that? Did you prescribe medication for her?
I did.
And what was it?
Seroquel.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that you provided a mood chart, I think. Is that what you said? A mood chart? Is this it? Is that an indication just so the jurors know that it's in the records? It's a horrible.
That looks accurate, yes.
Yeah. It's right there. See on the very top it says mood chart? Left?
Yes.
All right. And on the top it says daily mood chart. And then you also provided another chart on that. What is that? That's another variation of it?
It's the weekly mood chart.
Okay. So did you tell her to fill this out?
I suggested that she fill it out so we could keep track of her symptoms.
Okay. Do you remember if she filled it out when she spoke to you?
She did not speak to me about filling it out. After that, she did say she printed it out.
Okay. Did you ever ask to see it?
I don't recall.
Okay. On December 1st, you met with her, is that right? Oh, no, wait a minute. Christine Zappi. Who's Christina Zappi?
I believe she's also someone that works at South Shore Medical Center.
All right. Do you know that she saw Christine Zappi on December 1st? Christina. I'm sorry. It says Christina.
I'm not sure if she saw her for a visit that day.
Okay. Have you seen in the pool of records that you have that she did see this individual and noted that she had been dealing with the problems, the insomnia symptomology, for over a month and a half, and medications keep changing, and it doesn't seem like much is helping. Did you ever see that?
That does sound familiar.
Okay, so she was somewhat in, this is almost hand in glove with saying, I'm not being heard, right? Same
Yes.
idea. Did you see her on December 2nd, the next day?
I spoke to her on December 2nd.
Okay. And again, the district attorney kept asking you about she had the opportunity to come in and see you if she wanted to, and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it's sometimes better to have a face-to-face actual meeting with a patient rather than just on the computer?
Yes.
Did you ever, if you recall, with all of the symptomology and deterioration going by week after week, say to her, I really think that we should get together in person?
Yes. So we met in person on the 6th, and our plan had been to meet in person on the 13th.
Okay. So that would be December 6th, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, December 2nd, you had a conversation with her on the phone. Is that right?
I believe it was just my chart messages.
Okay. So you see on where it says, again, it's got the big black letters, December 2nd, 22, and then underneath it, it says behavioral health history. Can you find that on your records? If you don't, that's fine. That would be the time that she indicated that she had been to the ER for anxiety symptoms as well as insomnia and heart palpitations. You remember that?
I don't see that.
Okay, well, then let's get it. Do you have access to other staff notes and records, right?
I do. I only brought my own.
Okay,
with me.
that
Yeah.
answers that. So if I approach you.
Yes.
Can I see what you're showing her first?
Sure.
I mean, again, if you're over there seeing two different doctors and getting prescriptions from two different doctors for two different things, and you're not discussing the fact that you're getting all these prescriptions from these two different doctors, but you're over there being concerned about, well, I might be addicted to benzos, and you're getting benzos from two different doctors. Is that the doctor's fault, or is that your fault for not being honest about who you're seeing and when you're seeing them? Do you think my pain management doctor needs to call all over Texas to see if I'm seeing another pain management clinic? I want you to stop and think about that. God Almighty.
Yeah.
Right. It's bipolar.
Natasha Dukes. Who's Natasha Dukes?
Letitia
Yeah,
Dukes
Leslie.
was a clinician at our program at the time.
Sometimes I think I'm bipolar.
Letitia Dukes, MSW, what does that mean?
Master of Social Work.
Trauma.
And does that indicate a date that Ms. Dukes saw Lindsay?
December 2nd.
And on December 2nd, again, she was complaining of symptomology. She, meaning Lindsay, having
Right. She's getting the same meds. She's getting doubling up. Is she taking them all at once?
She's describing that she had heart palpitations and she went to the ER for anxiety symptoms.
Okay, so the answer is
I mean,
Yes.
is she having heart palpitations because she's over medicating herself, because she's taking the medicine from both of the doctors that she's seeing? Does Patrick even know that she's taking all these medicines? What the hell's going on in that house? Something is so wrong here. Why did nobody notice that she was having this many problems? If you're sleeping with your mother and you're 30-something years old, something is very wrong. Something is very wrong. Here we go. I'm sorry, guys. I had to say it.
She then went to the ER.
Wow.
And per a patient's report, she has an addiction to Ativan, and that's why she can't sleep. And she also
Thank you, Pam.
had weight loss, right?
Correct.
And panic attacks, right?
Correct.
So she's got a fear that she's on the benzodiazepines by a script that she didn't want to be on. And
My script from two different doctors.
she was losing weight and all the other symptomology that we talked about, right?
Correct.
And that's in December.
Yes.
Thank you, Cinder.
December 5, Nicole Hayden-Francis had a chance to speak with Lindsay. And at that point, there was a recommendation that she might want to try INPT LOC. What does that mean?
Inpatient level of care.
Okay. And that would be Nicole Hayden Francis, who's a nurse, was telling her that on December 5?
Yes.
Now, and again, I know you don't have the records from it.
And Dr. Zwanda told her that as well.
You may.
On December 5, you correct me if I'm reading this wrong. This would be Letitia Dukes, December 5, right?
Correct.
And on that occasion, Letitia Dukes notes that she called Aspire Crisis Support. She meaning Lindsay, right?
Yes.
What is Aspire Crisis Support?
Aspire is the community mental health program that operates the local 24-hour emergency services program for psychiatric emergency services.
Okay. So when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, RNs from in the psychiatric world, tell patients that are in crisis that if you feel that you have suicidal ideation or anything, you should call these numbers, is what you people will give them, right?
Yes.
All right. She called Aspire Crisis Support, not once but twice, right? If you know.
I'm aware of the one time she called.
Okay. But she was not given any help at all by Aspire, whoever they are, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Well, it says right in the records from Letitia that she met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. What does that mean?
Well,
you're not laying on the ground with your throat cut, so we're not going to be able to help you?
Can't speak to what they told her.
So Aspire then recommended that she start or go to a day program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the clinician said that he, from Aspire, would be sending the patient resources, right?
Correct.
But they never did they? If you know.
I don't know.
Further, Letitia notes that they reviewed the sleep hygiene with the patient. Clinician provided patient suggestions for meditation, grounding, self-soothing techniques. What's a self-soothing technique? You know.
It might just be simple strategies to soothe yourself using any of your five senses.
And she notes, and again, this is on December 5th, that Pat, patient's husband, joined the visit, reporting that her anxiety had become significantly worse since starting the psychiatric medications. Did I say that?
That is what that says.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke to Pat, he had told you
I agree, Cinderella, I agree.
His words would be, it was 10,000 times worse since she started this medication, right? If you know.
I don't recall him using that phrase.
But he was upset about the medication, wasn't he?
I would say he was concerned.
Do you recall that he said that you're turning her into a zombie?
I do not recall that he said that.
So would you say to the jury that he was concerned or he was pissed off about the medication and what it was doing to his wife?
Objection has been answered.
No, overall.
I would say he was concerned.
Concerned? Okay. Did anybody address his concerns?
You know what, though? Let me just say this, and you know, I'm trying to be fair and unbiased. I really am. But if Patrick, oh, my son's here, so my dog's gonna bark. If Patrick is not, let me open the door. If Patrick is not going to allow her to take the medicine for bipolar, what's going to happen? Let me let this go for you. Okay, I got to talk to my son here. Here.
That day,
Any day.
I would say that day, I collaborated with them to take her off certain medications.
Okay. December 6th, you had a meeting with her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, diagnosed postpartum anxiety, right?
Correct.
Her EPDS score, as a result of being administered, the Edinburgh test was at that time a 21, right? That would be underneath office visit and perinatal behavioral health, above assessment and recommendations.
Correct.
And 21, how would you grade that?
Severe.
Severe what?
Severe signs of postpartum depression.
Do you know that she had lost over 15 pounds by that point?
I was aware she had lost some weight. I was not aware that it was 15 pounds.
Okay. So then there was another patient message on December 7th where she again was expressing concern about the drugs, and you indicated, either way, I continue to recommend the Valium taper, right?
Correct.
There was a period of time that she indicated that she wanted to get off the medication and get off the drugs, and you indicated, as you told us, that you were on vacation that week, right?
Yes.
You basically told her to tough it out and just hit me up when I come back from vacation, right?
No.
Did you tell her to call you when you came back from vacation?
No, I asked that she try to hold off and wait for me to come back from vacation for the taper. She had wanted to taper it sooner.
All right. Do you have somebody that covers for you if you're on vacation?
Yes.
Does somebody cover?
She said that she was going to follow up with her other psychiatrist for the taper, but she did reach out to our program while I was on vacation.
Sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I'm sorry. I know that she said that she had an appointment with her psychiatrist who would do work on the taper with her. And I do know that she was in contact with other providers at our program, including Letitia Dukes, while I was on vacation.
And Letitia Dukes is a social worker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. December 9th, there was another telephone encounter, it's called, right?
Yes.
And yet again, her husband, Pat, was involved with this call, right?
Yes.
So does this put Patrick up to around 4 times, maybe 5 times, that he had been involved either in person with your business or on the telephone or on the telemetry or whatever computer?
I spoke with him on the phone twice. He was in one of our visits on December 6th, and it appears he was in the visit with Letitia as well.
So this would be a Rebecca Gelada telephone encounter on December 9th, right?
Correct.
And on that occasion, Lindsay, and it says, and her husband called this writer, that'd be you, right?
Correct.
Regarding the plan to taper, correct?
Correct.
And they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms remain too acute. What does that mean? What's acute mean?
Severe.
Did they say that she's sleeping but waking up? Let me back up. Was he telling you all of this while she sat there? She wasn't saying much in that conversation, was she?
I don't recall who was saying more than the other person.
Do you recall that she indicated that she wanted her husband to be involved to speak for her because she was really decompensating, right? She wasn't self-reporting and self-advocating too well for herself at that point, was she?
I just know she did have her husband on the call, and he did speak on the call.
They indicated that she was waking up with panic symptoms.
Correct.
What panic symptoms? What does that mean?
Panic symptoms can be this sudden rush of intense.
That's not what can be. What did she tell you, or what did her husband tell you? Her
panic symptoms. Panic symptoms.
What were they?
Panic symptoms are racing heart, intense fear. Those are panic symptoms. Sudden rushes of intense anxiety that seem to come out of nowhere.
Okay. Is that something that you learn in school, or is that in a book? Is it in the DSM, or what? We all have our own opinion as to what panic symptoms might be, but from a medical standpoint.
Those are what panic symptoms are.
Would you agree that Patrick, in this conversation, also indicated that she was having intrusive thoughts yet again? Right?
Correct.
What were the intrusive thoughts that she was having when she wakes up with panic symptoms?
I don't recall the specific intrusive thoughts. I recall asking about safety and that she did identify having thoughts of suicide.
Well, Patrick told you that she has thoughts of suicide, right?
Lindsay as well.
Okay, so I'm asking you what you, as an invested healthcare provider, told this woman to advise her what your investigation revealed. If you have a patient tell you, I'm having intrusive thoughts, what were they?
I recall that they were intrusive suicidal thoughts.
And is this a frequent theme that you noted?
I don't know if it was a frequent theme that I noted, but I know that it was documented several times throughout her course of treatment with providers in my program.
So at this point, with all the providers of your program and her indications, as well as her husband's, about the number of times that she had suicidal ideation, did you prescribe more drugs for her?
At this occasion, I prescribed Valium.
You bumped her up to Seroquel to 400 milligrams, didn't you?
Yes.
Did that help? How'd that work out?
At 200 milligrams, she was able to sleep. So I felt that the manic symptoms and her mixed presentation were alleviated at 200.
So on December 12th, she sent you one of those messages. Thank you, Rebecca. December 12th. She says, for the last 3 nights, I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say, I do like the way it makes me sleep deeply and soundly for about 7 or 8 hours. I don't like the way I feel in the morning. You read that to the jury for the DA, right?
Yes.
But then the rest of the sentence is incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that that's one of the observations that you make or symptomology of a person that's suffering significantly from postpartum anxiety, depression. She's incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything, right? What
Correct.
does that mean? What does she mean by that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When she says that she's unmotivated and is incredibly depressed, was she able to go shopping? Could she get in the car and drive? Did you know that she stopped driving?
I was not aware of that.
On December 12th, she saw Letitia Dukes. Patients reporting thoughts of SI, suicidal ideation, but no plan. She contacted Crisis over the weekend and will be starting a PHP in Norwell. What does that mean?
Partial hospitalization program.
Okay, and that's because, yet again, she's reporting the suicidal ideation, correct?
Correct.
And there's a difference between suicidal ideation and having thoughts of suicide, right?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Under the DSM, is there?
There's a suicidal ideation can be a spectrum.
Okay. On December 13th, telemedicine in the perinatal behavioral unit. Again, there was a concern about suicidal ideation, and her look underneath Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, if you have it, was now 20. It's still severe, right?
Correct.
So what did you do on that date, if you know, December 13th?
I recommended that she continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
December 19th, telemedicine with Letitia Dukes. And this is when she indicated that she was going to contact women and infants, and Letitia helped her out to do that. So she went to women and infants on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. So as time went on, and she had gone to women and infants and was unable to be treated on December 20th and went home, or picked up by her husband, what was her course of treatment after that? You didn't talk to anybody at Women and Infants, right?
At that time, I did not talk to anybody at Women and Infants, but I do know that we re-referred her in a few days.
I know you already told us you re-referred her. My question is real simple, and I don't mean to be bully. I just want to ask you.
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone at Women and Infants?
No.
So, as I read the record, which is an exhibit, Women and Infants, December 20th, differential diagnosis, concern about medications, reaches out to Rebecca Gelada, no return call from Gelada. You don't recall that. You don't know what happened to her after that, do you? Other than going to McLean.
I know that she went to McLean.
Right. Do you know when she went into McLean?
At the end of December, early January.
Okay. Did you review the McLean records? Because you have access to them, right?
I do not have access to them.
You don't?
I don't.
So if you're treating a person for all of the stuff that we've talked about, and it's now apparent that things have decompensated so bad that they have voluntarily admitted her to a locked ward in a mental institution, is it important to Rebecca Gelada to find out what the diagnosis and treatment was of their patient?
Yes.
Did you find out?
I did not.
And anytime you called in an ROI, anytime you needed a release of information, such as a HIPAA release, she would have signed it, right?
Action.
Overall.
Would have.
You have no reason.
Speculation.
Well, not hardly.
I'm going to
Oh, getting testy, getting testy.
You can explore that on a cross-examination. Redirect, I'm sorry.
From your treatment of Lindsay and her efforts to be a good patient and tell you all what her symptoms were and third-party contacts and everything, to your opinion, she
Being a good patient, blah, 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 except for telling the doctors each that she was being treated by a different doctor two different psychiatrists, getting medications from both psychiatrists. So that makes her a really good patient, right? Her husband's so upset because she's over medicated, but she's still seeing two different doctors, right? Okay. All right. And after this is over, I'm going to go back to the toxicology report and we're going to read it and I'm going to tell you what was in it. Here we go, guys. I'm getting upset. So sorry.
Would have signed a release for you to get access to pretty much anything you wanted, right?
I'm not sure if she signed a release for McLean to be able to speak with us.
Did anybody ask her? Did you ever ask her to sign a release?
I did not.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Buckingham.
Mr. Lotta, Lindsay Clancy was only a patient at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic between November 20th and December 13th. Fair to say? Meaning the 20th is the first contact she had with Julie Paul, right?
Yes.
And December 13th is the last time that you met with her.
Yes.
And she came to that clinic not from a referral from somebody like Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
And so your information about her contact with that psychiatrist is limited to what she shared with you.
Correct.
And she never offered to you that maybe you should talk to her, did she?
Correct.
Now, you've also been asked about providing all the different medications. And if I may approach with Exhibit 1, please.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you the second page there. I know it's kind of small, but take your time to take a look at it.
I need reading glasses to see if it's kind of small.
Do you ever see on there that you prescribed any medications to Lindsay Clancy in January of 2023?
None.
None.
January 12th of 2023 is Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
January 5th of 2023, Aaliyah Goodhart, correct?
Correct.
January 16th, Jennifer Tufts.
Correct.
Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. So your last prescription filled is December 22nd, 2022.
Correct.
I think Dr. Jelani is pissed off that they're accusing her of
Counsel asked you
anything.
about this chart he was reading from.
Yes.
You would agree with me, this record from CVS is what you would generally see when you pull a patient's prescription list.
Yes.
And as far as the going back through some of the medications, and you were read by counsel about on December 6th and 7th, prescribing the same medication, is it common that you would change prescriptions to adjust for dosage?
Yes.
And when you start some new medications, do you give somebody an automatic 30-day supply if you're not sure if that's going to be the course of medication?
Correct.
So sometimes you're prescribing things at kind of odd dosages, right? Or odd number of pills.
Yes.
So on December 6th, for the diazepam, you actually prescribed 1 pill.
Yes.
And then December 7th,
Right. 4 different people.
2 pills.
Yes.
And then December 9th, a 5 milligram dose, 8 pills.
Yes.
And then on
Not
December 30th, I think it is, 2 milligram dose, 7 pills.
Yes.
And then the Seroquel as well. On November 30th, when you first prescribed that at that low 25 milligram dose for insomnia, she was given 30 pills.
Yes.
And then when you changed the plan as of December 7th, you had to give her a new prescription for a higher dose, didn't you?
Yes.
So that's the 100 milligrams at 22 pills.
Correct.
Now, when you adjust the dosages or adjust the number of pills, do you give specific instructions on how to take the medication going forward?
Yes.
Do you expect the patient to follow those instructions and disregard the previous prescriptions?
Yes.
Now, at several points, you've indicated
Why?
and counsel
Why?
asked you about referrals or recommendations that Ms. Clancy go to a partial hospitalization program, right? Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And does South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health have a partial hospitalization program?
Not at this time.
And so oftentimes you have to pair or recommend places outside in other communities, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about women and infants, and that's one of the places that you've referred and that you did in fact refer this patient, correct?
Yes.
You don't have an affiliation with women and infants, do you?
No.
So any information that you receive would have to come from the patient or at the patient's request. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In regards to her visit to women and infants in December 20th, you had contact with Lindsay Clancy the next day, didn't you?
I did.
And that was through the MyChart messaging?
Yes.
And she explained to you what happened at Women and Infants?
Yes.
She gave you details about what they told her, that she wasn't going to benefit from the groups, and that when she told them about her medication history or medication issues, that they believed that she should come off Seroquel.
Yes.
So while you don't have the records of the diagnosis, you had a report from the patient about what they were recommending, didn't you?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you started a conversation with her about tapering Seroquel, didn't you?
Yes.
Council bounced around a little bit with the dates, but as far as some of the communications and contact with her, in December or November 30th into December 1st, were you talking to her about postpartum depression?
Let me double check, please.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
So that's when you sent the information in the mood chart, right?
Yes.
So that's November 30th, December 1st. And now by the time you get to December 7th, after having pretty significant back and forth communication with her, now you're talking with her and giving her some information about bipolar, correct?
Correct.
So upon her presentation at the clinic, in her initial focus of treatment, it was for postpartum depression and anxiety, was it not?
Yes.
And as you began to have more contact with her, as you began to trial different medication regimens, is that when your differential diagnosis started to emerge?
Yes.
And you responded to that appropriately with the medication you recommended, right?
Yes.
That's why the titrating of Seroquel became a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you, after the Women and Infants program on December 20th, you didn't see Lindsay Clancy again in the clinic, did you? Either telehealth or in person?
No.
And the only contact you had with her was through the messages about the plan for tapering, correct?
Correct.
And while you were going to be away and not available to her, you still gave her a plan and a prescription to assist with tapering, didn't you?
I did.
Was your staff, your clinic or your colleagues still available for her if she needed it?
Yes.
Did she reach out?
I believe that either she or Patrick did reach out on December 30th.
And that was for a higher level of care recommendations, right?
Correct.
But as far as issues with the taper, did she reach out to you or your colleagues about issues with the taper?
No.
Now, counsel went through with you a call in which Patrick and Lindsay, or Lindsay, indicated to you that she was having panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that call, did you contract for safety?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means assessing immediate safety. For example, not to speak in hypothetical, but if somebody was saying, I have a plan to kill myself, I have a knife, I am calling 911, I am sectioning that person. If somebody's saying, I'm having thoughts of suicide, okay, what are they? Do you have a plan? Do you have intent? What I recall from Lindsay is she was having thoughts of suicide. She did not disclose a plan, no intent, and her husband was aware of this as well. He was on the call.
And in fact, in any of the times that you met with or had messages with Lindsay Clancy and she talked about intrusive thoughts or suicidal thoughts, did she ever articulate that she ever had a plan?
No.
Or that she ever actually had any intent of completing the act?
No.
And you're aware that she did have support in the way of her husband and her family, didn't you?
I was aware of that.
And again, intrusive thoughts, when a person tells you, a postpartum mom tells you they're having intrusive thoughts in your training experience, in the times that you've treated moms with postpartum depression or anxiety or even psychosis, that's a fairly common complaint, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed and unmotivated, fairly common to hear those from new moms.
Yes.
And in your experience in treating individuals with postpartum psychosis, whether they hear voices or not, did you ever have any concerns based on your contact with Lindsay Clancy that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
Well, it appears as though she was, doesn't it?
Objection.
Hold on. Why don't we do this? Why don't you get over there, Rankin, if you can, go ahead. Let me ask you a question.
I would do it.
All right. All right. Anything further? All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God.
Counsel,
Poor thing.
Sidebar.
Okay, while they do the sidebar right quick, let's talk for a second. She explained many times that she thought this was bipolar, not postpartum psychosis. What in the hell is he screaming at her about a postpartum psychosis? That makes no sense at all. I mean, she has the right to diagnose what she wants to diagnose. However, she's got Patrick over there claiming, no, my wife doesn't have bipolar. And then Lindsay, is Lindsay not capable of saying, Shut up, Patrick. Let me get some help. Let me see what I need to do. Or were they both so embarrassed for her to have bipolar that it must be postpartum? It can't be anything else. I don't know what's going on there, but it's strange to me. Yeah. It's okay, Pam. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much again. I'll talk to you later. And hey, yeah, I got your number now. Whoa. Bye, Pam. Yeah, I know. Right, Leslie. Right. We're going to, if this is the end of the day here, we're going to go back and I'm going to show you just a couple of things from witness number 34, who gave us the toxicology report, and in her lawsuit, exactly what was stated. So here we go. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's look at her. They don't want to show her. They don't want to show her, do they? There's just a lot of things going on in this case right here. But the one thing you can't do is blame the doctors for her decision to do what she did. I mean, if she is going to two different doctors and getting all these medications and taking all these medications when she's not supposed to be, what is the doctor supposed to call the police and say, I need you to go over there and do a well check on my patient because I think they're doctor shopping? I mean, how in the hell does this work? I'm so confused about what the defense attorney expected these doctors to do about Lindsay Clancy not following the medications that she was given, not following as they were prescribed, not wanting to take them. She's wanting help, but not wanting to take the pills. I don't understand what they thought she was supposed to do. It's kind of not making a lot of sense to me. Let me see if they're over here done yet. Here we go. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess they went to the end of the day, I guess. Let's see. Okay. I guess they'll see them back tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m.
The quorum is closed in session.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address before we recess till tomorrow?
No, thank you.
All right. So this court will be in recess on this case till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. So day 12. Day 12 is going to start with witness number 60. So I'm going to get off of there. There you go. So yes, day 12 is going to start with witness number 60 in this case. I don't have a list of witnesses or anything. I'm just keeping up with these witnesses manually as they come in. I'm writing down their name, etc. But let me show you something right now, and maybe this might help. Here we go. Let me share my screen. Right here. I want you to look at number 80 right here. I'm going to read to you what it says. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrist and neck, and jumping out of a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground. Okay? That is telling you what she did. Right there, that's what she did. Okay? So when you have the ability to go back upstairs, grab a handful of whatever medications you have on hand and ingest them, then get a knife and cut your wrist, and then go jump out the window, do you know what you're doing? Do you know it? Are you in a psychosis? Or do you have some kind of premeditation that, okay, now I must kill myself? Oh, wait a minute, let me go take all these medications. I mean, I don't know. That's a question, isn't it? But let's go back to the toxicology from witness number 34. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to pull that up, and we're going to look at it. It's right here. Let me share my screen. We're going to look at the toxicology for just a second so we can have a reminder of exactly what was in her system. Okay? This is the tox revealed right here. This is from Court TV. Okay, let me make this bigger. Okay, there.
23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number? Yes. Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact
the biggest disruption to smartphones since iPhone. Not a new phone, a new business model.
Let me get past this.
Mode Mobile turns everyday smartphones into earn phones, generate.
I'm sorry. Maybe we should go back to Court TV and let me just pull it off the YouTube, because what I wanted to do was show the toxicology. So hang on a minute. We'll do that. Let me just go back to YouTube. We'll pull it from there. I'm sorry. I forgot about the commercials being in that one because I really want you to listen to what her tox report actually was. So here we go. When we go to YouTube, hang on a minute, guys. We can get it from there much faster. Okay. Shit. Makes me so angry with myself. Okay. All right, now let's go to tox report. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, toxicology. All right, here we go. Let's watch it from right here.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
All be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
All right, there's the levels right there, guys. All right, I'm going to put that on hold right there. Wait a minute, cancel, stop that. What are you doing? All right, there they are. I'm going to make this as big as I can so that y'all can actually see the levels. They're right there. A little bit hard to read, but these are going to be exactly what was in her blood. So just pay attention to all this, okay? That's why you need to watch it carefully. Here we go.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Hold on. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too,
are.
so
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the
That
levels
long
that
crown
you
was
observed
right
here
there.
regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
Okay, so, we're listening to this toxicologist and he's telling us, oh, well, none of them were at a therapeutic level. Okay, well, if none of them are at a therapeutic level and she has all these prescriptions, is she not taking any of the prescriptions, but she's going to the doctor and getting the prescriptions? Nobody seems to freaking know, do they? Because if the way the defense attorney talks, oh, you're all writing her prescriptions for all over this stuff, and she's taking them all. But then when you hear the toxicology report, you're hearing that she's not even taking a therapeutic level for any of them. So what the hell's really going on here? Lindsay, Clancy, quit blaming the doctors for your decision to take your children out. I don't believe you had postpartum. I believe that it was bipolar, and I believe that had you been treated for bipolar properly, which they tried to do, maybe this would not have happened. There is nothing embarrassing about being diagnosed with bipolar. A lot of people live with it every single day in their life, and they're doing just fine. They're not taking the lives of anybody. They're taking their medicine and they're seeking treatment because they know they're not living normally. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how I see it today. That's just my opinion. Not that my opinion counts at all. So with this, we're going to say we'll see you again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Texas time, 9 o'clock Massachusetts time. This is going to be the end of our show today. Other than, let me share one other thing with you guys that we're going to do this week. Okay, hang on. Yes, now we do have our We do have our 3 executions. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much. We do have 3 executions happening on the 13th. I got to find some way to cover every one of these executions and this live trial at the same time. Myself and Guilty of Crime are going to do a little show about Chud the Builder, because he's now been let out of jail. He finally got 10 different bail bondsmen to come together to put up his $1 million bond. Okay, so now he's out of jail. So here's the deal. We're going to do a live show together to discuss Chud the Builder. So be prepared for that. I'm going to show it on my channel and she's going to show it on her channel, but it'll be good for both of us because I wanted to talk about Chud the Builder for a long time. Chud the Builder is just an fantastic, I mean, he is just like any other one of these race baiters, okay? And he does it because it pays. He does it because people will go watch race baiting and call it content. There are a lot of people on YouTube doing that same kind of rage baiting damn content that I find disgusting. Listen, when YouTube was originally formed, it was really about storytelling. It was really about people telling stories. It really was never about rage bait content. It was about what's going on in the world. It was about people telling their stories. So I don't know where all this other garbage came from, but that's not what the intent was. Anyway, so I'm going to say goodbye. See you later. Have a good afternoon and go hug your babies. Life is short and your time with them is even shorter. You know how I feel about that. And yes, I'm going to tell it to you every single day. I'm going to tell you. Go tell them you love them. Go give them a hug. See you later. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.